Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Holy crap, the music lined up almost perfectly. Music lined up even better than when I tried to actually time it properly for the intro. I just winged that one and it worked out. Good morning, everybody, and happy International Lesbians Day. I hope you're all having a wonderful time. Today, we are playing a Yuri, or Girls Love, or By Her, whatever you want to call it, visual novel based around vampires. I think European vampires. I'm assuming. For one thing, everything's very European coded. For another thing, the human lady on the left with the red hair, who's going to have that red drained away to white, as she has all her blood drained away and her rosy cheeks become pale too, is named Mika. And the one on the right is Magdalena. It's either Magdalena or Magdalena, depending. Magdalena would be how you pronounce it if it's like Eastern Europe. Magdalena would be more if it was like Western Europe, so, or even some of the other pronunciations for other parts of the world. So I'm going to go with Magdalena because I'm thinking because the other girl, her name's from German origin, Mika, that it's more like in Central to Eastern Europe rather than Western or other parts of the world. That's what I'm going to guess. But hopefully we'll get like a proper explanation, maybe proper voice acting by the time comes out, and we'll be able to know for sure. But that's what I'm going to go with for this playthrough. If I'm wrong, I'm very sorry. But yeah, for now I'm going to call them Mika and Magdalena. This gives Fadamoru star. Yes, the artwork is absolutely beautiful. I am so in love with it. The style is so good. The depth to like the irises, how intense the eyes look. Oh, it's so good. I also like the way they've designed the vampire, the pointy ears, the white hair, the red eyes. The outfit is so gorgeous. And she's wearing a cross, so she don't give no fuck about religion. It's nice to see a vampire who just laughs off the cross. Let's see if she's into like garlic, sunlight, all the rest of it. Interesting kind of vampire. She's so Fuchan coded. Yeah, she could very easily be a very gorgeous example of an NVIDIA design. But we also have beautiful artwork from Natsumeko today as the thumbnail, which redrew this drawing with Shepard on the left and I think still Magdalena on the right, but possibly in a video version. But I just love it because it's Shepard on the left, very clearly Shepard, and then Magdalena on the right just being like, what the fuck are you doing here? Why a man in my room? The pissed off face is so good. Natsumeko did such a good job of the art. But yeah, I've been really excited for this game for a long time. They've actually been advertising this one since very shortly after A Date with Death. And since I've been following the producer on, well, the distributor producer on Twitter, 2.5 Studios, for a long while. We've played so many of their games at this point. They did A Date with Death, which was the first one we played, and then we went back and played some of their old ones, which were Amelie and Start Again, which were both incredible. So yeah, I'm expecting this is also going to be amazing. And then there's also going to be the actual writer of the game, the creator of the game, is Ebi-hime, who we've been wanting to play a lot of visual novels from in the past. They're the one I keep bringing up when it comes to like the Yuri cannibalism visual novel that I'm planning on playing by the end of the month as well, if everything works out. But yeah, things just keep delaying that for me when new games keep coming out and flooding my timeline. Played all of hers. Let's go, Iris Studios. Yeah, I have heard amazing things about Ebi-hime. Ever since people like started to get into my visual novel streams, people have been like, yo, you need to try some Ebi-hime games. So I really want to play the Yuri cannibalism one during Spoopy month. But there are a bunch of other games that they've done as well. And obviously 2.5 Studios is incredible as well. Blackberry Honey was my first one. That's the one with the maid, isn't it? Because yeah, I know when Ebi-hime's been advertising this one, she keeps bringing up like the cute maid in this game as well. I have a feeling they're into maids. Yep. Yeah, the artwork for that one looked incredible as well. Slightly different style from this one, but yeah, very beautiful. Mika is pronounced Micah. Yeah, that's how I've been trying to say it, bae. As far as I know, that's the German origin name, so it should just be Micah rather than... Wait, was I saying Mika? Crap, I was saying Mika, wasn't I? Fuck. I meant Micah. Micah and Magdalena. Thank you. Oh my god, how long would I have done that? In my mind. I literally Googled them last night to make sure as well. Thank you. You were saying Mika. Well, no, there's another German name, which is just spelled M-I-K-E, which is Mika, which is probably where I got confused. But yeah, Micah. literally Googled it last night. I'm pretty sure Euro Trip came back into my head, where one of the main, like, jokes in that movie is the fact that one of the dudes has a pen pal that he thinks is named Mike, and he's like, yeah, he's a bro, he's awesome. And then he finds out it's Mika, and he's been chatting to a girl the whole time. Stupid movie, but has some funny moments. They are gay and European? You're damn well right they are. You don't need to ask, it's both, and they're gorgeous. Anyway, I've fanboyed enough. We're going to see exactly how this goes. We're going to dive into this game. Keep in mind, I don't know if this one has any content warnings out yet, but just in general, as I've said, Ebi-hime is known for some dark stuff, some interesting stuff. So there may be like the usual kind of warnings of just like, hey, it's a vampire, so there's probably going to be some biting, some bloodletting, some dark shit, some adult shit. Hopefully some adult shit. Probably some murder, violence, and all of that. So sit back, enjoy. If it ever gets too dark for you, feel free to drop out. If it ever feels like it's not something you want to watch, feel free. Happy International Lesbians Day. And let's dive in. Also, yes, it is the demo. That's why we've got demo all over the place, Yokupalu. Only the demo is out so far. The main game is going to come out sometime in 2025. They don't have an exact release date yet. But I really wanted to play this one just because it's so gorgeous. Okay, let's get into it. And if the volume ever ends up being a bit off, just let me know. I got into like the first 10 seconds of the game to adjust the music volume, so it's a bit loud now, but hopefully it should be fine when we get in. Let us go, everybody. Faster, Mika. Micah? Oh, wow. My brain really does just go to Mika. Faster, Micah. Faster. You have to keep moving or else. Oh, God. They're gaining on us. Oh, and again, this artwork. Yo. I don't know if it was originally drawn this way or they've applied a filter to it after, but it looks like an oil painting. It's, God, that's gorgeous. Kind of reminds me of what they did with Start Again, even though, yeah, that was more 2.5 than Ebi-hime directly. Micah ran through the forest as quickly as her legs would carry her, which, given how exhausted she felt, was not very. She tried to obey Henny's orders, fearful both of letting her friend down and of the shadowy figures which pursued them, but her body refused to listen. Her legs felt numb, insensible, as unfeeling as marble but far weaker. It was through sheer force of will that she was able to keep going, and that alone, for all her strength had already left her. Even as Micah ran, staggering blindly through the fog, she feared it was a lost cause. She was but a young woman, slender and, while not very short, quite unaccustomed to exerting herself. She was not like Henny, who spent her days on her hands and knees, polishing the floors and blacking the fireplaces. Nothing else, everybody. Micah's fingers were white as ivory, while Henny's were red raw through demeaning, demanding, often physical labor. Micah's lungs, meanwhile, were straining from the agonizing effort of running. Never before had she known that the act of merely existing could be so exhausting. Oh my God, she's such a noble little lady. She's never had to work a day in her life. Feel that one was only for you? That's fine. Oh my God. The shadowy effect as the bodies are slowly revealed more and more is so gorgeous. Even the noblewoman looks so beautiful. Huh. I didn't know she was going to dye her hair red. I thought she was already redheaded. Now we know. She was originally a brunette. Micah, please. You need to hurry. Quickly, Micah. Aw, Henny's adorable too. Her face is so expressive. She looks like a Disney princess. Henny reached back to take hold of Micah's hand, her coarse, short fingernails digging into Micah's palm. Henny was gripping so tightly it hurt, but Micah knew, should she continue to tarry, she would be in for hunt far, far greater than this. Micah recalled how her father had looked back in their carriage, his eyes wide and his face unusually pale. Micah had never seen her father look so scared before. He was a tall, imposing figure of a man, dashing even in his early 50s, who was accustomed to issuing orders, not receiving them. God, I hope we get to see her father at some point in sprite form. 50-year-old man, dashing, imposing. Yeah, that sounds fun. Micah had thought her father immovable, much like the oak tree which shielded her family's mausoleum, which had stood there longer than the crypt itself, its trunk wide, its boughs weathered. But Micah had learned that even her father had weaknesses. She'd once thought her father a force of nature, quite impossible to argue with or to get the better of. But this supposition had been turned on its head in a mere handful of minutes. For all of his bluster, Micah's father was only human. He was made of flesh and blood like Micah, and when cut, he would bleed. He had bled a lot, in fact, all over the plush upholstered seats of their carriage and onto the floor. His fine clothes had been stained black with this stuff, and the air had stunk of it, sharp and tinny. Micah could smell her father's blood on her even now, as she and Henny raced through the forest. She couldn't forget it, however much she wanted to. Oh, if only the events of that night had been nothing more than a bad dream. Micah wished that the fog would clear and she would awake, her eyelids fluttering, to discover herself sitting once more in her bed, in her home, the room flooded with pale sunlight. Okay, this is written beautifully again. I love this. The way they likened the father to the giant unmoving oak tree that had defended the generations even before they had arrived. That's beautiful. And that completely being shattered because, no, Daddy's dead. We're never going to get to see the sexy old man, it sounds like. Which is fine. I wonder who they've been murdered by. The writing's impeccable. Yeah, it's been done so well. We were robbed of Daddy. Don't worry, soon we'll have Mommy. And that way we won't have to make the ongoing joke of, hey, your daughter calls me Mommy too, because there is no Mommy or Daddy. Micah! But Micah's surroundings did not shift. The trees continued to press in about her as though they were meant to eat her alive. Their shadowy pursuers were beginning to close in on them. Oh, I'm in the way. Micah couldn't outrun them no matter how hard she tried. She was flagging her heart, hammering in her throat. What would happen when Micah was not so optimistic to hope for an if they caught her? What would they do to Henny? The thought was almost more than Micah could bear. I love the way they've done this as well. The colors, yeah. The darkness on the face. You could see the face as it was moving down, but now her face is completely shrouded in shadow as she's gone lower. But yeah, the coloration of the man with the lantern, bright red, danger everywhere. The red reflecting a little bit on the water, again, in like a very oil painting kind of style. Oh, it's so gorgeous. I kind of want this like whole first shot just in a giant print on my wall. The thought was almost more than Micah could bear. It had been bad enough to lose her parents, but to lose Henny too? She'd done nothing wrong. Henny was no lady. She was just a maid. She was only being targeted because of her relationship to Micah and her family. Had Henny been traveling alone, she would have passed through the forest quite unscathed. It wasn't as though Henny had any valuables upon her person that were worth the effort of pilfering. That's interesting as well. So apparently they've just been robbed. I thought she was being targeted for some reason. I know in the description for the game it said that Micah was being married off to some man she didn't care about. So I thought she was fleeing that, but no, it just sounds like they were set upon on the road. Mommy and Daddy are dead? Damn, yeah, no parents. She is an anime protagonist. But don't worry, she'll be saying Mommy in a couple of days, I'd imagine. Added to the list because I saw the word Yuri. Completely fair. Happy International Lesbians Day. Henny. Micah appealed to her maid between sharp gasps of air, which pierced her lungs as knitting needles might. He said go. Leave me be. I'm just slowing you down. No, Micah. I can't do that. But there aren't any buts. I won't leave you behind. That's not what friends do. Henny! I said there aren't any buts. Let's keep running. Micah wanted to run. Really, she did. But her body had already begun to give in. Her heart might have been pumping fit to burst at the base of her throat, but her legs were weak despite the excess blood which filled her, and her hand in Henny's felt cold and clammy. She couldn't keep going. It wasn't possible. She'd exhausted all of her energy simply in escaping from the carriage where her parents' bodies lie. Now, she would die, only a few hundred paces away from their final resting place. Would her mutilated carcass be discovered in the days hence and taken back to her family's home? Would she and her parents be embalmed and sealed away within their mausoleum? Micah did not much like this thought. Her family's mausoleum was a terrifying place full of somber stone angels and spider webs. It was quiet being situated among tall trees, but its quietude was not at all relaxing. Its quiet was the deep, fathomless silence of death. Micah did not want to die. She knew not how she would continue to live on, with both her parents slaughtered before her very eyes, but she did not want to succumb as they had in this forest full of fog. She wanted to go on living for her sake and for Henny's, though not necessarily for Walter's. But I guess Walter is the betrothed. Oh my god. Please, nothing happened to Henny, please. I hope not either. Especially not with how Ebi-hime has been talking about the cute maid in this game. Maybe she was just building it up just to crush us if she gets murdered here defending her lady. The scratch on her face is kind of rough too. She's definitely been running through some brambles and clearing the way for Micah. And again, so beautiful, the writing. The whole idea of her being terrified of death, the coldness of it, the paleness of it. I don't know if they actually said that. I'm just likening that because I'm sure that later on, way later on in the visual novel, she's got to start embracing the beautiful side of death. The paleness and beauty, coldness of the vampire, rather than the life taking away her parents. She loves life, but I'm sure she's going to like Magdalena even more. If Eddie dies, we throw hands. Completely fair.
God, they're getting closer. We need to keep running. Come on, Micah.
But like the guttering flame of a candle, the last of her energy had been expended. Micah's foot caught in a tangled tree root, which jutted out from the ground like a bear trap, and she fell. Her hand, which was slick with sweat, slipped free from Henny's. Her fingers extended forth, plumbing the mist for Henny, but to little avail.
Micah?
Henny's voice echoed in Micah's ears, shrill and frantic alongside her own pulse. Her heart jutted in her chest hard, as though meaning to stop altogether, but it did little good. Her head smacked against the ground with a dull anticlimactic thud, her auburn curls strewn across the scattered leaves, the broken twigs. Micah's teeth bit against her tongue. She tasted copper. Her vision swam.
Micah? Oh God! Micah, get up! Please get up!
And then, everything went black. Act 1. The night that never ended. That was a beautiful intro. Oh, her is bright red. It was just to show how dark the forest was. My God. They don't tell you what the controls are. I really want to remove the text box. I'm going to speak this out, and as we go, I'm going to be pressing buttons to see if I can remove the text box. Because, yeah, this outfit is beautiful. Her design is gorgeous. Oh, you can actually see the scratches and the redness around her face from where she crashed to the ground specifically. What? That's a screenshot. Sorry, I'm just pressing buttons to see if any of these...
Self-voicing disabled.
Stop. What? What do you mean self-voicing? That's new. Ah! Okay, F is for full screen. When Micah finally awoke, she was greeted by a dull, crushing pain that gripped her skull like a vice. A brackish taste akin to pond water filled her mouth. With one hand clasped to her head, she coughed. Micah's body shuddered, and her lungs burned. There we go. Okay, I was trying things throughout. It's H. It took a minute before her coughing fit subsided, but once it did, Micah began to glance uneasily around her surroundings. Oh, now we can see more of her design. The little frills are so cute. She hoped that her immediate surroundings might shed some light upon her predicament, but her hopes were in vain. Micah did not recognize any of the geometry which encaged her lust. Not a cage of thought roses quite yet. Scare counter +1? Sure, I'll press it. That was almost as bad as Sally, so we'll go for that. Again, the music is so gorgeous in this as well. H for hide. Yeah, it all makes sense. F for full screen. H for hide. But yeah, that was a Sally moment. I wonder if that means the game could voice itself. The floor upon which she was sitting, but why was she sitting on the floor of all things, was made of stone, which felt hard and cold and uncompromising. The walls too were made of stone, as was the ceiling, which felt very far away. A wooden cot was pushed up close against one of the walls. It was so steeped in shadows, Micah could scarcely make it out. There was a chamber pot lying by the cot, which, upon closer inspection, was empty, but its rim and sides were stained with cake-on filth. A truly unpleasant odor exuded from the chamber pot, which made Micah's eyes sting. It was fortunate that she had no immediate desire to relieve herself, but she had no desire to use this commodity. Yeah, it doesn't sound very inviting, especially for a noblewoman. Iris Studios, thank you for donating food funds. I'm glad you're having fun here, and I hope you have a wonderful time for the rest of it. Scare counter is invisible. Oh yeah, no, I chose to hide it. Yeah, sorry, you can't see that it went up. It's up to 17 now. I hid it because either I'd have to go up into you guys and cover up some of the text, or I'd have to have like the death counter on top of the display, and I didn't want to do either of those. So yeah, sorry. Squat and pray, girl. Honestly, just, you know, yeah, just squat into the bucket, throw it out of the bucket into the main room so other people have to deal with it. A quick examination of the room, though, really it was more like a cell, showed Micah that, save for the cot and the chamber pot, it was utterly desolate. There was no other furniture to be seen, no shelves, nor cupboards, nor even a proper bed. There was no mirror either, so Micah could not see herself, but perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Micah doubted she would be at her best now, being so very in pain and so very exhausted. She was so cold she could feel goosebumps rippling across her flesh, and her teeth were chattering badly. Micah wound her arms about her middle and shivered sadly. It was not only the chamber pot that stunk. The very air itself was rank, heavy with a stench of unwashed bodies and general decay. This room, this cell, reeked of death. How had she come to such a place? What had happened to her? Micah could remember sitting alongside her mother and her father in their carriage as it bore them through the forest. And then, there at this most pivotal of moments, her memories failed her. Micah could recall nothing else. Now what was she to do? Had her parents been there, they would have given her instructions. They always seemed to know what Micah ought to be doing at any given time. But they were not there, and neither was Henny. Micah was all alone. Henny had been with her, Micah was certain before. Before what? Why could she not remember anything? Oh, Micah thought sorrowfully. If only she was made of stone, then perhaps her head would not hurt so much. It really did feel that her skull might explode. Not from the pain, though the pain still remained, but from raw, unbridled fear. Micah had often dreamed of stealing away from her parents' home to embark upon a brand new life, unfettered by expectations, but she'd never wished for this. Tears began to trickle down Micah's cheeks in crystalline droplets. They scored tracks in the dirt which caked her cheeks and dropped, one by one, to the floor upon which she sat. Her head bowed, fingers splayed against the stones. Micah sobbed, and she sobbed, until... Hopefully this is going to be Henny. I can't remember which color Henny's voice was. But yeah, I hope Henny hasn't been killed. She certainly wasn't dressed up as fancy, so they might have not been as gentle with her, thinking she might not be worth a ransom or anything else. Although sometimes being captured and kept alive can be a fate worse than death, so who knows. Amnesia? Yeah, it sounds like she hit her head so hard she basically has a concussion and has forgotten some of the memories. It could also be playing into the trauma aspect as well, though. When you go through something traumatic like that, it could be she's just blocking it out because right now she can't filter through it in her mind. Yeah, she just lost her family. It's the first time she's been in that much danger and that much horror, so you never know. I was also going to say, oh yeah, people were bringing up how good the descriptions of the smells were. Yeah, I didn't expect the descriptions of the unwashed bodies as well. You normally don't get that in like a jail cell made of stone and stuff. So this place has definitely been filled to the brim with a lot of horrible, rank people for a long time. Please don't kill our cute maid friend. We'll find out. Yeah, she worked so hard to save her lady as well. She could have just abandoned her and ran through the forest way easily and left Micah to slow them down, so she really cared.
What's going on?
A soft voice spoke from among the teeming shadows. Micah could not see the speaker. She could scarcely see it all given the darkness and now her own tears, but she recognized its familiar cadences. There we go, she's alive. The voice belonged to Henny. Her darling Henny. Oh, the smile. She's so happy instantly. Yo, the sprite work in this game is absolutely gorgeous. Micah's dear friend was here too in this stone cell, which smelt of death, and though Micah feared for Henny, she felt relief too bubbling up inside her. She was not alone after all.
Henny?
Micah crawled forth on her hands and knees, being too exhausted to stand, and stared into the shadows.
Henny? Is that you? Micah?
Henny replied after a pause, but the voice, though languorous, belonged to her quite unmistakably. There came a rustle from the darkness of shifting cloth, perhaps a skirt as Henny sat. Oh, she is so adorable. She seriously gives like the impression of like a early school Disney princess. The eyes are so wide. The nose is so adorable. It's just like a little flick at the bottom. The lips are so rosy. A shaft of moonlight spilled through the singular barred window hewn high into the wall of their cell. And finally, Micah was afforded a view of her maid. I like that description as well. They played with that idea in Fata Morgana a lot as well. The idea of like giving a prison cell a single window and one that you either couldn't reach or was barred, so it gave you just a tiny bit of hope. Just a little bit of view into the outside, just to make it so much more horrible that that's all you get. That's all you're encaged with. Those Snow White eyes. Exactly, the doe eyes. They look so adorable and innocent. Micah's outfit is blue? Yeah, because she's sad. No, more likely to contrast the red hair, but it's gorgeous. A shaft of moonlight spilled through the singular barred window. Oh, I read that one. Though christened Enrica, I'm going to guess it's either Enrica or Enrique. It could be either. I don't know. I've heard both. I'm going to go with Enrique. No, Enrica. I'm going to go with Enrica. Though christened Enrica, Micah had always called her beloved maid Henny. It seemed a more appropriate appellation for so cheery a woman. For Henny, come rain or shine, was rarely seen without a smile. Henny was not smiling now, however. She was sitting upon the wooden cot which Micah had first spied during a brief examination of her surroundings. What she had taken at first for a crumpled blanket must have been the body of her own dear maid, obscured from her by the shifting shadows. Henny's face looked woefully weary, and it had lost most of its usual pinkness. Her apron, once white, now stained and sullied with dirt. Henny's shoes had been black and sensible, but now they were mired in filth, and her socks were rucked up about her ankles. Henny's eyes were wide and displayed so much white her irises seemed lost in them. This lent her a startled look, like a small woodland animal, a look which was heightened further by her knotted, tangled tresses. Henny's hands, which she held at her front, clasped together, were trembling like those of a woman thrice her age. Henny looked an awful sight, but Micah knew she had hardly been any better herself. Henny's hair might have been a mess, but at least she kept it short. There was not so very much of Henny's dark tresses to be worked into a state of disorder. Micah's own hair, meanwhile, was very long and curly, and though she had worn it in a chignon... Chignon? I've never heard that term, I'm sorry. I know nothing about fashion. She could now feel it straggling loosely about her shoulders. The back of her neck prickled, either from the cold or from a dislodged hairpin or two. Perhaps that was why Henny stared at Micah so. Once she had regained her own sense of equilibrium, as though she'd seen a ghost. We adopt Henny? Hell yeah, we can. She's adorable. I love how I talked about the doe eyes and they immediately describe her as like a cute woodland creature. It's just a bun. It's like a simple French head updo. Ah, okay, thank you. It's more like an SH sound. Ah, thank you. I'm sorry. I had no idea. I'd never seen that word. I know nothing about this series. Do the DLC in the foreseeable future for Morgana. Yeah, we're planning on it, but I need to post something about that in the community notes. We're not going to be allowed to keep those videos up. They're going to have to be unarchived if we do them. I'm going to give people one choice in a couple of weeks. And if people do want me to play it, we'll start it around November. If people don't want to do it because they don't want the idea of like missing big like chunks when they can't make a day, then we won't be playing it at all. Because yeah, that's the only way we're going to be allowed to do it.
My God, Micah!
And he looked so alarmed. Micah felt almost ashamed. Micah was no stranger to shame. She felt it frequently. In fact, when she was with her mother. But it rarely raised its ugly head in Henny's presence. Oh God, so her mother was kinda good at crushing her spirit, it sounds like. It sounds like her mother broke her down quite a bit and told her off for, you know, either not being ladylike or not being her perfect little daughter. Parents, man. The best ones to build you up and the most horrible ones to break you down. Since Micah's girlhood, Henny had been her one staunch, steadfast companion. She was the only person Micah knew who took Micah for who she was, rather than wishing, often aloud to her face, that she could be more appreciative, more amenable, more effusive, more like a lady and less like herself. Henny did not want Micah to be more. She only wanted Micah to be Micah. Did that mean, then, that Micah did not look like Micah in that moment? But who else did she resemble if not herself? What had happened to her? Oh my God, Micah is so... Oh my God, what have her parents and her extended family done to this girl? She's like, oh no, I look horrible. I must look ridiculous. Meanwhile, let's be honest, in Henny's mind, she's probably just like, yo, you're hurt, you're bruised, you're battered, you're bleeding. My girl, I need to take care of you. Sounded like she depends on her parents a lot too. Yeah, to be fair, one of the other things she said is people expect her to be more appreciative. So yeah, it sounds like she's also a little bit spoiled. Maybe hasn't done too much in the world. Kind of relies on other people looking out for her. Oh my God.
Are you alright, Micah? Oh, look at your poor face.
And he rose from the wooden cot, which creaked, and crouched before her friend. Oh, that facial expression is so adorable as well. The little pursed lips. Henny mama bearing? Exactly. She's taking care of a baby. She's more of a parent than her actual mother was. Sounds like. Reaching out, still shaking, she cupped Micah's cheeks in her fingers and said,
Bleeding.
I
am? Yes, you've got a nasty cut beneath your right eye. And your cheek.
Henny sucked in a breath, her expression grim.
It's all banged up. You're positively black and blue. Oh. I hadn't realized. I'm sorry, Henny.
What? Henny, who had procured a handkerchief from a shirt pocket, it fortunately was devoid of dirt, paused in her dabbing at Micah's face to look at Micah with bemusement. I already really like this writing style. This writing style is very beautiful, and I like the use of dashes and like brackets. There's a better word for brackets. But yeah, the way that they're like splitting up thoughts, you really get into the head of the writer in this space.
Why are you apologizing to me, you daft deuce?
Daft deuce? You daft goose?
Done nothing to feel sorry for. I don't know. I'm just sorry for making you worry, I suppose.
Daft goose? Yeah, that's adorable.
Think naught of it.
Oh, she's one of the very British ones, actually.
Mary Poppins. Think naught of it. It's my job to worry about you. I'm your maid, remember? Well, of course I remember that much. My thoughts might be in a state of disarray for the present. I would never forget you. You're much more than my maid, Henny. You're my friend, too. My dearest friend. And I could very well say the same about you. Why it hurts seeing you in such a frightful state.
Do I look so very bad?
Well, now.
Henny cast her gaze over Micah's face, her brown eyes brightening with familiar mischief as she did. Oh, here we go. Well, let's just say you don't look good.
That depends on how honest you want me to be. Oh, dear. Do I look as bad as all that? You've certainly looked better. Your face is as banged up as a windfall apple. An apple?
She is red. There's a lot of red hair around it. Micah shook her head in wonderment.
I only hope that the apple isn't ridden with worms. I don't think you've anything to worry about on that score, at least.
You hope. You never know. If the rod is set in, there could be maggots. Oh. I laugh. She's so pretty. Yeah, she's adorable. I love how she's turned it into a joke as well so that they can just start laughing and bring some joy back. It's just a little touch of normality in this horrific situation. The music picking that up as well. It's like hopeful and just like a little bit sad. After being tossed around like a rag doll, not too bad. No, they both look gorgeous. Are you kidding me? They just got scratches to their face. I mean, I understand why they didn't want to go the extra mile of like putting like dirt, mud, scratches all over the clothing and everything. Because yeah, that's a whole nother layer of like things to have to do on the sprite work on the artist. So yeah, not worth it for just one scene. But man, they still look amazing.
Oh, that is a relief. I suppose things could always be worse. Right you are. That's the spirit. You're still alive, and so am I. And we're together. That ought to count for something. Wow.
And he finished wiping the worst of the congealed blood and dirt from Micah's cheek, then drew back, her soiled kerchief gripped tight in her hand. Her expression newly dour, she said after a moment's pause.
I am afraid that your parents mayn't be so fortunate.
What? Whoa, those wide eyes, damn. Micah's heart leapt in her chest at this somber announcement.
What happened to them, Henny? Do you know what's going on?
Oh, and the pained expression, damn. They have so many sprites for these girls.
You don't? I recall that we were traveling to Augsburg to visit my fiancée. But as for how we came here...
Micah closed her eyes in the hopes of remembering something, but again nothing came. Her mind remained stubbornly blank, as featureless as a snow-capped mountain, all flora blanketed in untrammeled whiteness. That was a beautiful metaphor, goddamn. Do be pale right now, all the color is drained, all the beauty. She forgot? Yeah, it's probably because she got hit real hard in the head. That's rough as well, because I mean, it's better for her to know right away, but there was a blissful moment where she didn't know her parents were dead, so ugh.
I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank. I cannot remember. Not a single thing. Nothing. I see.
Annie grit her teeth together for a few moments, her eyes dark. She seemed to be weighing up her words as a baker might measure out flour and sugar before speaking.
It's not much of a surprise, I suppose. You hit your head pretty hard back there. Might be for the best that you can't remember all of the gory details. Wish I could forget what happened myself. But...
Fiancé? Yeah, I'm wondering if they're setting it up so that... I forgot his name already. But I bet he was the one who had her killed off. Either because he was just like trying to get her inheritance, and maybe he thinks like they were close enough to being engaged that it's fine. Walter, thank you. He thinks that it's fine that if she kills off the whole family, technically he inherits everything. Or maybe he just really didn't want to marry her. Maybe he just wanted to take whatever they had at the time. Who knows? Penny's voice trailed away as, awkwardly, she gripped a handkerchief. Sorry, kerchief. That kerchief had been the only clean thing in Micah and Henny's cell, but now it too was ruined, streaked with brown and red. How deep was the cut that Micah had sustained, and how much had she bled? This too remained a mystery. Micah did not know. There seemed much all of a sudden she was ignorant of. She felt so very unworldly she might as well have been a little girl again, enthused after she had successfully stolen the key to her family's mausoleum. Micah had not known as she stood in the chill entrance to the mausoleum that she was about to lower herself into a subterranean world of death and decay, though part of her had wondered. Ooh. So she was going down to the mausoleum. She talks about the mausoleum a lot. Even though she talks about not wanting to die, maybe it is a trauma because she went down to the mausoleum, but even more than that, she seemed fascinated by death while she was a child. Maybe she always had an interest in the dark, the macabre, the pale shadow. Magdalena will be fun for that. It's kerchief the same as a handkerchief, but bigger. I basically think so. A handkerchief is one that's just like, yeah, smaller, so you just keep it in your pocket, bring it out in your hand, and I think a kerchief is a bigger one. That's how that works. I thought if there was at least one surviving member, even if distant, that the riches and the... That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if there was literally nobody left. And so people would be like, well, he was going to marry her. Perhaps he should take over the estate. I saw somebody saying it was very Corpse Bride as well, which, yeah, it would be very Corpse Bride if that is the case.
Henny.
Oh, wait.
Henny.
Micah took Henny's hand in her own. Her fingernails, cracked, discolored, and dusted with dirt digging into her skin.
What happened? Tell me, please. I want to know. Yes, I thought you might. That does make things a mite complicated, though. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Just...
Henny looked to Micah beneath half-lidded eyes, her expression distressed, uncommonly pale and pinched.
Promise you won't take against me for what I'm about to tell you. I've gone through a lot tonight already, and that would be the straw to break the camel's back. Henny, please. You should know that's a trivial concern. I'm fully aware that none of this is your fault. You've only ever sought to protect me. I have no better friend than you. Not in all the world. And it's precisely because I want to protect you that I don't want to get into all of this. I know it'll upset you. Christ. It upsets me too. It's an upsetting situation all around. It's rotten, really, what people are capable of, but...
Henny, perhaps sensing her own distress, paused. She inhaled. Then in a calmer tone, she said,
Just how much do you want to know, Micah? How much is there to know? Oh, I remember everything. I'll always remember tonight, I expect. It made quite the impression. Horrible things always do. But dear, things truly that dire? They're pretty bad, yes. Give me an abridged account then. I've no need to hear everything. Right you are.
And he bowed her head in acquiescence, her face half swallowed by the shadow. The band of light which had penetrated their drab cell had long since been extinguished, the moon obscured beneath the rolling fog. It was so cold in their cell, Micah could not cease her shivers. Even her teeth felt cold, like shards of ice implanted into her gums. Henny's proximity served as something of a comfort, but it could not rid Micah of her trepidation. She knew, once Henny relayed the past events to her, her life would no longer be the same. Everything would change. It was changing already, in fact, so quickly that Micah hardly had a chance to gather her bearings. She felt lost, adrift, and hopelessly afraid. That's written so well. And yeah, I see people saying the whole, like, just pull the band-aid off. As the person who had lost their family and couldn't remember it, I would definitely want to know. But I feel the whole feeling that Henny's like, oh god, when I tell her, she's going to be so crushed. Plus the fact that she had to live through that too. That was also the family that paid her salary, the family that presumably took care of her, so... They're not completely as close to her as Micah, obviously, but she's lost some friends today and she saw some gruesome sights, so... Having to bring it up again, go through it and live through it again, yeah, that's rough on her as well. So she's just doing her best to prepare her and at the same time kind of like preparing herself and realizing, well, it's not as bad for me as it is for her. This is going to crush her, but I have to go through it again for her sake.
Sorry to tell you this, Micah, but during our travels, the carriage, it was attacked by bandits.
What?
No. Yes. They came creeping out from the fog like, I don't know, monsters from a children's story maybe, but much scarier. They waylaid the carriage and stormed it. They drew out their daggers and threatened your father. When he refused to comply, well, Henny's expression twisted. They stabbed him. What? Micah drew in a sharp inhalation of air, her whole body tensing. She had expected as much before Henny began her gruesome tale, but the news still shook her. Evidently, she'd not been half so prepared to hear the worst as she had imagined. Oh, God. Not my papa. My poor papa. Don't tell me he didn't. I'm sorry, but... Henny sniffled. It's as you're probably suspecting. His wound was a deep one, and he died. Oh, the tears are drawn so realistically. That's gorgeous. This art style is beautiful. Tragic right now, but goddamn, that's beautiful. Dead. My papa dead. Dead as a doornail, I'm afraid. I didn't hang around to see what happened like, but, well, it happened so quick. I don't think he suffered, at least. My mom? What of her? Don't tell me she also... Henny did not reply, but the discomfort which crossed her face left Micah with no doubts as to her mother's fate. In one brief night, both of Micah's parents had been slaughtered. Now, she was an orphan. And what of us, Henny? How did we escape? I find it hard to believe the bandits would just let us go. I'm sure we would have joined your parents if we sat still like good little girls. I didn't want to do that. I took your hand while they were busy with your mother and we ran away. Oh, fuck. I don't even want to think about what the phrase while they were busy with your mother means. She might have gotten a slower death. Jesus. BA Fu, you're killing it. You got me crying. I'm glad to hear that, Biscuits. And yeah, this is fucking tragic. They're really good at, like, building up this tragedy, even though we don't even know the girls yet. It's just such a relatable and horrible experience. We fled through the woods, but the bandits took chase pretty darn quick. It was very dark, the fog was thick, and I couldn't hardly see what was happening. At one point you tripped and fell. That's how you got that nasty cut on your poor forehead. I was dragged down with you. You lay there on the ground in the dirt while the bandits trampled around looking for us. I figured we were both a couple of goners. I started to say my prayers to the Lord Almighty, but then... we survived. Yes, we survived. This, Micah supposed, was not such a surprise. It went without saying, really, that they had survived. Otherwise, they would not have been sitting in this ghastly spell, speaking to one another. Either the bandits had spared them, which seemed unlikely, or somebody had come to their defense. Oh, my sweet summer child. You are so innocent. Those are your two options? My girl, the other option is the bandits found you and thought, oh, these are a pretty little sight. I bet we could sell them for a whole bunch. I bet we, yeah. It could be a fate worse than death, my sweet innocent summer child. Who found them, though? I don't know. But they're locked in a cell. It's not like they're, like, kept in a locked room for their own safety, kept warm and comfortable. Oh, God. It could just be that, you know... a noble came along, they don't know what they were doing in the woods, they don't know what's happened, they found some dead bodies in a rummaged carriage, so it could be they're just like being precautious with them, but yeah. Or a vampire was like, let me help you, but you stay with me. That would be fun. Blood bank, maybe? I wonder what Magdalena's relationship is going to be like with her immediately. Is she just going to see her as food? Or is she going to immediately be interested in her? Ooh. I love the typewriter sound effects. Also, sorry, I'm going to save every now and then just in case my PC is known to crash and I don't want to lose all that we've done. Sexy premise, always. It is called Cage of Roses, so maybe Magdalena is the one that has her locked up right now and wants to enjoy her company, but she'll find that the cage isn't so violent in the future. Maybe she'll like being in the cage. Who would have been wandering the woods so very late at night, however? Micah could hardly credit it. Their escape must have been stuff that fantasies were made of. Do you know how we escaped, Henny? I know what my eyes saw, but if my eyes can be trusted or not, well...
Oh, yeah, no, it sounds like the vampire came to their rescue.
Well, I know what my eyes saw, but you're not gonna believe it. That's another matter altogether. I think I might have bumped my head myself. It was all so peculiar. At the time, it seemed like a miracle. But looking back on it, that ain't the right word. Miracles suggest God and all his angels. There was naught holy about this. It was a right proper mess, really. Total bloodbath. Blood? Yes, there was blood. Lots of it. It's hard for me to explain, but... all I know is, one moment we were sprawled upon the dirt, you unconscious, I half out of my mind with fright, as the bandits approached. And then the next, they were gone. Gone? But where and how? But did they run away? Not necessarily. Not of their own free will, like. The fog parted, you see. And then this figure. This woman. She appeared so quick, it was like she sprung up from the earth. She wasn't very tall. I don't think she was, at least. And she was very skinny. But the way she looked... the way she moved... there was something unnatural about her. I didn't get a very good look at what happened next. But I saw her go after those bandits. I think there were at least 4 of them. That woman soon took care of them. There was so much blood, and a lot of mad. It stunk to high heaven, it did. Brought tears to my eyes. That woman, though, the woman in white, she didn't seem fussed at all. She stood there once she'd finished beneath the moon, like nothing had happened. And then...
Annie pressed her fingers to her brow, and overwhelmed shook her head.
I don't remember naught after that. I think I must have fainted. When I finally woke up, I found myself here. It was your crying that woke me up. Never been able to rest easy while you're in tears, Micah.
Oh, damn. Dinner served? Yeah. I wonder if she actually did pass out either, or if we've got like vampire magnetism, vampire suggestion telling her, sleep. You'll awake in time. Hunting in white. Damn, that's hot. Especially the fact that it doesn't sound like she was like covered in blood. It sounds like she killed them all swiftly, like within seconds. Probably drained all of their blood and then was just like chill. Not a spot on her. Magdalena sounds fucking awesome. The woman of the hour? Yeah, I am so excited. Oh, to have a vampire lady save me. Would have only been better if we got to see her running through every one of the murdering bandits.
Yes, I know. You've...
oh, her smile is so sweet.
always been so good and so kind. Thank you, Henny.
Micah chanced a smile, but the muscles about her mouth felt atrophied, worn away following the news of her parents' demise and her own near brush with the Reaper's scythe. Oh, that's good writing as well. Just the whole idea that, yeah, the muscles feel atrophied. She feels like she's almost dead. She feels like she almost lost the ability to smile because of that news and what she'd been through. Oh, man.
No idea what I would do without you. It sounds like you saved me. From the bandits, I suppose, did. I wasn't much use when you took that nasty spill. There's no way I would have been able to carry you to safety. But when we were all turned about in the woods, and had no idea where we were. I think I scraped my own shin too. My ankle aches. We'd have been goners if that woman hadn't appeared. Now that I'm talking about it, it doesn't sound real. I can't think of any woman who'd be able to beat 4 men in a test of strength. Not even your own Mademoiselle Blanchard. Blanchard? Blanchard, probably. Not even your very own Mademoiselle Blanchard.
Micah's smile widened at this, despite the severity of their situation, and she found, to her surprise, she was even able to laugh. Oh, she's got an even brighter smile. You love to see it. Yo, she's so gorgeous. This art style is so gorgeous. Mademoiselle Blanchard. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Please don't hurt me. But I'm gonna guess that's her mother, maybe. So maybe she is Micah Blanchard. It was a weak laugh which contained little in the way of mirth, but it was sincere.
Henny never failed to cheer her up. She must haven't had a knack for it. Micah was too old to believe in magic, but when she was with Henny, she sometimes wondered. Are you sure it was a woman who fended off those bandits? Perhaps it was some sort of animal instead and you failed to perceive it in the fog. That could be it. Like I said, my mind's a mess. I feel like I've lost a good 10 years off of my life, although. Here, Henny smiled grimly, in the manner of all survivors after witnessing something horrid. Yeah, the gallows humor, it keeps you going in the rough times. Don't know why I imagined her buff grandma. That'd be sick as well. It's French. I figured it was French, and Micah's name is German, so I don't know. I don't know if that's like a family member or perhaps somebody else. But they've also for sure got an English maid here, because yeah, that accent. And I love the way that they've written the accent into the dialogue, so you know immediately how she's speaking. I was already imagining her speaking like Mary Poppins, but yeah. Or like a mentor. Oh, it could be a mentor as well. It could be like a teacher. That would make sense as well. Like the whole like, just like your Mademoiselle Blanchett, like to say she always drags you into class. She always tells you what it is, guides you. A strong woman. It's better than having it cut short altogether. We must be thankful for small mercies, yes. Even if our lives were saved at my parents' expense. Micah squeezed her eyes shut. She could feel her tears beating upon her lashes anew, but this time she was able to subdue them. The news of her parents' death was a heavy burden to bear, but Micah, not having witnessed their final moments, found it hard to imagine. It still did not seem quite real, despite the rawness of Henny's account. The shock of it all perhaps had blunted her senses. It would take a while for her parents' passing to truly register. When it did, however, Micah did not doubt the tears would come, thicker and faster than before. You're actually saying it right, except the D at the end is silent. Oh, so it would be Mademoiselle Blanchard? Blanchard. Oh, that's interesting. I have never seen that name before written. Mademoiselle Blanchard. Sounds fancy. All the names in this sound beautiful so far. It had not always been so, but her childhood misadventures in her family's crypt had left her something of a crybaby. It was fortunate she had Henny by her side to dry her eyes. Sorry, I just laughed because I realized she's Batman. She's Batman. She went down to the family crypt. She got a little bit traumatized. She became a bit weak about it. And now her parents are dead. And she's going to want vengeance. But she will not become the Bat. Instead, she has found a Bat who will serve her vengeance. She is the Night. Sorry, that's why I was laughing. It's a vampire lover? Oh, hell yeah. She got her obsession possibly with bats and with death. And then she's going to meet a lady. Batwoman, except she's into bats in another way. I mean, depends on the form of Batwoman, too. What would she have done without her trusty maid? And she has an Alfred. She does. Oh, my God. She has a young version of Alfred. Now then. Micah inhaled, her chest rising beneath her torn gown, and glanced about. Where do you suppose we are? How do you suppose we got here? That's a good question. I've been wondering that too ever since we awoke. Not the nicest of digs, is it? I love how you can tell how, like, not posh she is compared to Micah as well. She is common born, and I love the way they've written her accent. Now all she needs is a Batmobile, a Bat carriage rather. Yeah, they got rid of her carriage at first, but I'm sure Magdalena has something beautiful for her to ride around in. Or ride around on, I'm sure. Are we talking about Bruce's cousin who is Batwoman? No, not that Batwoman. One of the other Batwomen, please. Not particularly, no. It's awfully drab. And it's damp, too. I'm freezing. You poor thing. Come here. Annie shifted closer to Micah and drew her arms about her, holding her close so as to protect her from the frigid air. Annie glanced about her, as did Micah. She squinted into the shadows as though they might reveal more than they had upon her initial inspection. Namely, the wooden cot and the chamber pot beside it. But to Micah's disappointment, she found the cell quite unchanged. It was every bit as sparse as she recalled. The shadows did little to mask this fact, and still it stank. Goodness me. Not much to look at, is it? Might as well be in a prison cell. I think that might be what this is. Penny drew back from Micah. Her legs crossed beneath her Sorry. Her legs crossed beneath her upon the stone floor and frowned. I reckon you're right. I wonder who brought us here. You and me both. It's nice of our mysterious benefactor or benefactress to rescue us, though they can't be all that kind if they're going to let us suffer in here. I think they could at least have put us in a nicer room. That's what I'm saying, Henny. I didn't think it was the vampire lady, but maybe you really are just both blood bags to her right now. You're just supper for later. She was clearly out on the hunt. It's nice that they weren't put in separate cells. Yeah, they at least have each other to cuddle for warmth. Be nice if they were given some blankets too, though. Not expecting first-class accommodations, but you deserve better than this, Micah. This place is fit for rats, let alone people. Rats? Crazy. I know. Obese rats. We prefer the obese rats. It's all right. Better than being dead, at least. Even if these lodgings are a mite uncomfortable. Only a mite? Well... Micah corrected herself with a smile. Quite a bit, if I'm being honest. Micah drew her arms about her legs, her knees beneath her chin, and said, When I woke up, I was lying on the floor. On the floor? Actually, you know what? I just realized that is actually kind of awesome. She could have put them both in the bed to keep them warm and comfortable. Or she could have put in the lady in the bed because she's like, oh, my lady, you're so beautiful. I must keep your precious flower and properly placed. But no, instead she was like, you, Henny, you were strong. You defended your lady. You get to rest on the bed. You deserve this. You, weak lady who couldn't even run away from bandits, you get the floor. You're not worth it. We support obese rats here. Damn straight we do. Love how obese rats became a running joke. It's such a memorable moment from Fata Morgana, man. To anybody who doesn't know what we mean when we say obese rats, there's a moment in the visual novel The House in Fata Morgana in which Michelle accidentally, the main character Michelle accidentally touches the secondary character Giselle on the chest. And he's getting really flustered and trying to say, like, he didn't mean to. And he's talking about how horrific it was and he's sorry and he would never have it again and he hated it too. And then she's like, oh, you hated it? Are they that disgusting? And he's just like, no, they're wonderful. They're very plump, like obese rats. And she's just like, my breasts are obese rats. Thank you. Lovely, Michelle. You have a way with words. Penny's eyebrows shot up her forehead until they met her hairline. The gesture was so exaggerated it managed to bring another smile to Micah's lips, despite how very dire their situation was. I suppose it makes sense there being only one bed, but oh, that's too much. Can't believe they fling you about like a sack of sawdust. Although it's hot that they're able to throw her about like a sack of sawdust. Yeah, they treated her like a sack of potatoes. Just threw her on the ground. Did not give a fuck. Negative res, Michelle. Yeah, he has a way with words. Sometimes it works, sometimes it fails him. Many unbelievable things have happened tonight. Our benefactor must have been bucking the trend. Some benefactor? I get my hands on them, I'll give them what for. Don't, Henny. It wouldn't do to pick a fight with whomever brought us here. Wouldn't want to anger them. Not when we're at their mercy. What? But that makes us sound like captives. You're literally in a prison cell, Henny. I love Henny. Her worldview is so adorable as well. She's like, how dare they put my lady on the floor? They should have put me on the floor. Ah, show them. Punish them for saving me. Is that not what we are? This is a cell after all. We have no means of escaping. We're being treated as prisoners. I know. It still stings. I don't care about me, but I don't want to see you being treated like a convict. When you've been through so much. You've been through worse. At least I don't remember what happened, unlike you. And you're the one who's been saddled with the consequences, poor Micah. It was your parents, not mine, who were... Wow. I don't expect there's much point in trying to suss out who's suffering more than who. As it stands, we're both in this together. I won't abandon you, Micah, so try not to worry. Keep your chin up. We'll get through this. Thank you, Henny. I almost believe it coming from you. You should. I don't say things I don't mean, you know. Now, let's see. Maybe things aren't as dire as they look. There could be a way to escape yet.
Henny rose up to her feet, though unsteadily, and did a circuit of the cell. The shadows made it seem larger than it was, for they obscured the walls, but it did not take Henny many steps to canvass the full length of the dingy room. She pressed her fingertips to the walls, then her ear, as though the stonework might whisper unto her their weaknesses, but her efforts were in vain. The walls held firm, as did the steely slats which crisscrossed the entrance. Henny took the bars between her fingers and squeezed experimentally, but they refused to yield.
Oh, come on!
She's so cute. Yeah, she is so optimistic even during all of this. I think without her, Micah would still just be crying in the cell, not knowing what's going on, not knowing her parents have passed away. Just absolutely terrified. But with Henny, she has like a little bit of like grounding. Yeah, oh god, the word is ground. Yeah, thank you, Melvich. She had a little bit of grounding, a little bit of normality, someone keeping her spirits up and, you know, not leaving her alone, not completely upending her entire world. We need a Henny? Yeah, we all need a Henny. She's a mascot of the story. She's a mascot, but I think she's got her own like personality as well, which makes it cute. Frustrated now, Henny gave the bars a kick. The tip of her shoe collided with them, losing clods of dirt from her soles, but...
Damn it all.
The bars as before did not budge. They were quite impermeable. Sighing, Henny soon changed tack. She moved from the door to glance up at the window, but this was similarly barred too. High up to reach and much too small to squeeze through. It seemed a miracle almost, the window being so mean, allowed any mean light at all to spill into the cell when the clouds and the fog shifted. And? Micah asked when a disenchanted Henny flopped back down beside her with a rustle of her skirts.
Did you uncover anything? After all, except that we're more trapped than I thought. Thought you might have come to that conclusion, yes. God.
Henny kicked off her right shoe, then began to massage her feet, which had begun to throb.
This is a rum situation. I wonder what we're to do. I don't think there's much we can do other than wait. Suppose you're right. Can't say I like the thought of that, though. We're sitting ducks here.
So Henny Root went. Hey, we haven't even met Magdalena yet. Let her have a chance. She'll come in and sweep us off our feet. Don't you worry about it. I actually kind of hope that Henny doesn't have those kind of feelings for Micah. I just wanted to be an adorable support character and maybe get her own love interest.
I feel we ought to be taking some kind of action.
Henny looked about the cell once more and sighed.
I'm drawing a blank here. I can't think of anything we can do. Sorry for being so helpless, Micah. I meant to look after you, but I'm total loss.
Don't apologize, dear Henny. I feel better simply being with you.
It's something, at least. Wish I could be of some real use, though.
You are of real use. Without you, I'd be an inconsolable mess, weeping on the floor.
Oh, we can't be having that. Breaks my heart to see you cry.
Much as it breaks mine to see you self-flagellate so over something that's not your fault.
Touché.
Oh, they're keeping each other's spirits up. That's adorable, actually. They're so cute with each other. Yeah, they're looking after one another. We got to write our own YN. Oh, Henny fix soon. Yeah, that'll work. Game devs, if you're watching, I would die for a Henny Woo. Okay, I've been overruled. It seems like chat is like, nah, we're good. We're down bad for Henny too. Variety is the spice of life. Sometimes you want a white-haired vampire lady. Sometimes you want a black-haired maid.
Now that we're well and truly stuck here, I suppose we ought to make the best of it. Although, I have a bad feeling about this place. It gives me the creeps. I don't know who imprisoned us here or what cause. They've no manners to speak of. Why, it's almost as if... Henny began, but she found herself unable to finish the sentence. A sound issued forth from darkness, emitting from beyond their tightly sealed cell.
Also, oh my god, that little moment there where they had they had Micah shudder from the sound, or like jump from the sound. Meanwhile, like Henny was completely solid. Just a little bit of character personalization there as well, just to be like, yeah, she's still a little crybaby. She's still a little scared. We all love women here. Our hearts have more space to love others later. True. Different run-throughs, different timelines. You can embrace everything. Henny is my type. I can't help it. Nah, I get that. She's such a mother. She's just looking after everyone. She's coming? I hope so. Although we'll save that for later. Surely she's just approaching for now. There
was a faint sound, like that of far-off rain, but Henny still heard it, the sour air being so still and silent. It sounded like a scream. Good God! Henny sat up straighter, her fingers digging into her arches, her eyes alert. What in the world was that? I suppose that was just the wind. Do you really think so? Yes, I imagine. Micah answered in the affirmative, though deep down both she and Henny knew the truth. That had not been the wind. It had been too raw, too pained, too, though faint, unmistakably human.
Oh shit. Oh, you know how I was saying earlier that normally you wouldn't describe like the smell of like sweaty, disgusting bodies being locked in the cell, because normally that passes quicker than like blood and excrement and all that kind of shit. Maybe they were originally locked in this cell with all the other guys, and Magdalena has just been like one by one pulling out people to drain them. Maybe she didn't finish her food back there and she just knocked everyone out to bring them home. Oh god.
There were other cells, or so it seemed, besides theirs, where others were incarcerated. Others whom, right now, were being tortured by unknown hands. Micah could feel the fine hairs on the back of her neck standing up. Her body, which felt constrained by her stays, quivered. All she could do was sit there, her legs pressed to her chest like a fitful young girl, as she murmured, more for her own benefit than Henny's. It was the wind. That's all it is. It's the wind. It's nothing to worry about. It's nothing really.
The way her face went from like the determined, like, it's just the wind. Don't worry about it. We're good. It's nothing to worry about. Is that what she would call a buffet? Yeah. I guess it was what you would call like a doggy bag. She drank what she wanted out in the forest, and she brought the rest home. She was like, I can't eat all this here. I'll need a nap. I'll be tired. I'll bring it home, and then I'll be able to just drink all that delicious blood and then fall asleep in a nice little vampire food coma.
Everything will be fine.
I mean, say it a couple more times, Micah. Maybe you'll start to believe it. Oh, God. What I call myself when I hear the voices in my head? Wait, which one? The prisoners are being eaten one by one like some fries. Yeah, it sounds like she's taking it slowly as well, based on the idea of that, like, one drawn-out scream. Magdalena may be playing with her food.
With no obvious way of escape and very little to do, Micah and Henny had no choice but to idle their time away. They sat upon the stone floor together. They could, Micah supposed, have sat upon the wooden cot, but it did not seem sturdy enough for the both of them, with their legs folded primely like two little girls conducting a make-believe tea party.
Oh, that's so cute.
Henny had at first balked at the thought of her mistress sitting on the floor like a plebeian.
But Micah's dress was already so dirty it scarce mattered. Sorry, I love the word plebeian, and I read it as plebeian because I'm dumb, but yeah, I love that word. You use that word towards someone, you are just completely disgracing them. Me when I order a pizza and then eat the leftover slices one by one straight from the fridge. So true. You order like a full pizza because it only costs like 12 bucks and you're like, wow, I'm not going to just spend like $8 for like a slice of pizza. I might as well get the full pizza. But then, yeah, you can only eat like 3 slices. You get like 4 more left in the fridge.
The two women did not, however, abandon themselves to inertia. Henny knew they had to do something to take their minds off their ghastly predicament. Fortunately, Henny was not empty-handed. She had in her pocket, alongside the kerchief she had used to wipe Micah's cheek, a pack of cards. These cards were bent at the corners, but they remained perfectly functional. For want of a better way to use their time, Henny proposed to Micah a game of Joker, which she soon accepted. Aww. Henny's awesome! She may not even have a purse with her, but she has all the things ready to go. How big are your pizzas? Dude. Even just a medium in a... Like, if you go to England, a medium isn't that big. It's probably what they'd call a personal in America. But a personal pizza costs like $8. And then a medium pizza costs like 10 to 11. And that shit is like big. That shit's like the size of your chest kind of thing. They don't hold back in America. Henny cut the deck, then dealt out the cards, emotions deaf despite her trembling. Both Henny and Micah were familiar with card games. They often played rounds to pass the hours, there being precious few amusements that ladies of Micah's caliber were permitted to do. Oof, that's rough. Were it not for Henny and her games, Micah feared she would have lost her mind from fright. The two women played several rounds of Joker, examining their decks and dispensing of cards. The game did not require a great degree of tactical thinking, but it helped alleviate some of Micah's concerns. They could not, alas, alleviate the cold, but Micah had been shivering for so long she had almost grown accustomed to it. She'd been in the dark, miserable cell for so long she could scarcely remember how it even felt to be warm. Had her journey to Augsburg continued unimpeded, she would now be sitting by the fire in Walter Gerhardt's living room, or else tucked up in one of his many guest bedrooms with a warming pan at her feet. Walter Gerhardt. Yeah, he sounds like a douche. Funny thing is, he probably had nothing to actually do with like the murders or anything. It's just like, man, on International Lesbian Day, get the fuck out of here. And he really is like a Mary Poppins, a magical pocket. She did describe her earlier as being like the reason that she kind of believes in magic. Your eyes get used to the darkness after a while. Yeah. You can't see in pitch black, but with just that little bit of candlelight coming in and the moonlight, yeah, they'd be able to see the cards just about. Both Augsburg and Walter Gerhardt seemed very far away to Micah now, though, being confined thus in a prison cell. How long had she been sitting with Henny on the floor, shivering? Micah did not know. She could not tell. She had lost all conception of time and its passing, and had become nebulous to her, unformed and unfixed. All Micah really knew in her infinite ignorance was that the night seemed hopelessly long, she hopelessly small and insignificant. There was no clock in Micah's cell, and neither she nor Henny carried timepieces upon them. The only means Micah had of tracking the advancement of the hour was the sliver of sky she could see beyond the narrow window, situated high above her head. She could recall that the sky had been dark upon her waking, and it remained so now, 3 games of Joker later. The moon, which emerged from the fog at irregular intervals, shone its pallid light upon Micah's head and upon her hand of cards, lighting her Joker in his wide, rictus grin. Micah had never much cared for the Joker in Henny's trusty pack of cards. His expression unnerved her. Every once in a while as she played, Micah spared a few glances upwards at the barred window. She could not hope to guess at the hour, but she knew it was late. It had been late when the bandits had descended upon her parents, and it was still late now. Perhaps 1 hour had passed since the attack, or 2. It could have been an advanced hour of the night, or could have been, by the same token, the very, very early hours of the following morning. The calendar might have shifted already from one day to the next, but Micah was none the wiser. Micah could not believe, though, when she tilted her head, that the sun had any intention of soon putting in an appearance. The darkness which abounded within her cell was too complete for it, the cards in her hands almost inscrutable without the aid of the moon's light. Micah could not hear, either, the telltale twittering of birdsong which often announced the coming dawn. When did the birds begin to chirp among the boughs of the trees beyond her bedroom window? Micah could not recall, but she thought it must have been around 6 in the morning. Micah had gone to bed at 10 every night like a dutiful daughter, despite her advancing years, but she had often found it hard to sleep for a full unbroken 8 hours. She would arise at odd hours, at 1 or 2 or 3, her head full of thoughts, and often she found it hard to sleep again. When this occurred, Micah would rise from bed to sit by her windowsill, her forehead in the summer pressed to the glass. That always helped cool her, and her errant thoughts alongside it. Oh, how her mind raced. It seemed quite unfair, really, that she should be cursed with so many thoughts when her parents demanded only that she be a perfect passive doll of a woman with no opinions at all. With weary eyes, Micah would look out to her back garden, steeped in shadows, and the cobblestone streets beyond it. Others might have found the night in its fathomless stillness uncomfortable, but Micah quite enjoyed it. At least she did not have to perform when all else were abed. She was free to feel and think as she wanted, without fear of being reproached. Micah. Her mother had often scolded her as she sat in the dining room for uncomfortable family meals. "You're fouling your bow again. I not warned you against it. It is most unattractive. What must Herr Gerhardt think if he could see you now?" Micah would always apologize for these faults of hers, no matter how slight, but inwardly as she smoldered. Did not like being spoken down to as if she were a child. Now, at least, after the night's horrors, she needed no longer worry about furrowing her brow in an unbecoming way as she sipped her soup. She no longer had a mother to scold her. She would never see her mother, nor her father again. And what of water? Of that, Micah had no earthly idea.
This is so well written. The whole idea of Micah being the perfect little posh little princess daughter, not even allowed to have her own thoughts, having to just be a nice little beautiful doll. Perfect looking, just sitting, being pretty, nothing to even pass the time. She just has her little games, probably like knitting and cooking, other home craft. No, they probably didn't even cook back then. They definitely knitted because they made like dowries and stuff. But yeah, she probably didn't even cook. They had people for that, so she did just about nothing. She was just there to look good till she got married off. The way women were conditioned to behave back in that time is terrible. Yeah, and the sad thing is, her mother probably was raised the exact same way. And so, yeah, it does just become a generational trauma kind of thing. And I mean, not just a generational trauma thing, but also like forced upon them by everyone else as well. Embroidery? Yeah, embroidery rather than knitting. That tended to be the posh lady's kind of pastime. A vicious cycle? Yeah, her mother probably thought she was helping her, to be honest. Because, I mean, the women who actually were okay with that would just be like, yeah, I mean, sure, it was kind of rough, but now I just get to live in a mansion and have it so much better than a lot of other women would. So yeah, in her mind, she's like, oh, I have to make my daughter into the perfect, proper little princess so any man will want to marry her and give her all the world that she desires. She will bear them plenty of children and her children will be her happiness. That kind of thing was the only thing that women could really do back then. Your voice acting and the beautiful music is making me sleepy. Oh my god, please, I want to know how the story goes. The VOD will always be here. Feel free to fall asleep. Yeah, I know, like, my narration voice when it comes to visual novels is very, very soothing. Very, like, monotonous, so don't worry if you end up falling asleep. Mika, just let me, like me, for real. What is a full 8 hours of sleep? True. Never got a full 8 hours of sleep. I've never played a visual novel. Do you recommend one? I'd recommend trying out this demo. Pretty much anything by 2.5 Studios. I haven't played many of Ebi-hime's other ones, so I can't recommend them just yet. We'll be playing more of them on the channel, but yeah, I recommend visual novels in general. It's like reading a book, but with music, sometimes voice acting, and also beautiful visuals, so it's always good. They can also add to the story in elevating levels, so it's good. You can never go wrong with Nekopara. True. There's tons, billions, millions of visual novels. I also really want to look into Umineko no Naku Koro ni eventually. I've heard that's pretty good. I know that one's like super long though, so I'm not sure if we'd ever play that on the channel. That would be like committing to like a 10-year kind of thing. But yeah, we've been talking about Fata Morgana quite a bit today, but pretty much anything by 2.5 Studios. I'd try like the Ebi-hime ones. There are so many beautiful ones. Oddly, the horror streams seem to work well for my sleep. I've heard a lot of people say that, even though I scream quite a bit. It works. That's why I'm glad myself. My siblings and cousins were born in the modern age. We have far more freedoms than our ancestors. Yeah, and of course we're still getting there in a lot of ways. We're still progressing, but it is certainly better now than it has been like 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago.
no matter how toxic the world is, we can always look back on things more nostalgically, but every generation has its own problems. Every generation has its own shit that it was dealing with. At least if you are in like the first world nowadays, things are, well, comfortable, to say something. We've got our own shares of problems, but we're making strides at least. I just recently, sorry, this is an off tangent, and I'm sorry that I keep getting distracted from the actual visual novel. I just recently finished watching the first season of True Detective, which has like Matthew McConaughey playing a character named Rusty. And he's like a really intense nihilist throughout the story. And at the end, he has this really great line, because despite he is so nihilistic and so dark and like doesn't think that humanity should even exist, thinks that we're just a biological mistake with our consciousness and we should just all die. He has this really good line right at the end of it where he looks up at the night sky and he's talking about how there's a little bit of light up there, and his friend talks about, well, not many stars up there, I guess the darkness is winning, we're gonna have to fight harder. And the guy's just like, yeah, you gotta remember, at one time there was nothing but darkness. I would say the light is starting to win. So it's just like a beautiful little moment of being like nihilistic, but also, yeah, at one point there was nothing. Everything was darkness. The fact that there are even any tiny amounts of light is something moving forward, something positive to look forward to. I liked the first season. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to watch the other seasons. I only watched the first season because I was really excited when I heard that the King in Yellow and Carcosa was involved in it. I really like the King in Yellow and Carcosa. I just happened to hear somebody mention like, oh, the King in Yellow is in this first season. I was like, yo, how do they bring that Eldritch shit into it? And unfortunately, they don't do it well. It let me down, but it was still a fascinating series. I loved the series. It's just I wanted some proper like horror shit. Or anime. Oh, it's not anime. It's a live action one. It's called True Detective with Matthew McConaughey. It's a good like 10 years old now, but it's good. And like the main bad guys are like, I won't spoil anything, but I'll just say what I got told that drew me into it. It's just like they talk about Carcosa, they talk about the King in Yellow, all of that kind of stuff. A positive nihilist. True. Still a bit of a pessimist as well, but I mean, the definition between like pessimist and realist is pretty vague, so I'm glad that he found some bit of joy there. I like Matthew McConaughey. He has a really good outlook on life. When you hear some of the things he talks about, like his belief in the world and like the supernatural, the otherworldly, and like beyond life, it's really beautiful. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Annie groused while examining her own cards.
We ought to be at Herr Gerhardt's right now, safe as houses. We weren't so very far from Augsburg. At least I don't think we were when we were attacked. Why did those bandits have to go after us?
They were just unfortunate, I suppose.
Can't imagine the bandits meant specifically to target us.
We just happened to be there.
You're probably right, but... goodness. All the awful luck.
At least you've had a fair run during our game.
You've beaten me out soundly during every single hand. Well, true, I suppose. Should thank heaven for small mercies, eh?
Henny smiled at Micah's attempt to cheer her, but it didn't last. Both Henny's smile and Micah's cheer were half-hearted, and soon they were swallowed by the sinister darkness of their cell.
Yeah, that's rough when you're trying to keep your hopes up. They're like both trying to cheer each other up in a little bit backwards and forwards, but then at the same time, they realize immediately how pointless it is because they're in such a fucked situation where they don't know if they're going to be tortured or murdered or everything else.
It's a shame I don't feel more thankful. I wonder what Herr Gerhard would make of this. He'd be off his head, I'm sure, if he knew the state you're being kept in, Micah. I'm enraged too, for you and him. You deserve far better than this. You're von Essen, for crying out loud.
Okay, yeah, so now we know. Mademoiselle was her teacher or some other outside of the family member. She's Micah von Essen.
The person who's holding us here will feel mighty sorry when they realize who you are. You're a real lady.
Maybe. Micah's reply was vague in both tone and meaning. Not even Micah herself was sure whether she meant to disparage Henny's optimistic assertions that her status as a lady would grant her any favors with her captors, or whether she was a lady at all.
Oh, Essen is a German place.
Oh. Did Germans do the... Okay, so could she be like Micah something else, von Essen? Is it like one of those things where it basically means like of Essen, like of the Essen, these people? Like when they do the whole like classic, I know from the British thing, it was always like, oh, you're a Dawson. Are you from the Yorkshire Dawsons or perhaps the Terriershire Dawsons? Essen means food. Oh, Madam Essen. Yeah, would they like use that as a last name, or would it just be like she'd have a first name and a last name and then von Essen as well as like a title? Nobility from that place. Ah, okay. Like a duke, maybe. Essen is a German place. Gotcha. Micah von Essen. Doesn't von mean a person of place? Yeah, that's what I figured. Von is usually a sign of royalty back then when it comes to German. Ah, okay. Micah von Essen. Micah of Essen. Lady Essen. That's good. Yeah, sorry, I know nothing about German nobility. I can only connect it to what I do know. Micah had been born to a noble family. It was true, with a lineage which could be traced back centuries. But the von Essens were not what they had been. Okay, so yeah, it's just Micah von Essen. But now we know that the Essen also designates exactly where she comes from in Germany, so now we know where she would have lived. Half a century of poor financial decisions and a grandfather with a compulsive gambling addiction had led to the squandering of much of the von Essen's wealth. While still in possession of their family home and a veritable fleet of maidservants, the family's finances had been in a dire strait ever since Micah's girlhood. Though not openly wanting for cash, Micah's parents had made a good many purchases based on their family's prestige rather than the figures in their bank account. Micah's wedding to Herr Gerhardt had been an attempt to shore up the family's wealth before they could fall from grace altogether. But that now seemed an impossibility. How could Micah wed Walter when she was incarcerated? If Micah had loved Walter, she surely would have shed tears over so cruel a fate. As it was, however, she was curiously calm. What did she care how Walter Gerhardt felt? She barely knew him. Makes sense she's called food, considering the possibilities of her fates. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If Essen means food, it's also a real city with a funny name like Worms. Yeah, no, 100%. But yeah, if Essen means food, she is just basically food for our girl. She hasn't been found by her yet, but yeah, that is her fate right now.
Oh, not to worry. Herr Gerhardt must be sitting in his drawing room now, wondering where the blazes we are. No idea what time it is.
I'm also interested in the whole... So her family had no money as well. They were just trying to marry into another family to secure their future. I wonder if Herr Gerhardt happened to know exactly what was going on with their situation, and maybe that's why he decided to just get rid of them completely. Maybe then he wouldn't have to marry her. He wouldn't have to be like attached to her family that is kind of like going to be a drain on their family. Or it could just be somebody related to Gerhardt who just didn't want them getting married for the same kind of reason. Delicious Micah in dungeon? Yeah, true. I mean, do you think Walter would care about Micah with his status and all? You never know. Some political marriages were actually okay back then. And honestly, a lot of them were just for status, and women were just seen as like trophies more than anything anyway. Like they've been saying, they were pretty things. They just sat there and looked gorgeous and were accessories for their men. They bore children for them and showed off their wealth and nobility. Could have just been chosen for the pun. Yeah, I think it was for the pun. I think they probably went with Essen specifically, so they could be like, ah, yes, she's Micah of food. I hear water instead of water and was wondering why such a big deal for water. She's thirsty? Somebody's thirsty, but not for water. Surprised Gerhard is in his last name. It's more commonly a first name. I think most last names tend to come from first names, to be fair, though. Or from, like, job titles and stuff like that. It depends on the region, I guess, though. What I will say, somebody else did point out, like, that, yeah, the her. I know I'm not pronouncing her, right? I know it's supposed to be more of, like, a her with, like, a... Her. I can't roll my R's, so I can't do the proper German pronunciation. But, yeah, it just basically means, Mr. kind of thing. I know those ones from, like, von Hohenheim and her... From things from Full Metal Alchemist more than anything. In Full Metal Alchemist, you got like a lot of the German titles. Von Hohenheim, Herr Schnitzel, I think. There were a couple ones. That, Micah thought glumly, made two of them.
But we should have arrived in Augsburg ages ago.
Oh yeah, and Ferdinand von Ayer. How can we forget? He announces it every other freaking attack.
Her Gerhard is sure to send out a search party before long. Be worried sick about you, Micah.
You really think so?
Absolutely. I mean, he is your fiancé. He's got to be worried.
You're such a sweet thing.
I don't see... Oh, such a sweet thing. I don't see how he couldn't.
I thought she was talking to...
Thank you, Henny. I appreciate it.
Don't thank me, Micah. I'm just stating the facts. If I was a man and I had a fiancé like you can bet that I wouldn't let you out of my sight. Oh, maybe there is going to be a Henny route.
Perhaps it's a good thing that I'm in here with you, then. You at least know I'm all right.
Yes, you are. I thank heaven on high for it. You know I'd do anything to keep you safe, Micah.
I know.
Micah could well believe that coming from Henny. When it came to Henny's claims about water, however, Micah was less certain. Oh, that's water? Oh, I've seen this one. I have seen Ebi-hime in 2.5 Studios share this man. He is beautiful. I hope they show the top of his head for you guys. He is like a way sexier version of Dimitri from Three Houses. I can't wait for you to see him. This artist is so good at drawing beautiful women. He's also so good at drawing absolutely outstanding men. Look at the jawline. Look at the lips. Oh, look at the clothing. Their clothing even matches. I wonder if that's why they dressed her in blue. But yeah, no, I can't wait for you to see his hair. He's like a very sexy Dimitri. He's like Dimitri as people seem to imagine Dimitri. Everyone always tells me how Dimitri's like the best route. Dimitri's the sexiest character. And I'm like, I get it for the murder and like the rampaging boar aspect. You don't look like that guy. This guy, on the other hand. Feel free to go look it up on Twitter if you feel like. Go through like 2.5 Studios or Ebi-hime's like past media posts. And the artist. The artist has shared a lot of them too. The artist is RockCR on Twitter. I'm pretty sure they've like shared it a bunch of times. I'll probably like link it later as well. The artist is gorgeous.
What did she know about water, really, other than his age and his occupation and how fabulously, excessively wealthy he was? Micah had met Walter on only 3 past occasions, and they'd exchanged almost as many words. The man was a stranger to her, and Micah's desire to marry him was inversely proportional with her parents' desire to see her walking down the aisle. Micah had been dreading her visit to Augsburg for well over a month. Now it had been terminated, she felt a perverse sort of relief.
The benefits to being bi? Yeah, baby. Happy International Lesbian Day, but also as a bisexual player in this game, this is a fantastic time. They made him that hot to emphasize how little Micah is attracted to men. So true. They said she's met him and she's still not like, God, I quivered to see him again. So yeah, that's fair. You have to not be super interested in men to see that guy and not just be like, sploosh. Part of Micah had even begun to wonder as she sat in her cell whether the bandits' attack had brought with it some good alongside all the bad. But that, Micah chastised herself, was hopelessly cruel. Were her parents' lives truly worth that little to her? It was true enough that she may never see Walter Gerhardt again, but she would never see her mother nor her father again either. It was not a fair trade, not by any stretch of the imagination. How could she ever have thought of such a thing? It must, Micah thought grimly, be because I'm a bad daughter. My mother was right. I'm ungrateful. Perhaps this then is a punishment from God. I never appreciated them while they were alive, and now they're dead. How cruel and callous I am. Penny might have called Micah sweet, but Micah found this hard to believe. A lifetime beneath her mother's iron, implacable rule had taught Micah how to be submissive, but it had not taught her sweetness. She smiled and simpered because it was expected of her, but late at night, when she could not sleep, she seethed. Micah had resented her parents and Walter alongside them for a long time. That Henny did not know this was perturbing. Henny must not have known Micah all that well after all. Or perhaps Micah thought, with a shiver, it was she who did not truly know herself. Or perhaps she knows you better than you know yourself, and she can see the sweetness, and she can see the fact that you're just fucking human. Your mother kind of sounds like a fucking nightmare, even though she's just a woman of her time and doing her best. But yeah, I think everyone goes through that feeling. Everyone has that feeling of, like, realizing they've been a bit underappreciative for things that they should have loved and should have cherished after they're gone. You can't help it. You think they're going to be there forever, and especially in this case where, yeah, she basically felt like she was in a cage and not made out of roses in that case by her parents. So it makes sense that she feels like a little bit relieved of like, oh, thank God I don't have to marry that man. Do what's expected of me. Locked in a jail cell, but at least I get to be myself instead of the pretty little Princess Victorian doll. Maybe you're not bad, you're just in the closet. True. She's going to have some interesting conversations with God in the future as well. God. Anybody's ever read Interview with a Vampire? Louis's outlook on the great divine gets kind of sullied when he starts to realize a lot of things about himself. Micah and Henny sat in their cell for what could have been minutes, or hours, or even days, whiling away the time. My God, there was so much time, with continued, unending, incessant games of Joker. Micah's heart was not in the game, her head being otherwise occupied, and Henny trounced her soundly 12-1. Henny was better than Micah at card games in general, so this came as little surprise. Micah was accustomed to losing and accepted her failures with good grace. There were more important things in life than card games. And in any event, Micah had never cared for the jokers in Henny's deck. She preferred to be rid of them. I wonder... I kind of hope we get to see the jokers later. I wonder if they're going to maybe have a striking resemblance to our good Gerhardt. Yes, Catholic girl in the closet. The religious trauma, man. The pressures. Mom, I'm a lesbian and a monster flicker. Flicker? Wait, was that intentional? Because if so, that's actually a very funny statement when it comes to the Yuri. But yeah, monster fricker on top of that. I love an undead, unholy beast. Sorry, mommy. I call her mommy now, and I don't talk to the great divine anymore. I pray at the church down there. Little of note happened during these dead, empty hours. Nobody came to visit Henny and Micah in their cell, and the faint screams both women had heard, though Micah was staunchly determined to think of it as the wind, did not see fit to impinge upon their solitude. The sky beyond their prison cell, meanwhile, remained dark, like a bereaved widow outfitted in the mourning clothes. The cold remained oppressive, the stone floor uncomfortable, and Micah found little in the way of relief, no matter how much she shifted. Micah had just begun to wonder in a detached way as Henny launched into their 14th round of Joker, whether they would ever meet their rescuer. Perhaps whoever had hauled them from their forest had done so not as an act of kindness, but as a means of prolonging their suffering. Maybe they meant to keep them locked in the cell alone until time itself slowed to a trickle and ceased, the squalid stone walls tumbling down about them to crush their emaciated corpses in the debris. But soon, shockingly soon, or so it seemed, despite all of the interminable waiting, Micah found her hypothesis proved wrong. She could hear above the sound of Henny shuffling the deck a sound. Oh yeah, those quiet footsteps. Here we freaking go! Footsteps. The footsteps were soft enough at first that Micah wondered whether she had imagined them, but as the seconds elapsed, they became louder still, until even Henny heard them.
Goodness me.
And he fumbled with the cards, then threw them down, face up, red hearts and black spades split across the stone.
Can you hear that, Micah?
Yes, I can. Somebody must be coming.
A rescuer from the woods, do you think?
It could be our rescuer, yes. But maybe... There's a song called Calling All the Monsters? In this game, or just in general? We want hot vampire lady? Yeah, we do. Micah did not finish this thought. Her saliva felt too thick in her throat, like tar, and she shivered. She did not want to extinguish the hope which she could see, flickering now in Henny's eyes. That would have been cruel. Henny's head swiveled to the grated iron door, excitable as a puppy, and wide-eyed she peered through the shadows.
This is a turn for the better. I was beginning to worry they'd forgotten all about us.
Can't wait to come face to face with them. I'll be sure to tell them exactly what I think about their so-called hospitality. Yo, she's so happy. She's so optimistic. You've said that once before, Henny. I wish you wouldn't. I don't wish to anger them. Oh, stuff and nonsense. I'm sure it'll be fine. If they wanted to harm us, they had plenty of chances to do it already, surely. That is true, but... The footsteps drew closer still, echoing about the stone walls, echoing too inside Micah's skull. The footsteps could represent only two things. They would mean salvation if they were lucky, but Micah found it difficult to believe this. Neither she nor Henny had been very lucky that night, despite Henny's continued winning hands in poker. Joker, sorry, my mind auto-corrected that to a game I prefer. It seemed far more likely that these footsteps would bring about yet more suffering. And sure enough... Well, well. Would you look at what the cat dragged in? The voice that cut through Micah's musings was a proud, haughty one, the syllables polished to perfection like cut glass. The voice belonged quite obviously to a woman, and given her pronunciation, she must have been well-bred. Perhaps their rescuer too was a lady, a von such-and-such as Micah was, from a family whose ancestral home was vast and old and grand enough to have its very own dungeon. Whereas most nobility used their subterranean storage spaces for wine cellars, this family seemed to prefer taking prisoners. The thought did not fill Micah with such confidence about a mysterious rescuer. Well-bred. That doesn't mean what it sounds like. It doesn't mean what we would say nowadays for well-bred, which means, damn, she got around. It's actually kind of darker, honestly. It means that she's from a good family, from noble birth, from good, quote-unquote, breeding stock, as they would say back in the day when they liked to keep the bloodlines, quote-unquote, pure. Dirty. But yeah, that's what they mean by well-bred. They just mean she was like, you know, raised well, very posh, very, yeah, rich and fancy and well-educated. Anxiously, she glanced up to meet the source of said voice, and when she did... Oh. Micah could not help but gasp in surprise. Is this a lesbian awakening? I swear to God. Oh. Sorry, guys. I'm going to need to turn you off for a second. Holy shit. I didn't expect her to look so evil. She looks so gentle in, like, the official, like, release art. Man, she's smiling so sadistically. Maybe she does just see them as food right now. Look what the cat dragged in and all of that. Oh, God. Gorgeous. Okay, let's bring you guys back. Man. The owner of the voice, who now stood upon the opposite side of the cell's door, was not at all what Micah had imagined. She was shorter than Micah had expected. Shorter than Micah herself, who was dwarfed by her wealthier, significantly older fiancé, and slender with it, her cheekbones high, her neck not dissimilar to the stem of a flower. I did not expect her to be shorter either. That's kind of sexy in its own way. Micah's actually the taller one in the relationship. So pretty, but the fangs peeking through? Exactly. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. The white and red and black. Ah, the thick, thick eyes as well. The dark ring around the eyes, the black eyebrows with the white hair, the pointy ears, and all the gems in her hair. Absolutely gorgeous. This is such peak design. The outfit is outstanding. Yeah, that as well. She does look like a very evil, very sadistic, very gorgeous version of a video. Her skin was frighteningly pale, like that of a corpse, and beneath her eyes, Micah could see dark rings similar to those he often sported during the long nights at her bedroom window, unable to sleep. The woman, or was she a girl, had hair so fair it was almost white, which almost seemed to glow in the moon's light. Her hair was not worn as most women did in chignon. Chignon, right? Chignon, but instead was loose. It tumbled down her shoulders in waves, all disarrayed in a manner which would have made Micah's mother swoon from the sheer impropriety of it all. I love that. Her mother would be like, oh my gosh, dear, you need to tie that hair up. You look so ridiculous.
Also, yeah, the way her hair sits on her shoulders as well is so realistic. Some of the bits like curling back behind her shoulders, some of them falling a bit more loose down to the armpit. It's so good. The decorations in it though, yeah, the little blue gems. She's just got that little hint of blue. Unlike Micah and her fiance. The outfit I would kill for so much, man. So much. The girl's appearance, but was she a girl? Was striking not only because of her indeterminable age, but because of her eyes, widely spaced and fringed with the most luxurious of lashes. Her irises were not brown like Henny's, nor blue like Micah's. They were not green, nor hazel, nor grey, nor any of the other shades Micah had seen in the faces of her family's servants, and the attendants at the boutiques to which her mother took her, and the congregation at her local parish. Her irises were instead bright red, so much so, they bordered on the visceral. These lovely irises were even redder than the blood which had seeped from Micah's sliced cheek, which had now congealed and seemed full of violence. The girl was a perfect stranger to Micah, but her eyes told more than pleasant chit-chat ever could. She was not normal. The fangies as well are so good. Lovely irises, huh? Yeah. She basically just described how, hey, they've never chatted before, but she seems to know so much about her just looking into her gorgeous eyes. Very Elizabeth Bathory coded. It's what Elizabeth Bathory wished she could have been. Her whole description about her like being an indeterminable age as well. It's like, is she like 16? Is she like 22? I don't know. She just kind of looks like she's made of a fucking stone marble statue. Micah knew instinctively as she gazed upon her that she should keep her distance if she could. But this only made her conversely feel even more enchanted. She could not look away from her. It was as though her captor had placed her under a spell.
That woman...
Annie shifted back, her skirts shifting against the ground.
She's the one I told you about, Micah. The one from the woods. She's the one who fought off all those bandits. I thought it was unbelievable what I saw, but now I know it wasn't a dream. She really is real. She killed all those men. She's a monster.
A monster? Micah murmured this under her breath, her expression one of perplexity. Bet you any money you want, the next bunch of lines are going to talk about how she doesn't look like a monster to her. She looks more like a goddess. Too beautiful, too gentle. Had Henny delivered this indictment against any other, Micah would have thought her guilty of exaggeration. But she could believe such a claim easily enough when leveled at this woman. This woman did not look as monsters did in fairy tales, with slobbering maws and sharpened claws, but her red eyes made Micah's blood cold regardless. She was no ordinary woman, but perhaps that was to be expected. Nothing about this night's event had been ordinary. Okay, she went the opposite direction with it. That's even better. She still can't look away from her, but she's like, no, she's a monster. She's a monster. She's terrifying. She could totally kill anyone she felt like. And I like that. Micah is truly finding her awakening, both as a lesbian and as a monster fricker. At least she's not delusional. Yeah, she's not in any kind of like hiding away from it. Oh, she's like, yeah, no, she's a monster, all right. A beautiful monster who has me under her control.
Oh, a monster am I?
The woman's unnatural eyes narrowed, and with a smile she said,
You cut me to the quick, you humans do. At least you would, were I not so accustomed to it.
Yo, her smile is so crazy good.
Perhaps I bring it upon myself, given the unusual manner in which I treat my guests, but you could at least try to be polite. Why, if it were not for me, the both of you would be lying in the woods right now, mangled beyond all recognition.
Yo, it took me till the end of that line to see just how puffed up her face was. Oh, that's so cute. She's actually, oh, she's so childish despite being God knows how many years old. The pout, yeah. She's like, yes, I know I locked you in a dungeon, but god damn it, I also saved your life. How dare.
So you really were the one who saved us? I thought as much. This isn't a face anybody could forget in a hurry.
Why, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I am very striking, I know.
Oh, and the confidence.
Why did you save us, though? And how? Can't believe you brought us back here, wherever he is, on your own. You must have had help. Oh, if only. But alas, not any help for... Well, let's see. Must have been a century at least.
Oh, shit. A century? She hasn't had any help either. Does she live alone in this castle? Damn. I guess everybody else died off a long while ago.
Century?
Henry gawked at the woman, her eyes agog.
That would make you older than my grandmother. It can't be right. Don't look a day over 18. Oh, do you really think so? You're too kind.
Laughing softly, the woman extricated a key from her pocket and inserted it into the awaiting keyhole. Deftly she turned it, and deftly she stepped inside the cell, the hem of her dark cape dragging against the uneven stone floor. God, she is so gorgeous. Once inside the cell, she turned to pull the door open and locked it anew.
There, that ought to do it. It'd be horribly tedious if you tried to run from me. I would be able to catch you, of course, but I'd rather not bother with all the fuss. It's such a hassle.
With the door thusly secured, she placed the key inside her pocket and turned to look at her prisoners. For that, Micah knew, with a sinking feeling, was what she saw. Micah had been aware of her status upon waking in her dank prison cell, but the presence of the woman and how very aloof she was made this abundantly clear. She had not been brought back to this woman's abode as an equal. She was at the woman's mercy, von Essen or no, and Micah feared her family's prestigious She was at the woman's mercy, von Essen or no, and Micah feared her family's prestigious title would have very little sway here. The woman did not seem like one who cared for such things. She did not seem like one who cared much for anything, really, or even about anything. Her lips might have been curled into a coy smile like the one who had been dealt a particularly good hand in a card game, but her red eyes were hard and horribly empty. Micah could tell on an instinctual level that this woman was not one to be trifled with. Why, she might not have been a woman at all. I love that. Hold strong, Fulgur, hold strong. Nah, I'm good. She would just casually snap my neck in a heartbeat, and I would say Tuskaru with the last, like, death rings, death bells, death guttural sounds coming out of my throat. And that's fine. Then she'd move on and take Micah away. That's good by me.
Why are you looking at me like that?
The woman, catching Micah's cowed expression, pouted.
You're making me feel quite unwelcome.
Oh, this sad face. I only saw that for a second.
Thought you would be relieved to see my face after being left to languish in the catacombs of my castle for hours on end. Maybe I was hoping for too much. In any case, you shouldn't frown like that, dear. It's an awful waste. You'll wrinkle your pretty face.
Oh, shit. And she immediately called her pretty. This chastisement was familiar to Micah. She had heard it many times from her mother. While Micah had been trained to obey her mother without question, however, it was not so with this strange woman. Some of her reticence fell away, and needled, Micah said,
What I do with my face is of my own concern. I'm sure it's none of your business. My.
The mysterious woman tittered.
You're feistier than you look. I took you for a shrinking violet, but maybe I was mistaken. You might make for quite an amusing plaything, though you'd be a good sight prettier if you smiled.
Oh, shit.
Can't say I blame you for being so surly, though. I never liked smiling on command either, though it's been many, many years since anybody last tried to give me orders. Fortunate nobody can tell me what to do now, at least. It came at quite the price, but...
Again, her sad expression is so gorgeous. She is so expressive. Normally when you get, like, vampires, immortals, any kind of creature that's been, like, several hundred years alive, they get, like, less expressive. Things get less interesting. But she's still got that, like, childish playfulness.
And it sounds like she wasn't super happy to become a vampire, to be left completely alone in this castle by herself for at least 100 years. She's very expressive. Yeah, it's great. And God, the artist has done such a good job. Doing this art style and yet managing to be so expressive throughout it is damn good.
Oh well, never mind. Where are my manners? My name is Magdalena. You may call me Lena.
Oh shit, yes I will. Lena or Lena? What are we gonna... Lena sounds better to me, but I thought Magdalena was probably the better pronunciation. We'll go with Lena for now.
My family's name, meanwhile, is of no particular importance. It might have commanded some respect back in the day, but it is not so now. They've long since been obliterated. I doubt history will remember them. It would not wish to. I'm all that is left of their legacy, a fact I would very much love to rub in their faces. But alas, I never got the chance.
Okay, there's no sadness about her family's demise. Think her family were all vampires, or do you think she, you know, just hated them for a different reason? Sounding like she was in a similar position to Micah, where they were telling her what to do, making her be a proper woman of breeding, and she did not like it. I'm gonna lie, I called her Magda in my head earlier. I've heard the nickname Magda before. I don't know if it came from Magdalena, but yeah, Magda is a cute name. Can't help but associate Magdalena's name to Mary Magdalene, because Magdalena is the origin for Magdalene. It comes from woman from Magdala. Oh, shit. Quite ironic because she has the Christian symbol. Yeah. Despite being vampiric, normally they're associated away from the cross and everything, so that's sick. Kind of stiff, but she's only 100 maybe. So for a vampire, she's young. I mean, she's been alone for 100 years. That doesn't mean that's all she's lived for. She could have lived for centuries before that too. But yeah, we'll find out in time, I guess. Magdalena has very different possible nicknames. Awesome. Magda is short for Magdalena in Polish. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard Magda in like some of the classic literature kind of things from like Poland and stuff. Magda. I think there's a witch named Magda in something, but I can't remember where I'm thinking of it from. Like she's saying, try it. Yeah. It's like she's saying, hey, my parents sucked. I killed all of them. I could kill you if I wanted to. Nobody will ever give me a command again.
It's very nice to meet you for the second time this night.
Oh, she curtsied. So saying, Magdalena dropped a neat curtsy, taking hold of her cape in lieu of a skirt.
I'm afraid I will not be afforded much of a chance to properly know you. While I would relish the chance to speak to a couple of young maidens such as yourselves, I have designs for you beyond idle chatter. What do you mean by that exactly? Only that now I have brought you here, I cannot continue to let you live. You've already seen too much. What?
Penny stared at Magdalena with wide eyes, so full of fear the air swelled with it.
What do you mean? What I said. Do try to keep up. It's awfully tedious having to explain myself down to the finer details. But I suppose you have a right to know the bare minimum, prisoners though you may be. I would hate to keep you in suspense, and at this point it matters not how much you know. You'll not be able to tell anybody else what you might learn here. You'll not be venturing forth beyond the walls of my castle ever again.
Magdalena smiled, her lips lifting in a wicked grin, not so very unlike that of the Joker in Henny's pack of cards. Though Magdalena's face was white, her lips were red, much like her eyes. They stood out in her milky face like a rose blooming despite the winter's chill. Or else, Micah thought with a shudder, freshly spilt blood. Okay, I love this actually. I was expecting Micah to instantly just be like, oh, she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I can't stop looking at her. Oh, she's not a monster, she's an angel. But they've gone the opposite way so hard. She's like comparing her to death. She's comparing her to the Joker, which she was already frightened of. She is terrified of her. But that doesn't stop her being excited by her as well. And I love that. This is true monster fricker writing. It's great.
You must understand that I am not a normal woman. No human can hope to best me when it comes to a competition of sheer strength, as the bandits who were pursuing you soon discovered. It did not take me more than a few seconds to dispatch them. The fight they put up was so pathetic, it made me wonder why they even bothered.
If they had any respect for my time, they would have slit their own throats with their daggers and saved me the trouble.
Oh shit, that line goes so hard.
You humans can be awfully thoughtless. And if they had done that, I wouldn't have been able to bring the leader of their little group back to my castle. It was in a bad way, and I was obliged to introduce myself to him before bestowing upon him your similar honors. I really must apologize for making you wait. Magdalena dropped another curtsy, as an elegant lady might, but it smacked of insincerity. There was no respect in Magdalena's red irises for her pair of prisoners. Rather than sympathize with their plight, she instead seemed little more than amused. How many men and women had Magdalena brought to her castle, and how many had she summarily tortured? Micah knew of at least one besides herself and Henny.
Oh, this is so good. Oh, so we're playing Beauty and the Beast style. A little bit. I hate the internet. That's not the first Joker I thought of.
Looking good, Joker.
She's playing with them? Yeah. She didn't have to introduce herself. She could have just opened the bars, sliced their throats, drank their blood, and walked away. But no, she wants them to know about their impending fate. She wants them to know about their death. Especially since she seems to find them beautiful, so... Playing with your food, getting to see beautiful women cry and beg and tear up. I don't think that's what we're going to get, though. I think we're going to get them being like, hey, what if we just lived here? You could keep us as prisoners. And she'll be like, huh?
What an amusing idea. You'd like to live with a monster, would you?
You don't think it will chill your blood even more? You'd like to fall to the depravity and sin of myself? This is a good game. I like this game.
The bandits' leader. Did you kill him? Eventually, yes. It was quite the sight. You ought to have seen the way he begged and pleaded and groveled at my feet. A grown man like that who was practically made of muscle? Oh, how fickle fortune is. Just 1 hour hence, he was the predator stalking his prey through the woods alongside his lackeys. And the next...
Magdalena drew a hand across her neck in the unequivocal, universal gesture of a slit throat.
Well, what goes around comes around. He got what he deserved, and his screams really were exquisite. Did you perchance happen to hear them? He was being rather loud.
Henny gave a violent start at this, but said nothing sensible. Her mouth fell open, but only syllables came out, all broken up and interspaced. That's fan-fucking-tastic. While she was torturing him, she was thinking about the fact that her beautiful other prisoners that she was going to be torturing later would be stewing in their own fear. She enjoys this. She's so sadistic. It's great. The sarcastic politeness, that's so hot. Yeah, it's got the whole kind of range of,
oh yes, of course, my princess. No one would dare to hurt you. What? Oh, goodness. Surprised, are you? You shouldn't be. That man was a bandit, a vulture in a man's flesh who profited on misery. If it weren't for me, you would have gone the same way as the poor unfortunates in that stalled carriage. The driver and the horses, too. Nobody was spared their ravages, man nor beast. They made quite the grisly mess. Were I a century younger, it would have been enough to turn even my stomach. Maybe that is so, but to gloat over another death like that, it doesn't seem right. You're twisted! If I am twisted, that is only because of this world.
Magdalena began, but then paused. A momentary furrow captured her white, smooth brow. But soon it straightened out, as though nothing of note had occurred. Oh, so she definitely does have a tragic past. She's been through some shit, and she's still angry at the world from it. Bless Hetty. Yeah, she's doing her best. A century younger. Yeah, and it sounds like the other person was right. It sounds like 100 years ago, she was like, yeah, still kind of humanish. If that would have turned her blood and turned her stomach back then.
Well, never mind that. I do not wish to spout cliches about good and evil. I would begin to bore myself. The fact of the matter is that man got what he deserved, as did his compatriots. I took great pains to ensure that. I paid that brigand back twofold for what he did to you. You know that he tried to be stoic in the beginning? Humans often are. Human males in particular. We've so much pride. It's funny, really, that a cur like that would care so very much about appearances. He was less a man than he was a dog, but he still had pretensions of greatness, or of grandeur. I soon stripped him of those lofty delusions, however. Humans are very alike in one regard, at least. You all scream the same after your bones have been broken and you all bleed red. That man was a brigand, I'll admit, who deserved the hangman's noose. That's for a court of law to decide, not you. You did his injustice. It's barbaric. You shouldn't be taking pleasure in other people's deaths. Who gave you the right to kill him anyway? I had every right to kill him. He was trespassing upon my land, as were you and the young lady here. His life was already forfeit the moment he encroached upon my territory. The Lord's Prayer may say we ought to forgive those who wrong us, but I've no patience with such teachings. They do not apply to me. The Lord has forsaken me. I'm no longer a member of his congregation. He would have no love for me as I am now, and I have little love for him. I cannot conceive how he would have let me suffer so if he truly existed. Sometimes I do wonder.
Yo, okay, she is going through the entire Louis misconceptions from Vampire, the interview with the Vampire, Vampire Chronicles. Yeah, she's got the whole, oh, I was a good little Christian girl once. I believed in the Lord. I believed he would protect the weak, the downtrodden. The world was supposed to be given to the meek after all. But then I had to take it myself. I became the monster. Yo, Maridine, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys all had fun with Valorant. And welcome to all the Mari pets. I hope you're having a lovely day. Today we are playing a girl's love or Yuri or Sapphic visual novel about this girl, this vampire on the right, and this adorable woman with the long red hair. She is a noblewoman who was set to get married to a noble lord named Gerhard. There we go. Along the way, she was attacked by bandits. Her parents were killed, and so it's just her and her maid left alive. But thankfully, this vampire lady, Magdalena, showed up at the last second, killed all the bandits, tortured one to death in the prison jail, and has now decided that these two girls are going to be her playthings until she decides to end their lives. So yeah, a fun time, perfect for the spoopy season. We've got a beautiful, ethereal-looking vampire deciding to torture her prey, and we'll see what she does with them. But yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't make it to Valorant. I did get invited to Valorant. Unfortunately, I'd already had this stream planned. Opal always seems to invite me to things like the day before my schedule goes out, and I'm already like, I've already got things in mind. I'm sorry. I always have to miss them, but I hope you guys had fun, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there. Feel free to stick around and watch the visual novel if you want to. It's just like me reading a book. But also, if you don't want to, don't worry about it. Head out, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you for being here. You mean to add blasphemy to your list of crimes? Oh, I should tell you their names too, so you know who's speaking. Magdalena's the vampire with the white hair and red eyes. The girl with the red hair and blue eyes is Micah. And the one on the far left is Henny, her maid.
Oh, I've done far, far worse than that in my time. The morals of you good, sententious churchgoers do not apply to me. I'm not of your kind. I'm a drinker of blood who walks the night. I've been alive for over a century, though my life is very different to yours and your mistress's. I doubt that you could understand me, and neither do I want you to. I've no desire to understand you either. There would be no point. We are much too different. A drinker of blood? But that would make you... a vampire?
It was Micah who offered forth this label after Henny's voice faltered. Micah was an ardent devourer of books, and she had read before of such shadowy denizens of the light, much to her mother's chagrin. Lady von Essen had thought that Micah, as a very well-bred young woman, ought not to read at all.
It will only excite your mind, dear,
but should instead busy herself with embroidery. Micah, however, had always preferred books to busy work, particularly work which involved needles.
and she found herself returning to stories time and time again, whenever she needed a break from her own dreary life. Micah had read all manners of books over the years, but she preferred adventure stories full of mystery, intrigue, and, yes, even murder. Micah knew from her reading that vampires were nocturnal creatures, often aristocratic, who shunned the sunlight, dwelt in ruinous castles, and supped upon the lifeblood of fair maidens. Well, you've been completely right about your estimation of this one. I'd say that's kind of presumptive, but I mean, yo, you hit this one on the head. Very big Belle vibes. True. Did she like a vampire before? A kindred spirit? Yeah, maybe this is a dream come true for her. Archivist Legatus, for real, for real. Yeah. The book nerd and the super dangerous one. So over for Micah? Yeah, she's fucked. Well, not yet. But yeah, she is down bad. Like Camilla? Oh, are we talking Camilla from Castlevania? Because yeah, she is definitely Camilla coded. This beast is a beauty herself. Damn straight. If she does not believe in Christianity, then why does Lena still wear the cross? Exactly. I was going to bring that up like towards the end of the game. Milady doth protest too much. She also, even though she talks about being far too different, there's no way we could possibly understand one another, is going out of her way to like avenge humans to gruesomely murder the ones that deserve it. She's got some sense of justice. She's got some sense of her place in the world. And yeah, she probably does want to have some companionship. There was that moment she was a tiny bit sad when she talked about the fact that it'd been a century since she had anybody live with her to help her. And a century and how painful the price was. Oops, sorry. No, you're good, Ellen. It's just, yeah, it was something that I hadn't brought up yet, but I was thinking about. And yeah, the fact that, yeah, she had paid a heavy price to have lived 100 years, so... She pretends that everything's hunky-dory and she likes being this evil, untouchable creature of the night, but she's a bit deeper than that. Well, when the vampire looks like that and actually has a personality, I don't blame her. No, yeah, no. Like I said, she would not be interested in me at all. She would torture me to death slowly, and as I was on the way out, I would say Tascadu and just hope she had a happy life. Yes, Micah thought, in an oddly detached manner. That did make sense. She had sensed there was something strange about Magdalena when their eyes had met. Micah's blue, Magdalena's shockingly scarlet. And I only just connected that they've got the opposites, yeah. Micah has the blue dress and the blue eyes. She has the red and, oh, the red eyes, perfect. They're opposites, but she also has these touch of blue gems in her hair. A little bit there. Magdalena really must have been a vampire. It all made sense, at least it would have, had Micah been a heroine in one of her novels. But life, Micah reminded herself, was not akin to a story. Micah might have consumed books like a starving man, but she had sense enough to know that the words written within the pages of adventure stories were all skeins of fiction. Vampires ought to have remained within the realms of make-believe. They had no business walking about as humans did, made of cold, unfeeling flesh with hearts which no longer beat. They were supposed to be constructs, mere figments of fancy. But Magdalena was real, undoubtedly so. Unless, Micah thought, striking her head and had addled her, and unsettling though it was, Micah did not take her for a liar. Her confession had sounded quite sincere. She read monster romances? Yeah, she definitely did. Camilla, I think, was the original vampire who used young girls' blood to stay young. Oh, I hadn't heard of that. I'd heard of like Elizabeth Bathory. I thought the original vampire was like Dracula, Nosferatu. I didn't realize there were like named vampires before that weren't just like mythological silly creatures. Camilla, the OG lesbian vampire. She's written by an Irish author even earlier than Dracula. What the heck? God, I have failed in my vampire knowledge. Well, I'm going to have to look after that. Micah is an AO3 reader. I mean, if this goes a similar way to Amelie, you never know. We may get the modern timeline too. Does her appearance not say enough that she's a vampire? See, that's the thing. That's what I mean about her, like, putting on airs and milady doth protest too much. She's leaning into the whole understanding of vampire. She is a creature of night. She is cold, unfeeling. She is evil. She wants to relish in the pain and suffering of others. But I think she does have some feelings deep down. I think she is sad about what she's become. She's a little bit, like, unhappy about the fact that she's alone and the price that she's had to pay to be here.
But she wants to armor herself in the other things because, I mean, I imagine she has to drink blood just to stay alive, and she'd rather not die too. So, yeah, interesting character. Armoring herself in what people would presume her to be as, and what she probably does, like, use against people as well. Older than Dracula by like 25 years. I'm gonna have to read that. Holy shit. Thank you.
Yes, that is correct. I'm a vampire. And this castle is my territory. That and the woods that surround you. You wandered into my domain, you helpless little lambs, while on the run from those awful bandits. I know none of this is your fault, and I've no quibbles with you. I'm not blaming you for what occurred tonight. There. See how fair I am? I'm too nice by half. Too nice for my own good cause. You've been awfully surly with me, the both of you, but I've only been ever so polite. I would even let you go if I could. Dispatching of brigands is one thing, but I take no pleasure in harming young ladies. But I fear that would be foolhardy. I cannot allow any who have wandered into my realm to leave alive. I do not want you telling tales. I should snap both of your necks and be done with it. But...
Magdalena's red eyes found Micah's, then held them. Her smile, which hitherto had seemed so easy, faded, and once more her brow furrowed.
You don't seem to be a mere peasant.
Oh, shit. Also, yeah, I love that she called them helpless little lambs. This writing, man, is so fucking good. I'm actually taking a vampire history class right now. The origins of the vampire myth is really interesting. Awesome. Magdalena delivered this judgment softly, but something dark seemed to throb beneath her words. Something sinister.
I can tell from your clothes, dirty though they are, that you're from a wealthy background. Your voice and your bearing. Yes, even the way you look at me. It all suggests that you are in fact a lady. Would I be correct in that assessment? Why do you ask? It would be problematic for me if I were to dispatch a woman of renown. I would not want your disappearance to catch the attention of men in high places. If they were to send out a search party into these woods, it is not wholly impossible that they would stumble upon my home. I've lived out of sight from the public eye for nigh on a century. I've no desire to invite half of Osburg's constabulary into my home. The idea is incredibly unpleasant.
Magdalena pulled a face, as a small child might when confronted with a plate of food they did not much care for.
If you really are a lady, I might do well to exercise some caution. I suppose I can always spare your life and kill only this dowdy common girl. Your maid, I take it.
Don't you dare! Henny is a saint! Oh, God. I don't mind being a shepherd's pie if it's Magdalena eating it. There we go. The first vampire novel was entitled Der Vampir. Translates literally to the vampire. It was published in 1819. Damn. Yeah, okay, that was long before Dracula. Thank you for letting us know. Not Henny? I know, it's sad. Just because she's common born.
Magdalena looked to Henny now. Her lips curled into a mean smile. What do you say to that? It's not a bad trade, is it? A life for yours. Precious few people who find themselves in my abode are ever able to live to tell the tale. You would be one in... Goodness. How many guests have I had over the years? There must be a good 200 or 300. Aren't you touched by my thoughtfulness?
Silence descended into the decrepit cell following Magdalena's announcement. Struck for words, Micah could only stare at her. Her lips parted. What was she to say to Magdalena's proposal? How was she to feel? There was relief, certainly at the prospect of escaping the cell. Micah could take no real pleasure in it, not when it would come at the cost of Henny's life. How could she abandon her friend who had been by her side since her early childhood? Were it not for Henny, Micah knew she would have been dead already, butchered like a farmyard animal in her parents' carriage. Henny had rescued her once already from a bandit's blade. It seemed unconscionable that she should leave her now. Micah turned this over in her mind, worrying her teeth with her lower lip, when... Aww. See, this is adorable. Because I don't think Micah would give up Henny, but that is a very human emotion to have that moment of like, I can live. I'm not going to be killed by this monster that clearly could just snap on my neck at any second. I don't think she would have ever agreed to it. I think Henny's going to cut in here and be like, no, do it. Die. I want to die. Just save my lady. But regardless, I love that. I love that she's a very human character, and it's very similar to how she felt about her parents and her betrothed, where she was suddenly like, oh, I'm free at least. I don't like that I have a slight bit of happiness about my whole family being dead and me not having to get married, but there is a slight tinge of happiness to it. Also, going back to whatever the heck Magdalena's deal is, it kind of sounds like she might be testing Micah a little bit. Like, she talked about nobility, and yeah, it sounds like she has some problems with nobles. So perhaps she'll change her mind a little bit when she realizes Magdalena isn't willing to just immediately sacrifice her maid and throw her away. Maybe she just expected any noble lady would just throw her away, and she's just like confirming her suspicions. This is a bad person, a terrible, shitty noblewoman, and she's going to snap her neck and be done with it. That's how I feel about it. I feel like she's not as evil as she pretends to be. She pretends to be evil so that people show her their evil to her, and then she ends them. Then she feels like more okay with it. It goes with her morals. Micah turned this over in her mind, worrying her teeth with her lower lip when... I knew it. Henny, no! Henny's just so ready. Henny's just like, nah, if it can save my lady. Sounds like a test. Sounds like a test, but I think it's also just something that Lena herself probably doesn't even realize is a test. It's just like something she does.
Well, if it's my life you're after...
If my life's all you're after, even, much better line, I ruined it. Henny reached out, taking Micah's hands between her own, then said...
What else is there to think about? It sounds like a fine suggestion to me. Don't you agree, Micah?
What? Micah stared into Henny's round, soft face, her eyes vast and uncomprehending.
Surely you don't mean that. You're not all right with this, are you, Henny? Well, it'd be a lie if I said I was jumping up and down in joy for the prospect of being eaten by a vampire.
Henny's smile wavered, though she tried to maintain a brave face.
But if it's what I've got to do to save your life, Micah, then I'll do it. I do love you, after all. I'm not going to let you get hurt.
Henny tried to sound brave, but Micah could hear how her voice trembled all the same. Could feel, too, how Henny's hands shook. Henny, like her, had heard the screams of the bandits' leader as they echoed through the halls. Though neither woman had seen his final moments, they knew from his cries that his demise must have been barbarous. Micah could not allow Henny to endure such suffering for her sake. She could not allow her to die. Micah knew Henny wished only for the best for her, but...
Oh.
Micah spoke up, her voice surprisingly cool, given the wild fluctuations of her heart within her breast.
I won't allow that to happen. It wouldn't be right. If one of us must remain here, then it ought to be me. What? No, you can't mean that, Micah. Surely you jest.
No, I'm not.
You know I have a terrible sense of humor, Henny. I hardly ever tell jokes. I don't have enough levity in me for them. I'm being very serious. You've always looked out for me ever since I was small. Not that I always listened to you. You remember when I stole the keys to the mausoleum in my insufferable curiosity and crept inside? Of course I remember. You dragged me in after you despite my warnings, and it went about as badly as expected it to. Didn't it just?
Faintly, Micah smiled, dire though her situation was, happy to share this memory though it wasn't all that fond with Henny. For all she knew, it might very well have been her last chance to reminisce with a maid like this. Micah knew not what the future held, but...
Lady Von Hessen was in such an awful mood when she found out. It was quite frightening. Never seen anything like that.
Oh yes, she was fearfully cross. It's a wonder fire didn't come out of her nostrils.
I recall that she struck you, and then when I tried to argue on your behalf, she struck me too. She struck me so hard my ears still ring from it sometimes.
God, yes. Poor Hen. I feel awful about it at the time, I really did.
I didn't care about my punishment. God knows I deserved it. But you'd done nothing wrong. You'd been perfectly reasonable about the whole thing. If I'd listened to you, we could have avoided the furore altogether. But I was too reckless. I ignored your wishes, but you still tried to protect me. You jumped to my defense just like a knight, and you were slapped silly for your troubles. It was horribly unfair. Dragged you into all sorts of messes before, Henny, and you've always come to my defense. You've been a wonderful friend to me throughout the years, but I can't keep relying on you. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness. Micah, I like it when you rely on me. Please feel free to take advantage. That's what I'm here for. No, I can't. It isn't right. It's long past time that I repaid you. Offering yourself up as a sacrifice in my stead? That's not what I want. Micah, please. And he stared at her mistress, her expression entreating. I love you, but you're acting like a crazy woman. And you are the pinnacle of rationality, are you? Considering this crazy deal? That is truly insane. Tell me you've accepted all this. Of course I've not accepted it. I'm terrified, really. See how my poor hands are shaking? But one of us biting it has to be better than both of us. If I can protect you, then I must. I will. That's my job. No, it isn't. Not any longer. I'm absolving you of your duty, Henny. This farce has lasted long enough. What farce? You know what I mean. Magdalena? Yes? Magdalena looked between the two women, a coy smile playing about her lips. Have you quite finished with your little quarrel? I must confess, I was beginning to feel rather left out. My apologies. I'll endeavor not to be so rude in the future to my hostess. Micah dipped her head in a gesture of esteem, one not so very dissimilar to the way Henny was bidden to bob around her mother. Micah knew she could not afford to anger Magdalena. If Micah was to save Henny, she would be obliged to beg and bow and scrape. Fortunately, begging and bowing were not beyond Micah's means. Even though she was a lady, she was no stranger to scraping either, having tearfully entreated her parents to reconsider her marriage prospects. She had failed on that score, but she did not intend to fail now. She knew what she must say. It seemed a stretch that Magdalena would believe her, but if she did... I fear you are laboring under a misapprehension, Lady Magdalena. Your reasoning is sound. There would indeed be a ruckus if a noblewoman was to go missing, but your application is not. I'm not a lady, you see, but my companion is. Oh? Magdalena raised an eyebrow. Then you mean to say that you are the maid, and this lumpen Henny here is the mistress? That is correct, yes. I know I am dressed as a lady, albeit a disgraced one, but that was a part of Lord and Lady Von Essen's ruse. While traveling, they often have me dressed as a lady, while Henny, that is to say, Enrica, dresses as a maid. It's a means of subterfuge so that if our carriage were to be attacked by bandits, I am the one who would be in harm's way rather than my mistress. Only a truly desperate bandit would rummage through the pockets of a maid, especially when she's with her lady. What? Micah, that's... Micah, goddammit. What the fuck? Henny began, but Micah cut her off. She was warming to her ruse, despite the chill which infused the air, and she found she could not still her tongue, not until she had delivered her whole address. Lady Enrica is the one whom will be missed in Augsburg, not I. She has a fiancé waiting for her, you know, and he's a very important man. If she doesn't arrive before the dawning of the next day, we'll be certain to send out a search party for her. You would not want that, would you? Magdalena pondered Micah's... Damn it, Fuchan. Magdalena pondered Micah's tall tale for a few moments, one gloved hand resting upon her hip. As she thought, Micah stared at her, compelling her through sheer force of will to accept her tale at face value. It was patently unbelievable, Of this Micah knew, but she need not convince a whole jury. She needed only convince Magdalena. An age seemed to pass, during which nobody spoke. Until... Very well. If that is how it is, then I suppose I have no choice. You may leave my abode, Lady Henrika. Here, Magdalena dropped another effusive curtsy. If that is indeed your real name, I will grant you the chance to reunite with your fiancé in Augsburg, who must be awaiting you with no shortage of anticipation. Who wouldn't, after all, wish to dote upon a maiden as fair and fine as yourself? Your surprisingly well-spoken maid, however, will be bidden to remain by my side. Do we have a deal? Oh, no murder. She just wants to keep her now. She just wants to have a pet. That works out damn well for everybody, in my opinion. Also, god damn, the sarcasm, yeah, she saw through their ruse. I don't know if she heard them talking before she even came into the jail cell, but just the fact that one of them speaks very, very posh and proper, and the other one speaks with the accent and like with low-born words. I'll take Henny. Apparently Henny's gonna go have a husband, actually. Knowing Henny, she'll probably come back, actually, which will be a problem. Maybe Henny will decide she doesn't want to leave either, but I mean, that would ruin their whole plan, so who knows. I hope she doesn't come back with all the king's castle and all the king's men, because that wouldn't be good for our girls in the future. She absolutely knows, but let it slide. Micah got her interested. Exactly. Going to such great lengths to defend her lowborn maid. Exactly. She's intrigued her. She's like, oh, you're a good person. And beautiful. Maybe I'll keep you around and see what else you surprise me with. This is a horror story, right? It's a horror romance, so it's both. It's a dark romance. Do we have a deal? Yes. I would do anything to ensure Lady Henrika's safety. Oh, most assuredly. You'd not consent to acting as a decoy on her behalf if you didn't care. What a wonderful friendship you women have. It's quite special, really, particularly given the disparity in your social statuses. Now, come along, Lady Henrika. Oh, the emphasis on the lady as well. It was very lovely to make your acquaintance, but now I fear I must cut our meeting short. Let me escort you to the front door. It's the least I can do for a woman of your lofty status. What? Micah, no! And he cried, but in vain. Magdalena was soon upon her, her pale fingers winding tight about her waist. Micah, please stop this! Tell her the truth! I'm sorry, Hen, but... Abashed, Micah dropped her gaze to the stone floor. Though she'd given her life for Henny's sake, she found she could not meet her friend's gaze as she was dragged bodily from the prison cell they had both inhabited. The hurt in Henny's countenance and the betrayal stung far too much. This is how it has to be. Says who? I was willing to go along with this woman's plan, but you scrubbed it up. I don't understand you at all, Micah. Why would you tell such a tissue of lies for little old me? Magdalena, please. Henny stared at Magdalena, all while trying and failing to dig her heels into the stone floor of the cell. Surely you can't believe my mistress. It's obvious she's lying. There's no way she isn't a lady. Not with her fancy proper way of talking. She's far, far more genteel than I could ever dream of being. Her manners are certainly more... Oh, sorry. She's not in the shot. Her manners are certainly more polished than your own, yes. Perhaps this comes from years of servitude? You could stand to learn a thing or two from your maid, Lady Henrika. Your fiancé won't think much of you as you are now, I'm afraid. Why, you're speaking almost like a fishwife. Now, come along, let us not argue. You'll give me a headache. But Micah, I can't leave her. Let me go. And he cried anew, squirming now. But Magdalena's hold upon her did not loosen. If anything, in fact, it seemed to grow stronger, to such a degree that Henny screamed. Oh, now she's getting jealous. Now the NTR is setting in. She's like, no, 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 you've overstayed your welcome. Get the fuck away. I want to play with my new pet. She's so mean to Henny.
I think it's more just because she's super interested in the other one, but yeah. Being taken from a baby, yeah. And I mean, they're both trying to protect each other, so this way they both get to live. Oh my god. Ow! Penny's cries echoed throughout the cell, more unbearable than those of the bandit leader during his final moments. Magdalena had not made Henny bleed, at least, but she was gripping her wrist so tightly Micah feared she might snap it. Magdalena had strength enough, or so Micah had been led to believe, to best even a fully grown man. Henny, who was short and dumpy, would put up little in the way of a fight. The poor maid was quite helpless before her. There was nothing which could be done, not any longer. Henny would have to leave, while Micah would remain incarcerated in this dreary cell alone. This was what Micah had wanted when she had spun her frankly untenable story. So why then did she feel so guilty?
Let go of me! Let go, I say! Micah, please!
Henny continued to protest, but Magdalena remained insensible to her cries. The door of the cell was closed anew with a metallic thud, and then Micah was left sitting upon the ground as she had been 1 hour hence when she had woken, pale-faced and trembling and all alone. I didn't even think about that, yeah. When she first woke up here, she was ready to completely give in hope. It was only having her maid, having Henny with her, someone she could connect with, who could bring the optimism back, who kept her grounded and a sense of normalcy. Now she's lost that, and she's all alone with the vampire. Magdalena, I can't believe I'm saying this, but why not take both? Magdalena knows if nobody goes to Augsburg, people are going to be searching the woods and eventually come across her castle, and that'll be a problem for her, so... Yeah. She's probably hoping... I don't know what she's hoping, actually. Maybe she's hoping that Henny will just go along with it, but I doubt that she's that dumb. I think she knows that Henny will try to bring people. Maybe she wants to be killed. Maybe she's tired of living at this point. Maybe she figures, hey, if they come for me, that's one way to end it. I don't know. I don't understand her, and I'm very interested in that. It's not relying on cliches or tropes at all. First, she seemed sadistic and like she didn't really care about anything other than people suffering. And then she turned it around and said, no, she didn't want to see the women suffering, so she preferred the suffering of brutes and evil people. I don't know what her deal is, and that's good. She's had she's had more than 100 years to, like, practice her opinions and find her own morality and do all of that, so we'll uncover it in time. Sounds like Micah subconsciously wants to stay with the pretty vampire lady. Maybe a little bit too. The time passed at an agonizingly slow pace as Micah sat on the stone floor of her cell with her legs demurely crossed. Very demure. Without Henny to cheer her, the air felt colder than it had before, the shadows darker. Magdalena had taken Henny from the cell so abruptly she had not been afforded the chance to collect her scattered playing cards. Now these cards were strewn upon the floor, upturned, red diamonds, red as Magdalena's eyes and coal-black cubs. Micah caught the eyes of a nearby joker, his lips pulled into a garish smile, and shivered. Paranoid though she knew it was, it felt as though the card was mocking her. Micah reached out, fingers trembling to grab the card, and flipped it over. She did not want to look at the joker's grinning face. She did not want to think either about what Henny was doing or how she was feeling, and she certainly did not want to think of her own future. It would be easier to drive such musings from her mind. And yet, though Micah tried to keep her thoughts placid like the smooth surface of an untroubled lake, sinister queries, sharp tooth-like eels, writhed just beneath the surface. What would happen when Magdalena returned? Did she mean to kill Micah quickly, or would she make her suffer first? Magdalena had seemed to derive great pleasure from her torture of the bandits' leader, but she said she did not care to harm young ladies. Had she meant it? Micah could only hope. If Magdalena did mean to kill her, she would do so quickly. She'd suffered enough for one night. No, for one lifetime. Micah, despite her heroism, did not want to die. The thought terrified her. When she imagined how Magdalena might kill her, a blade to the throat perhaps, poison, drowning, strangulation, she felt her skin, icy cold now, ripple with goose flesh.
She did not want to be stabbed or poisoned or drowned or choked. So she wanted to live. Micah had read stories of knights and their exploits, but she was no chivalrous sir herself. She was a young woman, though not as her mother might have reminded her, so very young anymore, and she had little experience of the world beyond her parents' home. From an early age, Micah had been taught to hold her tongue, to hold her thoughts, to be sweet and pretty and patient, and above all else, pliant. She was not supposed to think for herself, let alone stand up for herself. It wasn't appropriate conduct for a young lady. Micah had endured 25 years as such, living only to please her parents and her parents' esteemed visitors, and later her parents' chosen fiancé. But it had not felt like living. The only times Micah felt herself were those when she played cards with Henny, or read her books, or sat up by her window at night and stared out into the garden. Micah was 25, almost 26, but she knew nothing of the world. She knew nothing of freedom. She had never truly lived. How then was she supposed to die? She could not pass on, surely, until she had at least been afforded the chance to visit some of the places she'd read about in her stories. Such dreams had been all which had kept Micah going throughout her dreary days kept indoors. She'd persevered, not for the sake of her present, which she had lamented, but the hopes of a better future which waited. She'd always been sure beyond the horizon. Now Micah feared she would never be able to reach that future. Her life was to be curtailed before it had truly begun. She would never see any of the world now. Paris and Venice and Rome would remain a mystery to her. Exotic settings with stories and nothing more. She'd been born trapped, and she would die thus. The only difference was, it was no longer her parents entrapping her, but a monster. It was a pitiful way to bring her life to its denouement. Had her 25 years thus far been a story, Micah thought bitterly, there would have been a hopelessly dull one full of endless waiting but precious little doing. Waiting to live. Waiting to die. Was there any difference between these two states, really, when all was said and done?
Okay. The writing for this was absolutely beautiful, and at the same time, that connects so much to my own story. If you guys remember the way I explained Archivist 404, the whole point is the whole reason I love stories so much, the whole reason I want to write my own stories and escape into them. Unlike her, I am not a woman who was forced to live all my life just sitting there as a doll to be played with by others. But due to my condition and due to everything else, it was always tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. I'll do better tomorrow. Life will be better tomorrow. Maybe things will get better tomorrow. Maybe things will be happier tomorrow. And eventually you just learn to accept it. You just learn to live that way and find enjoyment through fictional stories, through other settings like that. It's not so much that you're living your own life, you're living vicariously through fiction or other people's lives. So this is written beautifully and it captures that emotion so freaking well, and it's done so beautifully. I'm also surprised she's 25. That's actually surprisingly older than I expected for somebody being married off in such a political situation. I expected she was like 18, 19, and even then, yeah, her mother calling her like old for her situation would have been fitting. So the fact that she is 25, the fact that she, I mean, it makes sense as well, because we also had that suggested earlier when she looked at Magdalena and was like, is she a woman? No, she's a girl. She started referring to her as a girl rather than a woman because she looks around 18 years old. She might even look like 16 to 17 years old. So even though she's more than 100, she still looks younger than Micah, which is interesting. And Micah's also taller than her. It's a cool dynamic considering Magdalena can easily snap her neck or just throw her over the fucking castle at any second. That Micah does look older, does look taller, does look stronger. But she was 21. Nah, they literally said she was 25 now. So yeah, I get it though. Yeah, I didn't think she was like in her mid-20s. That's very interesting. This hits too close to home. Yeah, I'm wondering if Ebi-hime, the writer, was feeling similar things as well. Having said that, I have no idea. Yeah, I would have expected her age to be more like 18, 19. It's a really nice like sign that she is 25 because yeah, so many stories it's like, well, you're an adult now, so now is when we're going to set it. We just want you to be like, you know, not uncomfortable for the viewers to enjoy sometimes, which is painful in that way. So yeah, it's nice that she's actually got some proper years on her. She still hasn't experienced life yet, but she is 25. She is an adult fully.
There's no point crying about it. Micah muttered this under her breath in the dark for her own peace of mind. There's no guarantee I would have been allowed to live even if Magdalena did set me free. I would have to return to her Gerhardt and we would wed, and then I would spend rest of my days trapped in his house. I would go from being a cloistered daughter to a closeted wife. Is that any better, really?
It would be, Micah mused. Nothing but another form of imprisonment. Walter had the money to travel anywhere, but whether he would be willing to expend these funds on little jaunts for his housebound bored wife was doubtful. Perhaps it was better this way. Micah had no life, she knew, waiting for her beyond the walls of Magdalena's castle. She had never been allowed to live as she had wanted. That being the case, she might as well die. She had nothing left to lose. There was no sense in being sad. Not really, but... Micah wiped her eyes with the back of her right arm and felt an alarming dampness against her skin. She had not expected that, but perhaps she ought to. Her heart felt like it was breaking. Oh, that's beautiful as well. And not expecting to cry over it, because she's trying to convince herself, like, yeah, it was just going to be another form of cage. It's not like I ever lived my life, so going back to death, who fucking cares? But she still wants to live. She still wanted to believe she'd be able to escape someday. There was still hope before. Hope of escaping, hope of getting to somewhere new, hope of seeing all the places she dreamed of exploring. Also, yeah, I did like the writing there, where they straight up said she'd go from the shelved daughter to the closeted wife. Don't worry, you'll be able to come out of the closet soon. I have a feeling Magdalena's going to help you step out of that one.
Why am I crying?
Micah brought her knees beneath her chin once more, and drawing her arms about her legs, tried to curb her tears. The minutes continued to pass by, each more intolerable than the one which had preceded it, until at last Micah was alerted by the sound of footsteps. The iron door which partitioned the cell from the hall opened with a scraping squeal, and once more, Magdalena entered Micah's cell. As someone with transphobic and slightly homophobic parents, it hits. Very sorry if that's off topic. It is International Lesbian Day. You are 100% fine. And yeah, no. Any game that's like set in the LGBT kind of space, yeah, no. Feel that emotion. I definitely feel that. I was also raised in a very Catholic household. Thankfully, my parents did like learn as time went on, but not everybody has that luck. So I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope it gets better in the future as well. It seems like this might actually end up working kind of well for our girl, so maybe she won't be closeted anymore and she'll be able to live her own life, be herself, and express herself in the future. She won't feel like she just has to sit down and shut up, so this is a form of freedom for her in a lot of ways. I will say as well, oh, corset to treat as a plant. Wait, was it actually corseted? Was it not closeted? Did I read that wrong before? I'm sorry if I did. In which case, I completely put different words in. But yeah, no. The reason that I've been talking about the movie recently, I saw the TV Glow. And I'm going to spoil something from it. So if you don't want to hear any spoilers from I Saw the TV Glow, just like skip like 20 seconds, mute this stream. And I'll be done with the actual spoiler by then. Okay, we're going to say it in 3, 2, 1. I Saw the TV Glow is a giant allegory about the trans experience. It very obviously beats you over the head out with that without saying it. Like the imagery, they immediately begin with like the trans flag being above them. And it's one point that the young boy is actually happy about it. He escapes into a TV show involving 2 girls and starts to imagine himself as one of the girls from the TV show. And it becomes a horror movie from then based on the fact that he doesn't know if life is real or if the TV show is real and he actually is the girl from the show. But he's never feels comfortable enough to step out of that and embrace like a different life, embrace that a different identity. And that's something that I cannot connect with as someone who has had body dysmorphia and somebody who has also lived their life through fiction and vicariously through others and like A lot of the time, and especially when it comes to VTubers in general, there's a lot about like, yeah, feeling like you were born in the wrong kind of way, wishing you could change things and all of that. It connected very well. It was very beautifully telling, very haunting, and definitely did like lean into the whole experience. So if you haven't seen that yet and that interested you at all, please do check it out. It definitely struck a chord with me, even though I don't have the same situation. It definitely like hit very similar feelings, and I feel like it can help a lot of people connect with the similar things. Sorry for the sidetrack. Okay, back in we go. Though Magdalena had left with an unwilling Henny in tow, she was now alone. Henny had gone.
Well, well. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? How fares you, my dear captive? I do apologize for the wait.
Oh, also, thank you for putting in chat that the spoilers were over. Sorry, I should have said that in chat as well. That works. Thank you, guys.
Never mind about me. What about Henny? Did you set her free?
Goodness me. Your loyalty towards your lady is most profound. I was certain you would be acquiring us to your own fate, but no. You seem only to care for her. You really ought to worry about yourself more given the circumstances. But I shall endeavor to allay your worries. I did indeed set your mistress free. I escorted her to the entrance of my home, then bid her on her merry way. Now, why do you ask?
Do you not trust me? You've done little to deserve it, given the way you're treated Henny and I. But oh, so glad to hear it. I only hope that Henny will be alright on her own.
That remains to be seen.
I set her free, yes. There's no guarantee she'll be able to find her way to Augsburg. What in the dark with all this fog?
These woods are dense, and the paths are not clearly signposted. It would come as no surprise if she were to find herself lost or else at the mercy of wild animals. This forest is fair teeming with wolves. Did you know that?
Wolves?
Oh yes. This forest is just as much their territory as it is mine. And they often come out at night to hunt. Bandits aren't the only things fair ladies should have to watch out for. But if your lady friend is resourceful and luck is on her side, she should emerge from this trial unscathed. Let us hope that she'll be alright, shall we?
That's fascinating as well. She seems so happy about that fact. She's straight up saying like, yo, if she is a proper prim lady who's never been taught how to live in the world, she's gonna die out there. You would have died out there. Even if I didn't slit your throat, even if I didn't kill your maid and let you go, if I had let you go, the wolves would have gotten you and I would have relished listening to it. Maybe that's what her plan was.
Yes, I'll let you go, but I didn't say I'd keep you safe. Have fun, dear.
But yeah, that's awesome. Henny will make it. Oh yeah, she will. She was running through those woods for ages. She only got slowed down by Micah, so she's going to be fine. But yeah, this worked out perfectly for them. That's not funny, Lena. She's just getting a little sadistic tease in. It's fine.
Micah said nothing to this, but instead dropped her gaze, her irises fixed upon her knees. Her mind turned, not to her own indeterminate fate, but to Henny, who would now be staggering through the woods, wreathed in ephemeral fog. How far away was Augsburg? Micah did not know. She'd lost all sense, not only of time, but of space. The world seemed to have shrunk until it encompassed naught but her in her cell. Being imprisoned in Magdalena's abode would spell certain death, as it had for the leader of the bandits. But Henny was not yet out of the woods, literally and metaphorically speaking. She could still meet with disaster during her attempted escape. Micah saw Henny backed against a copse of trees, their branches slender, sinister, as a pack of hungry wolves bore down upon her, their eyes glistening madly in the moonlight. But this was only one possibility. Magdalena had said Henny would need luck on her side, and Henny had that in abundance if her performance in Joker was anything to be believed. She'd always been better at cards than Micah.
That's good, yeah. She's strong, and she has been incredibly lucky this night, so it works out. Honestly, it's 50-50 that the wolves would have gotten her, since wolves generally don't attack humans. I'm cheering for Henny. She's also injured, though. She may have been, like, staggering around. When humans show weakness, that is normally when they get picked off by wild animals. I don't know about wolves, to be sure, but I know for a fact, like, when you're in water, If you're swimming strongly and doing fine, sharks tend to not go after you at all. But if you do like flap around a bit, if you look like you're injured, if you get like a cramp or you get like a cut and you're trying to like cover it and not swimming properly, that's when sharks will be like, oh, that thing's half dead. I can take it. Wolves are scared of humans generally. Damn. They get such a bad rap then. When they're in like big groups, they're always like the bad guys in things like hunting through the wolves and snapping up people. I'm believing in Henny though. Yeah, I think Henny will be fine.
Now enough about Lady Enrica. She's no longer my captive and as such is of little interest to me. I would far rather speak to you. To me? Yes, indeed. I've designs on you, my loyal little serving girl. I do hope you'll make yourself useful during your stay. Designs? Then you mean...
Micah pressed her fingers to the base of her throat. She could feel her pulse beating beneath the surface of her cool skin, as erratic as a rabbit's caught in a snare. Oh, Micah, no, you're good. She very clearly said, serving girl. She wants you to serve. She's going to put this noble lady in her place. She's going to make her be a real girl. Make her work. She did say it was horribly annoying not having any help for the last 100 years. The heartbeat sounds? Yeah, that's so good. She thinks her life is ticking down right now.
Do you wish to drain me of my blood? Do you want me to drain you of your blood?
Magdalena tittered.
How very eager you are. It's not that. Do not misunderstand. I wish only if you mean to kill me that you would do so quickly. I've grown sick of waiting. Oh yes, that look in your eyes is delectable. It may be more so even than your blood. You're so very defiant. But what is this I spy? You appear to be shaking, my poor little Micah. That is because of the cold. Not because of your fright. I was able to protect my dear friend. I've nothing to be afraid of now. Then you care nothing for your own life. You've never been afforded a life. You may take it if you wish. You wouldn't be the only one. Ah, yes. That is the fate, or so I have heard, of being a servant. You poor dear.
Oh, that look is actually so sad. God damn, that's great.
Magdalena's red eyes softened, and for a moment, Micah wondered whether she could not see a trace of sympathy upon her captor's fair face.
Okay, theories. Either Magdalena was a noble, and the reason she hates her family so much and is happy they're all dead, but is still sad about some of the things she had to lose. She had a servant girl who she was in love with, who unfortunately died during whatever went down that turned her into a vampire and ended her whole family. Or she was actually the serving girl, and the reason she's so proper and prim and well-spoken is because she has just been alive for 100 years and has been studying, has been making sure that she knows how to speak and do everything else at this point. Could go either way. And again, I'm very, very glad that they are really like dragging this out and not just like immediately spelling out what kind of character Magdalena is. She has multiple layers, which you would have if you've lived for 100 years and also like trying to shield the truth from people, trying to shield yourself in like the evil of being a vampire and stuff. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Usually predator animals won't attack unless provoked, unless they're young or you look like prey / a herd animal. Yeah, essentially, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing of like, yeah, if you swim around like strongly, sharks tend to leave you alone. But if you look injured, or especially, I mean, if you can smell blood in the water, then yeah, they tear you to fucking shreds. Sharks don't like eating people, too much bone to the meat ratio. Most biting came from mistaking humans to other animals. Yeah, I think that's what I've heard, is that most of the time when you are flapping about in the water like that, when you look injured, they tend to mistake you for like an injured whale, a small like whale calf, or like a dugong, a seal, like one of those kinds of things. They very rarely want to actually eat humans. Humans aren't great meats for most things. But there are other predator animals that will fuck with you and will torture you. There are like lions, shit, even dolphins. Dolphins don't go after humans, but the things dolphins do to their prey, royally fucked up. That's the funny thing. Everybody, like the common consensus is like, oh, dolphins are so cute and sweet. They lead humans to shore. They play with them. They're so adorable. Meanwhile, just Google what dolphins do to porpoises. And baby whales. Dolphins are horrific. Sharks are thought to be the evil predators in the waters, and meanwhile, they generally just leave humans alone and just eat what they need to. Generally, seals are turtles. I believe there's a falcon species that tortures its prey by keeping them captive. A lot of felines do that as well. Like, if you've ever seen a cat play with a mouse, they will destroy that thing until it literally has no energy left to fight back, and then they'll get bored and properly end its life. Cats are scary. Magdalena's red eyes softened, and for a moment, Micah wondered whether she could not see a trace of sympathy upon her captor's face. It lasted only a second, however, before it faded, replaced instead with a wry smile. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I cannot comply with your request. For the moment, that is. I will drain your blood in due course, but I've no desire to do so now. The bandits I encountered earlier made for more than a satisfactory meal. I'm so glutted I do not think I could drink another drop of blood. And you mean to draw this farce out longer still? I'll draw it out for as long as I wish until I'm sufficiently thirsty. There seems little sense in overindulging. Your blood would taste sweeter, I'm sure, than a bandit's, but that only makes it more imperative that I save you until I truly want you. She may be talking about food, but damn, this conversation is so sexually charged. This is what I mean about, like, yeah, cannibalism leads into, like, romance so fucking heavily. And vampires especially, where there's a chance of, you know, not just killing and eating someone, but straight up, yeah, transferring them into vampires, making them eternally young too. You could cut the tension with a knife. Damn straight. Scheduled blood drainage is crazy. And while she keeps her, I mean, she is a maid. She might as well get some cleaning done in this big old castle that hasn't been done in a century. Consuming, indeed. Appreciating it slowly. Not just diving into it. Not just diving into it and ending it too early. No, she wants to draw it out. She wants it to be a long process. Is she the kind of vampire who can keep a thrall? I don't know that either. Possibly. Maybe. In that case, it would work out pretty well. Maybe she's trying to subtly flirt with her. I think there's a little bit of that there. I don't even know if Magdalena knows what she's doing, but she has very obviously been calling them like beautiful, cute, this, that. What lovely young maidens. So who knows? Although it was Micah's death Magdalena spoke of, there seemed something sultry, seductive even, in the way she stressed her words. Micah, who was unused to being wanted, found the blood pooling beneath her cheeks, despite the chill which clung to her. How would it feel, she wondered, when Magdalena brought her lips to her neck? Would it hurt? She supposed she would feel a prickling sensation as Magdalena's teeth sank into her flesh. And then... She blushed. She was like, yo, her lips are going to feel soft and supple. But then the teeth are going to come in and be sharp and drain me and end me. That's the monster fricker brain. I mean, I think that's honestly just the natural human brain of, damn, she's so beautiful. She puts her lips to my neck. I don't know how I'm going to feel. All right, but then she's going to kill me. It's just monster frickers say, oh yeah, then she's going to kill me. Now, won't you come with me? You'll catch your death of cold staying inside this dreary cell, and then you'll be of no use to anybody. If I'm to enjoy you properly, I'd prefer to do so while your body is still warm. Oh, god damn. The fucking tension is so harsh. What? Micah looked at Magdalena, her blue eyes uncomprehending. Are you really letting me go? In a manner of speaking, yes. Though I'll only be transporting you from one prison to another. As your hostess, I don't believe that these quarters are wholly appropriate for a long-term stay. Especially not for a fair maiden such as yourself. You'll be in my abode for several days yet, I fear, till I've further need for you. Until then, I would like you to live in some measure of comfort. How unexpected. I didn't know you were so gracious. I can be. I've hidden depths, you see. Much like the forest that surrounds my humble abode. I do so hate to see you shiver so, and your skin is so pale, poor dear. You and I could almost be sisters. White skin may be fitting for us vampires, but it isn't so for maidens. Not even the fairest in all the land.
Now please, follow me. I doubt you've any real wish to stay here languishing, unless you mean to make a further martyr of yourself. No. Micah bit her lower lip. She would loathe to accept kindness from Magdalena, but she did raise a fair point. It was cold in her cell, and miserable alongside it. Don't bite your lip too hard. If you draw blood, she will have to go lip-to-lip contact. Maybe that's what she's into. Nice Snow White reference? Yeah, even the fairest of them all. She's so good at flirtation. If she remained there overnight, it did not seem impossible that the blood in her veins really might freeze. Micah had already given up on her own life, but she did not want to die as a stray dog racked with shivers. If that is what you want from me, then I've no reason to refuse. How very biddable you are! The words which come from your mouth may be stubborn, but it seems you've experience when it comes to following orders. Oh, the dynamics are being set up! Of course I do. I'm a maid, like I said. Yes, so you did. That would explain your servility. Part of me was hoping you might refuse so that I would be bidden to carry you. Oh my... Let's go! This is fine too. It spares me the effort. Shall we? Please, lead the way. Micah dropped Magdalena a curtsy this time, taking her dirtied skirts between her fingers, the pads of which had turned pink from the cold. Magdalena smiled at this display. For a prisoner, you're awfully cheeky. And turned upon her heel after bidding Micah to follow. Naturally, Micah obeyed. She could see she had little choice in the matter. This is awesome. This dynamic is fantastic. She? No, please carry her. I know, right? She's doing the Silas shit as well. White-haired, red-eyed, domineering people showing up all over the place. Bisexuals are eating well recently, man. She would have totally thrown her over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes, just the way Silas does. Magdalena led Micah down a twisting hallway packed full of cells identical to the one Micah and Henny had been imprisoned in. Micah tried not to peer into these cells as she passed them, but curiosity soon overcame her and she found her head swiveling. She feared, as she stared through the darkness, that she might encounter sights more horrific than she was capable of comprehending. Rusted torture instruments, perhaps, or dead bodies. But it was so very dark in the bowels of Magdalena's home that Micah could scarce see anything. Not even the moonlight which spilled intermittently through the barred windows could fully illuminate the sprawling prison complex. This, Micah supposed, tearing her eyes away from one of the cells as she passed it, was probably a good thing. She'd witnessed enough horrors for one night. Magdalena eventually brought Micah to the foot of a staircase which led up from her subterranean cell. Careful, Magdalena cautioned Micah before they began their ascent. These steps are steep and slippery too. If you fall, you may break your neck. Had Micah been less nervous, she might have laughed to hear her jailer fuss over her cell. Broken neck did not seem like so very cruel a fate when compared to Magdalena's desire upon her. Perhaps it would be quicker to die thus rather than having her blood drained. At the very least, it would be a swifter demise than freezing in her prison cell. Micah felt little in the way of humor, however, as she took the chill banister beneath her right hand and began to climb. She could recognize the irony in Magdalena's warning, though only vaguely. Her mouth felt hewn into a permanent line, as though carved from stone, her brow furrowed. It seemed unlikely she would ever smile again. Oh shit, the castle looks way better up here. I smell a fallen catch. I was kind of expecting one too. I'm glad they didn't go with that expectation. That would have been kind of cliche. Oh my god. The Yuri is starting off strong and we are here for it. Damn straight. This has been great. The chill of the basement faded as Micah cleared the final step of the twisting staircase to emerge in a spacious hallway with arched windows and candles flickering upon the stone walls and sconces. The hallway was not so very dissimilar in decor to her parents' home, though it was less ornate, the furnishings worn down by old age. It was apparent that Magdalena's home had once been noble, but it had clearly fallen to rotten ruin, its heyday long since past. The air in the ground floor smelled almost as rank as that in the dungeon, and every conceivable surface was heaped with inches of dust. There was so much dust, in fact, that Micah could feel it in the air when she inhaled. The dust irritated her eyes and nose and laid heavily unpleasantly upon her tongue. Micah swallowed, hoping to void her mouth of the taste of decay, but in vain. The dust was so thick she sneezed, which prompted Magdalena to say with a wryly amused smile, "Bless you." "Thank you," Micah replied, abashed, and then, "I thought you did not care for God or his teachings." "I don't, but I presume that you do. Thought you might appreciate it." "I see. How very thoughtful of you." "I know. For a vampire, I'm unusually sensitive." Really, Micah thought, as she canvassed the disused, dusty hallway, she would be more appreciative if Magdalena would let her go. But that did not seem to be high upon Magdalena's list of priorities. Perhaps it would be best if she let go of such unfounded optimism. That would lead only to disappointment, and Micah had gorged herself on more than her fair share of that already. Oh, damn deep. Rain Annoy, thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a lovely day. Chan's theory about Lena reminded me of Michelle pretending to be the cursed witch to keep people away from his mansion. Yeah. A lot of my favorite media has a lot of tie-ins to like Fata Morgana. This, like, it's just such a perfect story. All of this has been so good as well. But here with you, of course, we're blessed. True. Magdalena doesn't know her power. Like I said, one made for a whole castle. It's going to take a century. Well, I guess you'll have to turn her too. She'll have to turn her into a vampire so she can clean the castle for the next 100 years. Mute with fatigue, Micah followed Magdalena to the end of the hall, wherein a wooden door was inlaid. Magdalena seized the brass handle and twisted it, then pushed it ajar. It stuck for a few moments as though unwilling to move, but soon shifted, creaking as it did so. When the door swung back, it was to reveal a vast, spacious room, with a ceiling so cavernous Micah had to crane her neck to see it. A large, ornate staircase was set in the center of the room, though it felt more like a chamber, which rose to the floor above it. The banisters carved with fronds of ivy and bunches of grapes. Oh shit, that's beautifully described. And they've got a lot of backgrounds in this one. We're going to get to explore a lot of this castle. I see that piano too. In a maid outfit too, don't forget. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm sure Magdalena has some maid outfits saved for her. She's going to make sure she's made it up before she gets her cleaning down on her hands and knees. That's not my phrasing. That's how the game phrased it when they were talking about Henny's life. They literally said she had lived a life down on her hands and knees. That's what Magdalena wants too. A large ornate staircase was set in the center of the room. Oh wait, we read that one. This, Micah supposed, must have been the entrance hall. It had clearly been designed to impress, for its vastness was almost dizzying. Magdalena's home, could it really be a castle? Was larger even than Micah's, and vast enough to be unnerving. Trapped within this scene of spoilt luxury, Micah felt smaller than ever before. A wooden doll rather than a grown woman rattling about in a playhouse. The entrance hall bore a wine-red carpet and stone walls, but it showed clear signs of deterioration. The dust was so profuse that it made Micah's eyes water, and several of the stone steps which led upwards were cracked and chipped. A grand piano could be found in one corner of the room, but its lid was shut, and Micah doubted it had been played. It still could be played in decades. There was a chandelier in the entrance hall, hanging aloft from the high ceiling, but when Micah craned her neck upwards, she could see even in the dark that it was festooned with spider webs. The house might have been grand once, but it was not so now even. It seemed a wonder really that it still stood when clearly it was uncared for. Your servants don't seem to be working very hard. Micah spoke lightly, her voice swallowed by empty air. Perhaps you ought to see about hiring new staff. My mistress would never permit. Micah brought her hand to the banister of the grand staircase and drew it back, wincing. The pads of her thumb and index finger were fuzzy with dust. This. She really got released by the vampire, and the first thing she said was essentially, "You live like this."
Magdalena, who had already begun to ascend the staircase, turned to look at Micah and smiled.
Are you judging my home, Micah? I would never presume to be so rude. I just thought it might feel more homey, that's all. If it were less of a pile?
Magdalena laughed, then shook her head.
You are quite right, of course, to judge. Please, judge away to your heart's content. I've never been much of a fan of this place, really. Its scale is much too grandiose even for my liking. My great-grandfather, it was he who had this castle built. Had more money than sense, I'm afraid. Absolutely no taste to back it up. A house has no need to be this large. There was land enough for it, and money too. When a man has land and money and means, he'll often think, well, why not? Practicality matters little in the decisions of great men, and neither to my unending woe does aesthetic sense.
Okay, aesthetic sense, I'm fine with. Having like an abundance of bullshit like that, yeah, no, that's dumb. The bigger your house is, the more you have to clean, the more you have to take care of. Same for like the lands and stuff. Fuck that shit. Just make it as big as you need it, and just make it like nice. Built to survive, built to stay strong. Sounds like a perfect metaphor for Lena herself. Grand, beautiful, noble in origin. Designed to impress but neglected and untouched. Quietly withering away. There you go, Ying Shijie. That's a beautiful way to take it. Yeah, and that's why she doesn't like the designs of great men. Great men always like to have and own these precious, beautiful things, but what do they actually do with them? They don't help them to flourish. They don't nourish them. They don't take care of them. They have people to take care of them, and other than that, yeah, they're just like plucked flowers. Roses, which this cage is about to be made of. Plucked and left to slowly wilt, but admired for their beauty while they suffer.
I can believe that. My own father, my master, rather.
Micah's face flushed at this gaffe, the tips of her ears turning pink.
Half filled my own residence with pointless baubles. They were all very expensive, but not particularly cohesive.
Micah's dad is her master? No, if you came in late, she's pretending to be the serving girl. She's pretending that she was the maid when actually she was the lady. And very clearly Magdalena knows that, but yeah, she just made a mistake. She was talking about her father, but she realized she has to call him my master.
The parlor looked like a museum once he was through with it. It hardly seemed like a place to sit and relax. I was too afraid to spend any measure of time in there in case I broke something. And it seems we have something at least in common. I found this place dismal even when my family was alive. We had a legion of maids back then to keep everything spick and span. They kept the dust and the cobwebs at bay, bless their hearts. But they couldn't combat the loneliness. Now my family is dead, and all our maids along with them. I can hardly take on new hires being what I am, so my home was left to go to ruin. I clean what I can, but there's so very much house to clean, and only one of me, it's quite the overwhelming challenge. My attempts at cleaning have, over the last half-century, fallen quite by the wayside. I hope that you can forgive my slovenliness.
Good. Want to stick to the story? Yeah, I'm sticking to my theory as well. She looked really sad in particular when she talked about all the maids being gone. So I still believe in the theory that she had one particular maid that she loved in particular. But it could be that there were just like in general, she hated how they treated the maids. She clearly hates like nobility in general and how much they, you know, care more about other people than themselves. Maybe their family were already vampires, or maybe they're vampires. Maybe her family were trying to become vampires. Maybe they had to sacrifice a whole bunch of maids to get rid of shit. Feel she was in love with a female servant? Yeah, that's the feeling I'm getting as well. Letting your family castle rot, that speaks volumes. Exactly. I mean, she couldn't clean it even if she tried, but yeah. It's not like she likes the place anyway. She just is here. She's always been here. And it probably has some memories of that particular maid, or just at least the few bits of happiness that she did have in the house as well. Why would she leave?
Oh no, it's fine. I understand. You're too kind.
Magdalena's red eyes softened, as they had back in the dungeon with something akin to sympathy.
But before Micah could ponder this, her jailer turned. Oh, listen to me prattle on. It's most inconsiderate of me when you must be tired. Let's make haste to your room. We've not long to go now. Oh god, why did her smile get ever so slightly more sadistic when she said that? Is her room going to be the servants' quarters right next to her room? Or is she going to just like give her like a rug on the floor to lay on next to her bed? Oh, it's part of her life. She's just letting it fall to ruin. Yeah. Which does also add to my theory that maybe she does believe that the maid is going to come back with all the king's castle and all the king's men ready to kill her. And maybe she's just sick of life at this point. Maybe she's done with it. By the time she's finished cleaning one part of the castle, the other parts get dusty again. Yeah, it would probably like take 2 to 3 days just to do like one big grand room. Especially if it's got all those baubles. If they have like a library, cleaning a library takes forever. And just, yeah, excessive stuffs. And they were remotes. And hopefully there will only be one bed. That's a trope we don't need to get rid of. Micah followed behind Magdalena as a puppy might, almost grateful to her for the promise of a room and of a bed. She said nothing of a bed. She said you could go to bed and she would show you to your room. It was as Magdalena said. She really did feel tired. She was more than ready to lie down beneath warm covers, or even lukewarm covers, and sleep. Anything would have been better than the stone floor upon which she'd been lying. Micah yawned, her eyes blossoming with tears anew, while pressing her right hand, fingertips still flecked with dust, instinctively to her mouth. Oh. But half asleep though she was, Micah's senses were alert enough for her to detect a sudden noise. There came, though the yawning gulf of the entrance through? Yeah, it should be through. There came, through the yawning gulf of the entrance hall, a sound not dissimilar to that Micah had heard in the dungeon. It was a scream. Or was it? Micah was unsure. This sound, this scream, was fainter than the one she had detected in the dungeon, and seemed to emit not from the ground under which the cells lay, but above her head. Was there another person concealed in Magdalena's abode? Somebody other than herself? Was it another captive kept separate from the rest? Was it Henny? Maybe her parents were vampires. Maybe they were still alive and maybe she just has them separated from everything else. Or maybe, yeah, somebody said thralls. Maybe they were trying to turn a bunch of them into vampires and some of the maids were turned into vampires as well. Maybe they've just lost their minds, their thralls, or like, what's the other word? I forget the name, but for like vampires who have lost their minds, essentially. Vampires who didn't fully keep their consciousness and were just, yeah, ghouls. Yeah, ghouls is one of them. I think, yeah, thralls is a good one as well. But in general, there are like vampires that just kind of basically become like zombie-like creatures, can't really think or do much for themselves, just follow their master's bidding. Magdalena. Lena, please. Magdalena is quite the mouthful. I'd rather you use a nickname as you did with your mistress. I also, yeah, I just realized, yeah, she wants her name to be specifically cut down to Lena. She wants the Magda taken out, so the Magdalene part. Can't take out the full Lee part, so yeah, she's doing what she can with it to get rid of the religious implication. Ghouls are more fitting? Hell yeah. Also, that line sounds like a little bit of jealousy as well. She wants a nickname. She wants a friend. Micah wished to contest this. Her relationship with Magdalena was not half so close as to allow the use of nicknames. But she felt too tired to engage in an argument. It didn't matter how she addressed Magdalena when soon she would be dead. Lena, then. What was that noise I just heard? What noise? You didn't hear it? Micah stared at Magdalena, her expression one of patent disbelief. It wasn't very loud, I'll grant you, but it was unmistakable. I swear it sounded just like a scream. A scream, hmm? Magdalena pondered, one hand beneath her chin. Such sounds are not unheard of in my abode when I'm attending to a prisoner. Micah shivered. There's nobody in these walls now, save me and you. Nobody living, at least. Oof.
Notice how she said nobody living besides me and you, which doesn't even count as like a vampire being alive elsewhere either. Lena knows something? Yeah, she does. She was kind of pissed off there about the scream being heard. She's like, oh, it's making noise again. Or maybe it's something more magical. We don't know how Lena became a vampire. It might not be traditional vampire with just like bites and blood transference. Maybe they are going to lead into like the Beauty and the Beast kind of thing. Maybe it'll be something in a different locked away tower that is like the leftovers of a humanity. Still screaming, still haunted by the things that she does and has been doing. Who knows? I swear if it's Henny. Oh, it better not be Henny. I would be pissed.
And it's not the imprisoned bandit? Certainly not. He'll never make a peep again. I made sure of that with my own 2 hands. It'd be hard for him to speak with half his throat torn out, you see. Oh.
Micah pressed a hand to her own throat as if to check its integrity, and as she did so, choked. The air was so thick with dust it was hard to breathe.
Now, dear, worry not. It was not your mistress who screamed thus, if that is what you're wondering. I'm a woman of my word, and I promise I let her go. She is quite... well... she's not necessarily all right, but she's away from me and from my home, and there's a possibility she may live to see another dawn. Then who screamed? What was that sound? Must have been your imagination. You've overexerted yourself after this night's events. Anybody would be exhausted in your position. It didn't feel like a dream, though. No?
Magdalena shrugged in a manner which did not seem quite in keeping with her ladylike bearing.
I suppose it must have been the wind, then. It is very drafty in here. Is that all? That is all it could be. Unless you mean to suggest that the dead can speak.
Magdalena's red eyes bore into Micah's, so intense that Micah feared they would consume her. Unsettled, Micah glanced away. She could not stare into those red eyes for too long without shivering. She's placing a lot of emphasis on the whole nothing alive. Unless you're suggesting the dead can speak, unless you're suggesting the dead can do this, there is nobody left alive in this castle save me and you. So maybe she's suggesting there's somebody in a state of undeath. That, yeah, she has prisoner. It's the goose, maybe. Whether it's her family or the remains of the girl she loved or the remains of humanity, there's something. There is something for sure. They are pressuring like that alive thing more than anything.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. Good. I know it is expected for women to lose their minds at the drop of a hat, but I've grown quite sick of being regarded as the weaker sex.
She really said, yeah, you better not be going hysterical on me, girl.
I'm pleased to see you're doing your level best not to let us down. Be a strong, independent woman, Micah. Come on. You're doing fine. Why, you haven't swooned even once, which is more than most men can say when I bring them here. It's really quite commendable.
Oh, damn. She's so confident as well. She's just like,
you haven't even swooned. All the men, they cry out in pleasure as much as in pain. You might swoon, though, from a lack of sleep if we continue to tarry. Let us be off, or we shall never make it to our destination.
Micah nodded, then followed along behind her hostess anew.
She could no longer hear the scream, but its memory haunted her all the same.
Micah had heard during the course of that night all kinds of cries born from human misery, and she thought she knew enough now to distinguish such sounds from the howling of the wind. That cry she had heard, though briefly, had not sounded like the breeze, regardless of what Magdalena said. Micah was certain that sound had belonged to a person, but why would Magdalena lie about such a thing? Does swoon have a different meaning in this time period? No, but she's using it in a double meaning. Swoon doesn't just mean swoon is like, oh, my stars and garters, they're so fine, I can't help myself. The swooning is actually the action of like almost passing out, essentially. So yeah, that's what she's saying. The men tend to swoon, and she's making the suggestion that, oh, you could swoon over my beauty. Men swoon over my beauty, and then they also pass out when I'm done draining them. That kind of thing. She's doing the double meaning again of like seduction, evil, vampire flirtation at the same time. It's all good.
Micah was certain that sound had belonged to a person. But why would Magdalena lie about such a thing? It was impossible to say.
Yo, we finally have some light. We can see these designs properly. Oh, she has 2 little crosses hidden on her dress as well. Over the religious sort. Big 4-poster bed. Let's go. Giant wardrobe. This isn't bad at all. Considering this is just the servants' quarters. Let's go. All my stars and garters. I'm dying. Oh, you hear the word swoon? Yeah, I imagine like a Southern Belle debutante. Look at the cape. Look at it. It's so huge and billowy. It looks like she got it from fucking Alucard. It's fantastic. She said, nah. We're not just going with the gold, silver, and black. Nah. We're going with the red, gold, silver, and black. We got a little of everything. A touch of blue in the hair, too. The leather gloves. Yeah, the super fucking tight leather pants. She'd probably be burned at the stake for this kind of outfit. Although, to be fair, Micah kind of sharing a lot of skin, too. Especially when she was, like, knelt down on the ground in the cell. I was surprised. I was like, wow. Blasphemous. She hit up Alucard for fashion tips and pulled it off even better. Damn straight.
Here we are. Home sweet home. So.
Oh, the romantic music setting in immediately. Also, I gotta say, her body proportions are crazy. You can see her rib cage through the corset, and then the way it bounds out to the hips even. Oh man, that's crazy.
Magdalena looked at Micah, an amused, almost roguish smile playing across her lips. What do you think? Micah examined the room mutely, her hands folded at her front. The chamber Magdalena had brought her to was dark, given the lateness of the hour, lit only by a pair of candles either side of the bed. Micah could see, however, it was every bit as derelict as the rest of Magdalena's home, and even if she had not been able to see it, she would have smelled it. The air was fusty, as though it had been left to circulate inside the room for years upon end, which it most likely had. Every surface, meanwhile, that Micah could make out in the flickering candlelight was covered in dust. The sheets upon the bed, though neatly made, were wholly with age and with insects, as was the carpet upon the floor.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Yeah, no, you can kind of see some of the dirtiness. Yeah. They're covered in like bugs and shit. Holy shit. Open the windows. Yeah, they need some new shit, my dude. This is the maid room. I know, right? Maybe not. Maybe it's just like a different family room. It's funny how often you say straight in a lesbian romance story. Yeah, I've stopped calling myself out on that recently. I decided I overdid that joke with all the constant, there's nothing straight about this kind of thing.
It was a sad room, really. Ignorant of human occupation for years, but it was still a superior set of lodgings to those in which Micah had awoken. At least this room had a bed, a 4-poster one no less, like the one at Micah's home, with a mattress and sheets upon which Micah could rest her weary limbs. The bedchamber had a wardrobe too, though Micah possessed nothing to store in it save the clothes upon her own back. There was a writing desk upon which lay a basin for washing, and a chamber pot for more delicate business beneath. This pot was thankfully far cleaner than the one Micah had found in the dungeon. So white and spotless she imagined it unused.
Okay, that's cute. Everything else in the room is like dusty and dirty and disgusting, but she made sure she had like a nice little bathing tub and a nice little chamber pot.
She's like, oh, I'll find the cleanest one I can. I've got to give my little noblewoman the best.
Rather take the rugs with the bugs in the bed. Yeah, you never know what's inside the mattress of the bed. Ugh, left for that many years. It looks so itchy. Yeah, she's probably going to get a rash after this.
The desk faced a large window, which was currently obscured by a set of dark blue curtains.
Not the blue curtains. Every writer's nightmare.
Micah could not see beyond this window, though she doubted she would have been afforded much of a view even if she had drawn the curtains back. It was very late after all. It was not as cold in this room as it was in the underground cells, but it was not warm either. The wind crept in through fine cracks in the aged windows to toy with the reddish-orange flames of the 2 lit candles, to toy too with Micah's hair and the hem of her dress. She shivered.
Also, yeah, it didn't get past me. The blue curtains are blue. I was going to point out, like, yeah, blue curtains, blue carpet, red furnishings. It's their colors.
It's like it's already their shared bedroom. Do you have a tongue in your head? Magdalena needled Micah, who had yet to speak. Oh, she wants to be complimented on the beauty of the room. She's like, come on, I got that chamber pot ready for you specially. Say something. Don't tell me that you've come over all shy. I brought you to this room solely so that you might sleep. I've no wicked designs on your innocence, regardless of how pretty you are. Yet. I only want your blood, not your body. And again, my lady doth protest too much. I beg your pardon. Micah blinked at Magdalena, uncomprehending. Oh, she doesn't even understand. 25 years old and she can't connect the dots. What designs are you speaking of? You cannot tell. I'm sure I have no idea. None whatsoever. None at all. I'm wholly ignorant of such affairs. Goodness me! Magdalena rolled her red eyes upwards to the ceiling, which seemed to sag beneath its own white. I can't tell whether you're being dense on purpose or whether you really are that innocent. Did your mother never teach you what men and women do in chambers such as these? I was going to say, she didn't blush at all, and she blushed earlier when it just came to the idea of imagining your lips on her neck, so she just didn't have a fucking clue. She didn't know what she was being taken to at fucking her Gerhard's. Jesus. My mother did not, no. She thought such topics beneath her. That was my governess's job, although... Micah frowned. I don't think I would care to do much of anything in a chamber like this one. It smells of the grave. I can't even talk. My microphone doesn't pick it up. Damn it. Magdalena clicked her tongue. You're being rather rude about my home, you know. Here I am, trying to be a good hostess, and you throw my kindness back in my face. I know you do not like your home much either. You told me. Touché. I did try to pick out one of the pleasanter rooms for you, though. But there's so many of them, it's difficult to keep abreast of them all. Choice of words. I rarely have visitors over. When I do, they all get thrown into the dungeon. There seemed little point, therefore, in keeping these rooms spick and span. I hope you can forgive all the dust and the general disuse. Oh, I've more to take issue with than that. Yes, I suppose you do. You must have quite the bone to pick with me. Maybe I do. But not right now. I'm too tired. Yes, you do look it. Your face is frightfully pale. I think a good night's sleep is what the doctor ordered. Provided you're able to rest, that is. That would be nice, but... Micah let her fingers trail along the brocaded covers of the bed, her expression pensive. What did you mean earlier when you said you'd no designs on my innocence? Oh no! Nobody taught her the birds and the bees. Magdalena's gonna have to explain her. Oh no. So far, the novel references to one of the books, the many word, and let the girl see her body being blindfolded during baths. Wait, really? Damn, they were really crazy back then. A couple are fighting already. At least there's only one bed. That's something. I wonder if she sleeps in a coffin now that I think about it. The lady shall teach you. I think she will in time. She is protesting right now that she does not care for her body, but she's been focusing on how beautiful she is way too many times. Dear me. I thought perhaps you were joking, but I can see that you're in no fit state for it. I don't tell jokes. I've little to laugh about. And you've even less to laugh about now, you poor dear. Magdalena cleared her throat. I meant only to say that I would not do unto you as a man might, regardless of our surroundings. I've no nefarious intentions of that, you can be assured. Micah thought of her governess's explanation of sex, and of Walter's expectations come their wedding night, and flushed. If the sudden rush of blood beneath her cheeks enticed Magdalena in any way, she did not show it, though her fingers did twitch in their tight, constricting gloves. Well, that is, in fact, her showing it. Although maybe that was less about the blood and more about, oh, she's so innocent. This is going to be fun.
They really went, this is not like my vampire fix? Hell yeah. Although, vampires do love corrupting innocents. A 25-year-old virgin maiden? Yeah, this would be Dracula's kind of thing. Micah really, yeah. Magdalena could leave some smutty books out for her to read. She does love books. She needs to find the Monster Fricker books. I can corrupt her. I don't think you have to. I think Magdalena's on the way. That's why her fingers tense. She was like, oh my, so innocent, so perfect. On the way to wizardhood. So true, actually. Yeah, 5 years. And I introduced you to AO3. Not even gonna lie, that's one of the plot points of one of 2.5 Studios' other games. If you haven't seen my playthrough yet, go watch Amelie, or play it by yourself. It's a beautiful game. And they genuinely do take like a woman from like hundreds of years ago and be like, hey, check out this fan fiction. Aren't you into it? Don't you like it?
I don't understand,
Micah said after a pause. Oh, wait.
I don't understand,
Micah said after a pause,
feeling for all her reading, quite ignorant and unworldly. I know what men and women do behind closed doors. How could two women set about something similar? It's not possible.
You said the phrase, my girl. Something similar. Oh, don't worry. Where there's a will, there's a way.
You think so?
The way she was angry when she said that. Magdalena didn't even get like seductive or flirtatious with it. She wasn't like, oh, you think so? It was more of a, oh, you think so?
I know so. My governess explained everything to me in great detail. When one wishes to make a baby, well, two women cannot do that. There'd be no sense to it. And you think people ought to do things only because they make sense? That is quite narrow-minded.
Yeah, you need to broaden your horizons and think outside the box. Or around it, or inside it.
But people are often uneducated in such affairs, both in my time and your own. In some ways, the world has changed a great deal. Yet in others... Oh, never mind. I can see I'm only confusing you. You're so very innocent it hurts. Perhaps it's to be expected, though. Ladies ought not to know of such things. They are born and bred to be ignorant.
Oh, and the flush came back into her face. She flushed when she thought about sex, and then the flush went away when she was like, no, women can't do that together. You need a man, surely. That's how you make a baby. And as soon as she convinced her, like, no, 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 women can do it. Right back to flushing.
What?
Micah had not understood the full implications of Magdalena's previous lament. She still doesn't get it. She still doesn't understand. But she understood well enough what she meant by this.
Why would you call me that? I already told you I'm not a lady. I am Lady Unrika's faithful servant. Yes, you did say.
And that is true. She's the lady, not I.
You did labor that point quite intensely, yes, in the cells. You were so fervent about it, you almost had me fooled. At least you would have. If you weren't such a terrible actress.
What?
Oh, don't waft me. It's quite tiresome. Did you think I would fail to notice all your fancy turns of phrase? Your vocabulary is that of a well-to-do young madam, not a maid. Not even a lady's maid. You wear that sumptuous dress of yours easily dirty though it is, and your bearing is definitely regal. You could never hope to pass as a common serving girl, not in a month of Sundays. I'm not stupid. Then...
I'm glad they cleared that up quickly so they could stop doing the farce. Micah sank down on the bed, which creaked beneath her, as if in warning. Her palms were pressed to the mattress to support her weight, which all of a sudden felt excessive, and her heart was pounding like a drum.
You knew from the beginning that I was lying.
Indeed I did.
It was very obvious. I can tell you've no practice in deceit, Micah dear. You're much too sweet for it. But if you knew I was lying, why did you agree to let Henny go?
Herr Gerdhart wouldn't lift a finger to aid Henny if she disappeared. But he will surely come looking for me. Wait, oh fuck, no, I read that wrong, sorry.
Herr Herr Gerhardt wouldn't do a finger to lift if Henny disappeared, but he surely will for me. Herr Gerhardt, is that the name of your fiancé? Yes, it is. And you do not refer to him by his Christian name? That is... Dear me, you mustn't be very close to the man if you address him in such a distant manner. Why, you make him sound like a stranger. Do you truly wish to marry him? I hadn't any choice. My parents... Ah, yes, it was silly of me to ask. That's how it always goes, isn't it? And what of your fiancé? Does he know you well enough to try and rescue you? I think he might. Micah swallowed, tasting dust on her tongue. He's an important businessman. He takes exacting care over his investments, or so I've heard. I imagine it would be the same for me too.
Oh, that's fucked up. Her just calling herself an investment is rough, dude. Minus the cluelessness, Micah's reactions are mine when I was a teenager. Fair enough. I actually forgot she was still acting as a maid. She slipped up so many times. She's pretty freaking terrible at it.
I am a Von Essen after all. There'd be a lot of prestige in wedding me. So that is how he regards you. As a profitable purchase. I cannot say. After all, I hardly know him and therefore cannot judge how he sees you. Does that sum it up? It is not entirely inaccurate, no? What a woeful state of affairs this is. It sounds like you would be wretched whether you were in my castle or out of it, particularly if the latter would entail being by this Herr Gerhardt's side. Perhaps I did you a favor by bringing you here.
She kind of thought about it when she first woke up in the cell, so yeah. She probably knows Lena, even hardly even knows her. Yeah, pretty much. Wait, Sorcerer hardly even know her. Oh, I combined two of them. She probably knows Lena more than him at this point. Yeah, she said she only met him a couple of times, and he was probably in full-on, like, regal aristocratic. Yes, it's my pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Von Essen. That kind of shit. His name sounds like Hergethard. Hergethard. Well, he won't be anytime soon. He has no wife anymore. Micah did not reply to this. She did not want to give Magdalena the satisfaction. Yet. Well, never mind all that. Your fiancé can try to look for you if he likes. I do not care. I doubt he'd be able to bester me. But you said you wished to avoid all that. Did I really? Yes, you did. That's why you proposed letting me go. Oh, yes. Good memory. It would seem that the cold hasn't eaten away at all of your faculties. Not just yet, at least. As for why I changed my mind, well, that needn't concern you. But this is about me. Surely it must concern me. Oh, there was no real reason behind it. It was nothing more than an act of whimsy on my behalf. If you truly want to know why I went along with your chicanery, then... But to say that I felt touched, that is all, upon hearing you throw your own life away for the sake of your maid. Few mistresses would be capable of such compassion. It was truly remarkable. I didn't want your efforts to be in vain. That is all. Okay, now I'm wondering if that's exactly what happened to her in her childhood. What if it was more of like a thing where they were trying to turn the maids into like vampires or just ghouls, mindless servants that would live forever and serve them. And she didn't like that. Maybe Magdalena was trying to save the one maid that she loved the most, or the whole maids and everything, and somehow ended up taking the curse upon herself and becoming the full vampire while the rest of them have become ghouls. He wants to eat you figuratively? True. Hope it turns out he's gay and relieved he doesn't have to marry her too. I hope he just turns out to be a decent guy. I hope they surprise us with a nice little twist where eventually he shows up and he's like, "My Lady Micah, I'm here to save you." And she's just like, "Nah, I'm chill. I'm in love with this woman now. I want to live here." And he's just like, "Oh. Okay. Later." think that would be such a cute ending. Was it dog? Yeah, dog's going nuts. Buddy! Okay. He saw something out the window. Dog's here to save the day. Yeah, dog said, nah, get her Gerhard out of here. We don't need to deal with him.
And you are prepared to put yourself in danger for that? I won't be any danger. I'm a vampire. I can shatter rib cages with a single touch. Or thereabouts, at least. Now you really must get some sleep. It'll be much better for you than asking all of those silly questions. But I've nothing to change into. What will I sleep in?
The way the good Lord created you, my lady. Oh, no. Okay, that's fair enough. Oh, she's going to dress her up in her own clothes. I really hope she found some maid outfits, too. Just to really torture her a little bit. I mean, now she's admitted that she's not a maid, but it would be even funnier if that way she was just like, fuck it. Get in the maid outfit, my lady.
I considered as much and took the liberty of stocking these drawers with some of my own clothes before I fetched you. You should find that they fit more or less, and they're clean, which is more than can be said for the rest of the linens in this place. There are books, too, on the shelves which you may read, and I drew up a basin of water for you to wash yourself in upon waking. You could find no better amenities in any inn. I do hope you have a pleasant night, and sweet dreams.
Magdalena smiled sardonically, and dropped Micah another curtsy.
Just try not to breathe in through your nose if the smell bothers you. I would not want you to spend the night coughing. A fair lady such as you needs her sleep.
I love her. She's so good. She's so seductive. Hey, Zali Ban, thank you so much for the raid. What is up, Vezkits? I hope you're all having a lovely day. First up, happy International Lesbian Day. Welcome to the stream. We are playing a Yuri, Sapphic, Girls Love, lesbian visual novel about this lady over on the left, Micah. And she has been attacked by bandits. Her family has been killed. Her maid has had to be cast out into the night. But she was saved by that gorgeous vampire you saw a few seconds ago named Magdalena. She's just over 100 years old. She has been here for a while. She keeps talking about how scary and sadistic and this and that she is. But she's showing her concern for her little lady and actually protecting her. She took out the bandits and carried her back here and kept her alive. So, yeah, that's how far we've gotten in the story. Even though it's been... Oh my god, it's been 4 hours. Fuck, visual novels just sweep me away, man. I thought it'd been like 2.5. Even though it's been 4 hours, yeah, very little has happened because I just keep fanboying and voice acting and freaking out. It's been a fun time. How was Zali's stream today? What were you guys up to? Yeah, what were you guys playing? I forget. Was it Zali? No. I remember what Albanyan was doing. Albanyan was doing pause. We played Little Misfortune. That was it. I knew I'd seen what Ban Ban was up to. Little Misfortune is incredible. Is that the long one? No, that's Franbo. Yeah, no, Little Misfortune is amazing. Did he finish it in one go? It's such a good game. Yikes forever. Exactly. Everything needs to be sparkles. The voice acting in that was so good. The comedy was so good. The horror was really good as well. It's a nice mix of everything. If he did enjoy it, please do, and I will tell him as well. But please pass along that if he enjoyed that game, Franbo is like so... Oh, you're still here, Van Van. It was so fun playing it. Very good story. If you liked that, it's a lot longer and quite a bit darker, but it has a very similar atmosphere and art style. There's this game called Franbo, which is quite similar. I think you'd like that as well if you like that one. But it is a bit more of a commitment. It's probably like a 2 to 3 stream kind of thing. It's darker. It's more meshed up. But yeah, it's like a very similar kind of thing. Fancy. Exactly. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. That's perfect for Spoopy month. And thank you guys so much for being here. If you don't want to watch like a gothic horror romance lesbian visual novel, feel free to head out. But if you do want to stick around, feel comfy, feel chill, and I hope you enjoy it. Both games were made by the same developer too. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I hope they make a third one soon. They're a tiny little development team as well. From what I remember, wasn't it like a husband and wife that work on most of it? And she does the voice acting as well. Take a look. Thank you. Like, yikes forever. Thank you so much for the raid, Van Van. I hope you have a lovely day and thank you for joining us. I think so. Yeah, I think that's what I remember when we were like going through the games. I'm pretty sure they like spelled that out in one of the
credits sections. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Have a lovely day, Van Ban. Thank you so much for the raid. And to all the Vestkits, feel free to get comfy and listen in on the romance and the horror, or feel free to head out, whatever you feel like. Laughing to herself, Magdalena straightened, then turned. It was the last thing she would ever do straight in her life. There, chat, are you okay? I called out the straightened like I normally do. Everybody's been calling it out on me today and being like, Fuchan, you didn't make the joke about the straightness. She departed, a long cloak trailing against the age-spotted carpet, and shut the door behind her. Micah waited until she heard Magdalena's footsteps fade and rose once again to her feet. She crossed the room, her legs trembling, and seized the doorknob between her fingers, but it stubbornly refused to budge. The door was locked. Well, of course it is. Micah sighed. What did I expect? Defeated, Micah returned to the bed. Weary from all that had happened, she collapsed upon it, her loose hair strewn in spirals across the sheets. Staring at the ceiling, which was drenched in darkness, Micah muttered softly to nobody in particular. What am I going to do now? Micah's question, of course, fell upon deaf ears. There was nobody in Magdalena's home to hear her. She was all alone. She's even prettier up close. Yeah. Oh my god! That's what you prepared for her to wear, Magdalena? You put her in the proper classic virgin outfit? Just a white shawl? God damn. Wow. Yeah, this artist goes so fucking hard. This visual novel is so beautiful. The way it bunches up around the chest too. Jeez, you can see everything. Oh god. Let me just hide that. The red hair is so beautiful as well. And the white dress, just like, yeah, mixing into the red bed sheets. Gorgeous. Micah tossed and turned uneasily that night, in a bed which smelt of disuse and decay. The bed was more comfortable than the cell in which she'd been held, but it was almost as cold, its thin sheets eaten away by age and insects. At least the dungeon, with its sole wooden cot and its solitary window barred against the moonlight, was supposed to be inhospitable. This bedroom, meanwhile, was a different matter. It was richly furnished, yet all its decorations had since been ravaged by time's unrepentant advances. The men and women who must have stayed in this room once, more than a century ago, would surely be dead by now. In that sense, the room felt akin to a crypt. Did that make the bed a sarcophagus? Micah a corpse? Magdalena had spared Micah's life for the present, but Micah doubted that she would be so fortunate in the future. Magdalena was not, Micah reminded herself, a human, but a vampire. She meant to suck Micah of her blood, and when she did, Micah would lose her life, just as this room's previous inhabitants surely had. Magdalena's home was so decrepit it seemed unfathomable that life could flourish within its walls. It was not so very different, really, from the Von Essen mausoleum. The air even smelt the same. It smelt of death. I am loving this writing as well, because yeah, we'd already pointed out the whole fact that the decrepit house, the decrepit mansion that once was a symbol of status, once was a symbol of how wealthy and amazing everything was, has now been left to become decayed, and she can't deal with it. She can't fix that. So yeah, it kind of like symbolizes what's happened to Magdalena, whatever like sadness she's had to go through within her 100 years plus of life, how it feels dead inside. It's still beautiful on the outside, but beneath there's just not much left. There's not much life left clinging. And Micah, despite the fact that she says how much she hates that, she was the one who ventured into the crypt. She was the one who dragged Henny into it. So yeah, she's still connected to that in a bit of a way. There's still a bit of attraction, and maybe she can bring life back into it. Maybe that's why her hair is so beautifully red and her eyes are so beautifully blue. A bit more color to bring life back into the world. So well written, really works wonders on the immersion. Yeah. And now I get why they were focusing so heavily on the mausoleum for like the first 2 hours, really. But really should have only been like 30 minutes of gameplay if I hadn't been reading through it so slowly. She's still so lively. Yeah, she's got the blush in her cheeks still as well. And the blush on her arms, just to show how alive she is. And the red and white as well. Always very symbolic of like religious things, Mary Magdalene, but also of childbirth. Blood, milk, semen, femininity. That's why they use them so much in the Alien series as well.
Pure white, unfettered by anything. The red of blood, of life, of passion. So yeah, they've done so well in this game, getting all the symbolism in at every turn. No matter how Micah tried, she could not get comfortable. All the while, as she tried to sleep, she heard the wind howling outside, creeping stealthily, like black-cloaked thieves through the cracks in the glass panes. Much like the thieves that murdered her family. Micah's bare toes curled against the mattress. Anxiously, she shuddered. What was to become of her now? And I'm shocked that oh, that's the demo? Okay, that's fair. That was good. That was good. That was perfect. I was expecting it to end on a more, like, scary note. Writing by Ebi-hime. We're finally playing an Ebi-hime game! Unfortunately, we only got to do the demo, but we'll come back for the full game when it comes out. Character art, Roxy art, absolute fucking legend. That art was beautiful. Background art, Samate Studio. They did a good job as well. Like I said, some of the oil painting looks were brilliant. Person who did the interface. And yeah, Ebi-hime does the programming for most of her games too, so we're definitely going to be playing more Ebi-hime games in the future. Music by... I missed it, sorry. Opening movie by Finalgo. There was an opening movie? There's got to be an opening movie. There wasn't one in the demo. Now I'm really interested. Oh, shit. And yeah, I know the musician was like tweeting about the game earlier, so I'm glad, like, yeah. It's an 8 on Rempy as well, swick. I'm glad that, yeah, the musician did really well. The music in this has been beautiful. And published by 2.5 Studios, who we already love so much. Oh, okay. That's probably going to be CGs in the main game. It's still locked. I was kind of hoping it would unlock. There was a part of me that was like, there's got to be an opening video? No way. Do you only get the opening video once you finish the demo? But nah, it's still locked. That was fun, though. That was good. A nice 4-hour stream. Longer than I expected, even though it wasn't actually that much content. I just freaked out too much. This is amazing. Thank you so much for the stream, Fuchan. No problem. I loved this. They leave you hanging for more? Yeah. I expected something a bit more spicy to happen before we completely finished. But yeah, no, they've introduced the characters. They've built up like the mystery of what else is going on in the castle. What else is being like locked away. What was screaming. What's going to happen with Henny? Is Henny in the castle? Hopefully not. Hopefully she got out. But is she going to bring... Herr Gerhardt? The beginning is set up so nicely. Yeah, it was good. Thank you for the voice acting. No problem. I wish I could actually do feminine voices. I cannot to save my life. I heard multiple times the fact that they both ended up slipping into the same voice. Because I normally give like a young lady, like a very posh kind of lady, that kind of voice. And then I was giving the more vampiric lady this kind of voice with a bit more challenge, but it's still the same posh feminine voice, and it's... They only said it's out 2025. What if it's December? I'm gonna cry. Yeah, you never know. It could take a long while. I'm glad that they released the demo, though. I'm so excited. To anyone who didn't know who 2.5 Studios are, they're the same group that did A Date with Death, which a lot of people on Nijisanji have played, as well as Amelie and Start Again, which I've played, which are beautiful. They've released another game called Dreambound. There's a bunch that they've released, and they're releasing more and more as the years come out. They've started publishing for like other game creators as well as doing their own stuff. So yeah, 2.5 Studios are doing amazing. They're supporting like people in the visual novel indie scene so well. So yeah, I hope people keep supporting them. They blew up with A Date with Death, but yeah, they've got so much incredible work under their belt already. And we're definitely going to be playing more Ebi-hime stuff in the future. Time flies, it's scary. Yeah, it won't take very long at all before this game comes out. We'll be in 2025 in no time. Everyone go wishlist it? Yeah, if you don't know, in the description for this video, I have a link to the Steam page, so do go wishlist it. I wonder if you can leave... I doubt you can leave like a review just based off of the demo. I don't think that would be right, but let me just check. Because if you could use a review for the demo, that would be awesome. Cases in a demo, discussion and support. No, okay, yeah, they don't let reviews come out until you actually, the game is actually open. But the demo was so good. If I could review this demo, straight up 10 out of 10. Music, perfect. Art, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Writing, impeccable. My list of visual novels to play grows longer, like my book list. I mean, basically the same kind of thing, so yeah, I get that. Okay, let's go to our just chatting screen. Should I leave this music on? I might as well. It's perfect. That's why I used it for the beginning of the stream as well. All the violins have been so good. The violins and the pianos, man, they've been going great. Thank you for another banger rec, Fuchan. Honestly, just thank 2.5 Studios. If it weren't for 2.5 Studios, was that when I first? No. Okay, no. I did actually see this game on Steam first. Because I sometimes go through like the upcoming list and go way, way further into the future just to see anything I try to get permissions on early. But yeah, 2.5 Studios brought it out as well and have been producing it very hard, like showing it to other people. So yeah. They did a big post the other day when they announced that the demo was coming out and that some people had started playing it on early access. So it's great. Being so honest, you're so good at acting the dialogues that it doesn't matter if you only have 1 or 2 female voices. Aw, Sabrina Saberhagen, that's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. In fact, oh, I just realized, yeah, I should grab my comfy grabber. Where you at, comfy grabber? Yeah, okay. Grab that, and we'll grab our emotes as well, our emote wall. There we go. It should both be active now. Atsufu-chan, thank you. It's just the truth. Nah, you're too kind. At my point, I want to play this list is coming as long as my if unread books. Current count is around 60 unreads. Yeah, I have a huge long list of books, games, novels, all kinds of things. Even just my list of games to play on stream. I very rarely play games off stream anymore because it's just like, I want to experience this with the Comfydants. But then you definitely have to like slow them down. By the way, what happened to the scare counter? Oh, I just got rid of it because it was in the way of some of the dialogue. Let me go back to the gameplay screen for a second. If I turn it back on, it did go up by 1. We counted the 1. I forgot what it was that was scared us, but there was something that happened during the stream at some point where people were like, I had a scare. And I was like, I did. You just can't see it because otherwise it would have been on top of the dialogues and stuff. Oh, the comfy grabber came back. Demo? That was the demo? Just imagine how good the full game is going to be. Yeah. To be fair, the only reason that we haven't played Dreambound, because I know I would love Dreambound by 2.5 Studios as well, is just because it is so long. So I wouldn't put it past this game being super long. I would suppose it's probably only like 5 to 6 times the length of the demo, but I don't know. Ebi-hime has been known to do some short games. I don't really know if they've done many long games, but the ones that I've wanted to play from Ebi-hime tend to be mostly like 4 to 5 hours. Meanwhile, the like 2.5 Studios, like I said, they've done some huge ones. There's a bunch as well as Dreambound. There was one that was like a Shansha fantasy kind of thing that was also Danmei, Boys Love, set in like a Shansha setting that apparently was like a good like 40 to 60 hours long worth of dialogue, which is why I was like, I'm definitely never going to play that one on stream. That would be committing to like streams for about a year. Oh my god. That's nice. Do you plan to play it offline if you aren't allowed to play a certain game? I plan to, and then I often never do. Like most of the time when I take my holidays, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to play this game I've been waiting to play for a while. And then I don't have time because I end up writing Legatus 505 and doing offline work and catching up on other personal things, like just like deep cleaning my house and mowing my lawn and shit like that. So yeah, a lot of the times I'm like, the most recent ones were both Final Fantasy Rebirth and Unicorn Overlord. I was like, yeah, I'm going to play those this holiday. I'm going to take like a 3-week holiday. And then I was like, yeah, no, I just played Elden Ring. I played Elden Ring on stream. Was it auto voicing disabling during the full screen video? I don't know, actually. I never pressed that button. I don't know if they actually do have like an automatic like read the text thing. The auto read, I think, is what scared you. Oh, that's what you're telling me is what scared me. Yeah, I pressed that button. I don't even know if that was like a Windows thing or a this thing. Oh yeah, no, you press V and it just does that.
Self-voicing disabled.
So I guess that's part of the game, because that definitely wouldn't happen outside the game. Yeah. So they have some sort of self-voicing feature. I probably should have left that on and heard what it actually sounded like, but I didn't. Sally adjacent scare? Yeah, it brought me right back to Sally from years ago. When you were figuring out how to hide the dialogue. Yeah. I just came in. How was the Yuri? It was very Yuri. It was very good. Beautiful artwork, beautiful music, lovely written, a nice story. Very deep vampire character where I don't know exactly what she's going to turn into just yet. I don't know if she will be like overly sadistic and murderous or if she will be like more chill. We shall see. For accessibility? Yeah, it could be that. It could be just for like reading the text for you, just in case you cannot read it yourself. Why is it a male voice? Boo. Hey. I also have a male voice. Can you play slow damage? Is there a safe for work version? No. The rules for those ones, I mean, I'm not even allowed to finish the other one right now, the one that we started, Tagainu no Chi. I might be allowed to finish that demo someday. But the rules for those ones are we have to like have a demo and a safe for work version. So a safe for work demo, which unfortunately slow damage and sweet pool and things like that do not have. There were only the 2 Nitro Corral ones that did. Unicorn Overlord is so good. I know. I really wanted to play it. I really wanted to play it. Always next time for the next stream? Yeah, we could see that in the future. Not gonna lie, I miss Sally. No, that was scary. I'm glad that every time we've gone to Streamlabs since then, it hasn't messed us up. Remember Dramatical Murder? Yeah. We had like Dramatical Murder and we had Tagainu no Chi. Those were the 2 that had safe for work demos that I could play. Yume Haya. Ah, this was so good. It seems to be a hazard of Fuchan streams that I struggle to keep a straight face in the office. And Fuchan's VA was so good. I'm glad you enjoyed it that much. Both between, yeah, the actual story, the actual game itself, and the little silly things I threw in. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and thank you so much for being here. And I hope you have a lovely rest of your day, Yume Haya. And Tri Princess, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. No message, but thank you for always supporting the channel, and I hope you have a lovely day. Is the self from game or RPV? That I don't know. I'd imagine it voices everything. Or maybe, yeah, maybe it's a feature they haven't actually put in yet. Because actually, I made sure it was disabled and it said self-voicing. So maybe, oh, maybe they're gonna have like full voice acting when it fully releases. Maybe that's it. If you press that button, it switches it from doing the dialogue with the voices to letting you self-voice. There's like self-voice enabled and self-voice disabled, where it'll either be read by the actual voice actresses or you can disable it and read it yourself. That'd be sick, actually. But I don't know. So don't quote me on that. I have no idea. Definitely, I had it disabled the whole time, so there isn't any voice acting in the game just yet. But I don't know which way they're going with it. There's not, they can't even get that game safe for work enough to be on Steam. Yeah, a lot of the Nitro Corral ones, they just can't put on Steam at all. They did re-release some of them in like PSP where they were like all ages versions, and that tends to be why they then released like a safe for work version on Steam as well, which they could then like release an uncensorship button on. I haven't watched much anime since I started watching your stream either. Sorry, my streams take up so much time. Same though, I maybe watch like 1 or 2 anime per season and that's it. I put so much off. Like, I kind of want to watch Dandadan this season because people had such a big reaction to it. The only one I watched last season... No, I watched 2. No? I watched Oshinoko. I feel like I watched something else, but I can't remember what it was, so maybe I didn't. Yeah. The servant changing places with the noble to keep them safe during travel sounds like an interesting story concept in and of itself. Oh, that's been used quite a bit in different things. Oh, that even happens in Star Wars. Yeah, things like Princess and the Pauper and stuff like that, where like nobility trades places with the poor people as well. Just in general, like having someone pretend to be the rich person in case they do get attacked is something that happens a lot. Like Dandadan, so unhinged. Yeah, I heard it's pretty crazy. Yeah, Natsume Book of Friends is on to season 7. And there's that one, something about my wife turning into a grade schooler or something. But yeah, it's supposed to be like a really romantic and sad and touching story about moving on, even though everyone freaked out about the title. Frieren or Dungeon Meshi? Yeah, no, I watched both of those. That was a really good fantasy season. And Raven of the Inner Court Palace. And, oh god, what was the one with Mao-chan? Apothecary Diaries. So yeah, no, there's been a lot of good anime recently. I just can't keep up with all of them. The last anime I watched was Unwanted Undead Adventure last month. I didn't even heard of that one. Was that good? You watched Delico's Nursery, my good sir? And Twilight Out of Focus. Yeah, that's true. We watched those on stream. Although Delico's Nursery, we only got 2 episodes in. Eventually, we'll get to watch the rest. I was sad that got delayed. Oshinoko was interesting, though. Honestly, Mood, I mostly watch your stream nowadays, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Mafu. Can't wait for Natsume. Yeah, all the Natsume that I watched was beautiful. It's such a nice healing Iyashike atmosphere. This was a given in medieval society. Why do you think bridesmaids became a thing? That way, kidnapped didn't know who to take. Oh, true. They'd all just be dressed up pretty. I recommend Yakuza Fiance if you've got time. Is that a new one airing this season, or is that a classic one? Because the only thing like similar to that title I can remember is the one where it's like Yakuza House Husband. I think it's Way of the House Husband, but that was good. What's the name of this new anime that are girls but they dress like handsome men? I have no idea, Paritomo. There was Twilight Out of Focus stream. Dang, I missed it. Yeah, we did it in 2 chunks. We watched like the first 4 episodes, I think, which was the first arc. At the same time, we watched Delico's Nursery, the first 2 episodes. And then we just recently, just like 2 or 3 weeks ago, watched the rest of the episodes. It's a good series. I especially liked the second couple. They were great. Watched that isekai about Osama Daizai that came out recently. It turned out to be not as bad as I expected. Oh, were you just watching it because you love Dazai? Been into Dandadan recently? Yeah, I heard really, really good things about Dandadan. That it's crazy and really intense, but well done. I also heard about, I mean, from this one. I read the manga for that. It's good. Don't know if the anime lives up to it. I don't know which one you're talking about. What I will say, I unfortunately heard that Uzumaki, everyone was telling me after the first episode released, it's so good. It's so worth watching. They finally made like a Junji Ito adaptation where it actually captures the art style and has good animation. And then the second episode came out, and apparently everyone said it got trashy animation for episode 2. They switched out the animation studio and yeah, ruined everything apparently. Which is a shame. But I have heard, like, from the looks of the previews for episode 3, it may be good again in episode 3. It's just, yeah. Considering they were producing this one for 5 years, it's kind of fucked up that the second episode is always going to be like that. It happens. It happens. I'm busy and haven't had time for VODs, but I'm glad to watch this one because it was so good. Plus, I missed you in the comfies. Thank you so much for being here, Kit. I'm glad you got to catch this one. Sorry you don't have much time to watch us otherwise. But yeah, I'm glad you caught this one. This was a beautiful game, and I can't wait for the full version. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Yeah, I don't know how bad it actually gets in episode 2, but yeah, I've just seen a lot of people complaining about it on Twitter. Especially since people were so hyped after the first one was actually good. I was thinking about doing a reaction to it, and then I was like, oh, so they fucked it up again. If you liked Apothecary Diaries and Raven of the Inn Palace, you might like Yatagarasu. The Raven chooses its master as well. Most underrated show of last season. Yatagarasu. A crow does not choose its master. Oh, that's so beautiful. Yeah, that one looks beautiful. Not sure how the story is, but damn, it looks good. Closest I got to watching BL anime lately is binging Noctis clips. So you have been watching BL recently. Oh, I've been watching Elusive Samurai. It's so good. I heard that one was really good as well. I've seen some of the animated clips from it. There was one where like a little tiny girl samurai was running through a bunch of enemies and cutting them all down. They're anime you didn't expect much from, but ended up being amazing. Oshi no Ko, honestly. Season 1, the first episode is freaking insane. The first episode where they were like, no, we'll give you a whole like feature length, almost triple episode length, and give you like the whole story of Ai before we like set into anything else was gorgeous. And I watched that one just because everyone was talking about it, like eventually mentioning VTubers and talking about like the Japanese entertainment industry and how like realistic it was. So I went in thinking, it's just a silly little idol story. It's fine. But then, yeah, I watched the first episode and was immediately like, oh, I am stuck in this one. It's so good. Even the end of season 2, I saw a lot of people saying they didn't think much happened in season 2, but I think there was so much growth for all of the characters, and the animation was so consistent throughout. The way they show their passion and love for acting with the animation is gorgeous. There's been a lot of anime like that. There's been a lot of anime that I watched thinking, this is going to be trash, but I'll have a fun time with it. That turns out being good. I can't think of many off the top of my head now, though. Because nowadays, I only pick and choose, like, very specific anime if I really think they're going to be perfect. I used to watch, like, all kinds of anime. Noeen, thank you so much for donating the food funds. No message either, but I hope you had a lovely day. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. Thank you for being here. Are there any anime you guys ever watched that were like you thought would be kind of crap and they ended up being good? That one's true as well, actually. Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead. I didn't think that one would be particularly interesting. That one was so good, I went ahead and watched the live-action movie afterwards. The live-action movie wasn't as good, but yeah, no. The anime itself, really good. Fun time. It's not like super deep, but good enough to just like chill and enjoy some silliness. Mononoke TV series? Yeah. Aren't they doing like a movie for that one as well? Odd Taxi. See, Odd Taxi, by the time I watched it, it'd been out for like 2 seasons already. So I knew it was like a masterpiece going in. Everybody had said it was a masterpiece. I do like anime like that do the whole like, hey, it's just cute little animal creatures. Don't worry about it. You'll have a fun time. And then they hit you with like intense plot lines and there's reasons for creatures being animals instead of people and shit. Like that one, Beastars, BoJack Horseman. They all have that same kind of thing where it's hard to sell them to people because you're like, you need to watch this. It's so good. The mystery, the characters, the intrigue, the comedy. And you try to like show them a picture and they look at it and they're like, I'm not watching a kid's show. Zombieland Saga is my favorite. I don't remember that one. To Your Eternity. See, To Your Eternity again is one that I knew immediately was going to be incredible. I had heard the manga was going to be amazing. They got fucking Utada Hikaru to do the fucking opening song. Like, yo, that one had prestige behind it. Honestly, I only watch animated Vesubiao in this story, and I got my Delulu after I started watching your stream. So it's okay. So sad that AO3 hasn't updated fanfiction lately. Eh? You just mean in like the series that you've been reading or watching? It's all good. There's nothing wrong with enjoying some BL. I like a bunch of things though. But you got to watch it in front of them and really gasp. Yeah. Or just sit them down and be like, look, please, just watch the first couple episodes with me. If you don't like it after that, do whatever you want. But yeah, that normally works with some series. Some people, it pisses them off more, though. And they want less of it because of what? Visual novels? I don't know if you heard of it, but soon coming out, Sigh of the Abyss. It has a nice art style, and I like the characters. Sigh of the Abyss. Shadows Bond. Prologue. Oh, that is a nice art style. Got that like slightly Western, but still anime-esque. No, more Western actually, the art style in this one. That is an interesting one. I hadn't heard of that one before. There's a couple that I've heard that are coming out like recently. Let me check. I just followed a bunch of indie visual novel creators on Twitter because I saw a bunch of indie visual novels being advertised at the same time. So, following. Oh yeah, The Last Winter Night, Endesis, looks really interesting. They're the same group who did Snow White Ashes, which I heard is really good. And there was this one, Saf. I can't remember what they made, unfortunately. But yeah, there's a couple other visual novels that I've been looking into recently, just keeping an eye on and seeing like when they'll actually release and if I want to play them on stream. I love me some visual novels. It's just like story time. It's just reading stories. You want emotional damage? Read the manga of To Your Eternity? What if I don't want it? Gekkan Shoujo is one of my favorites. Yeah, Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun is just pure comedy. It's great. It has the same kind of comedy as like Asobi Asobase, Danshikoko no Nichijo, The Wasteful Life of High School Girls, those kind of series where it's just like all jokes all the time. Which actually brings me back to like really classic comedy movies like the Mel Brooks kind of stuffs. Come to think of it, I really need to watch Young Frankenstein again. Saiki Kuso, yeah, Saiki Kuso no Sainan as well. So hyped for Snow White Ashes. Hell yeah. Lucky Star 2? I feel like Lucky Star is more cute girls doing cute things than irreverent comedy. I think Lucky Star, K-On!, Haruhi, well, Haruhi has a big plot going on as well. But yeah, like a lot of those ones are more cute girls doing cute things anime than like irreverent comedy. When I think irreverent comedy, I mean the ones where it's just like constant jokes going on all the time. Plastic Neisan, yeah, Saiki Kuso, Gekkan Shoujo, there's a bunch. Laid Back Camp I haven't seen. Chan, do you like Cromartie? Oh, Cromartie High School, yeah, that's a good one. That's the other one I was thinking of, Nichijo. I was trying to remember, like, yeah, Nichijo, where it's just like, it's literally just called daily life, but it's so fucking funny. And oh, there's so many more. Sakamoto desu ka? Definitely. Definitely. Even School Rumble, I would say, is definitely on that level as well. Last Winter Night is great. Same for Snow White Ashes. I can't wait for the full games. Yeah, their art style was really interesting as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing those. Curious if there are any horror BL novels / animes. I want to try binging those this spooky season. Does anybody know of any? You can certainly ask. Mecha, how dare you? I'm not even comment grabbing that. Thank you for joining the membership, but I refuse to click it. I think you've already watched it, but Night Beyond the Tricolored Window. That is a horror BL. That is, it does lean into a bit over the top, but yeah. Have you ever read Shoulder a Coffin Kuro? I don't know. I've read something. Shoulder a Coffin Kuro. Nah, that wasn't what I was thinking of either. There's something else where it's like a little girl carrying around a coffin all the time that I thought it might have been. Have you tried Snow White with the red hair? I loved Snow White with the red hair. That's one of the... You good? Why are you barking right behind me? Okay. He's in a bad mood and he needs everybody to know. But yeah, no, Snow White with red hair was beautiful. What was the main guy's name? Zen? Something with a Z for sure. But yeah, no, that one was really good. There's been a couple of shoujo over the last... Well, I mean, that one was actually more like 5... Somewhere between like 5 and 10 years old, huh? Fuck, that's crazy. They really need to continue Yona of the Dawn. Akatsuki no Yona. That was so good. It's technically, I guess, a josei, but it's like such a good historical war epic as well, and fantasy. It is what it is. Well, guys, something to say about horror BL? Maybe. Maybe he's recommending everybody Urha. Or like this person said. Sweet Paul. Although definitely look up the content warnings when it comes to Sweet Paul. I've heard that one is even worse than most of the average Nitro Corral stuff, so... Careful. Take care of yourself. But he's not a husky. No, but he does like dumb huskies. Is it Coffin Girl Chaiko or something? That sounds right. Chill, buddy. Coffin Girl Chaiko. Yeah, it was that one. This one, I remember just about nothing about it, but it was just like a silly time. I remember it being like very youthful, just like action anime. The first episode was like really sad and interesting, and then it just kind of went off into its own adventure kind of things. Let him speak his truth. Oh, I will. These Snow White notes is all about shamisen and how evolving the music is. Oh, that sounds beautiful. Lots of body horror. It's basically BL Saya no Uta. Oh, okay. Saya no Uta I know well, so... Yeah, I probably would like Sweet Paul, but that's not for everybody. That is definitely not for everybody. Okay, Sky. I think I died this stream. I swooned and I swooned. Don't pass out. The passing out is not good unless it was just asleep. Take care of yourself, okay, Sky? Thank you so much for this, Foo. Very fortunate. It's empty at work. None shall see me go. Gosh. Completely fair. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, these character designs are freaking peak. It's so good. The fuck? What is that? BL Saya no Uta? Now I'm listening. They said that's what Sweet Paul is. I'll put it in chat again. It's one of the Nitro Corral games. So the same group that made Dramatical Murder, Tsugainu no Chi, Sweet Damage? Was it Sweet Paul? Slow Damage. Slow Damage and Sweet Paul. Those two words get mixed around for me every time. Maybe Dogo wants to join in the discussion. Maybe he just heard Husky and he was like, how dare you talk about another dog? There should only be one dog in your life, human. No moron. No dumb huskies. Funny thing, I believe Gen Urobochi worked on Sweet Paul in a smaller role. Oh, so he did both of them. The Uro Butcher is normally pretty good if you like dark media. Then there are a couple hits and misses, like Old Noah of the Zero, which was a fun time, but pretty silly. He was only really involved in the first episode and the setup of that, though. I got Sweet Paul emotional damage. A lot. Story is so good. Yeah, I've heard that one, like, distresses you when it comes to body horror, when it comes to just, like, sadness and breaking you down mentally. I've heard there's a lot. MC is a girl, but there's an old otome called Seduce Me, 5 hot incubi and 1 hot succubus to romance. The fandom kind of died though. It's one of my favorites. Just literally called Seduce Me? Seduce Me. Seduce Me the otome. Okay. This does look very traditional otome. Came out in 2015. That's not super old either. Oh, that's good. Glad you enjoyed it. I got Sweet Paw emotional damage a lot. The story is so good. Good. Someday I'll be able to play it. Someday. Lays, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Ochufu! I just have your stream on my second monitor and was just listening while I worked, and your VA was impeccable. The story is beautifully written. It just felt like I was listening to an audiobook. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. That's 9 years, Foo. I refuse to believe that. Anything before 2012, anything after 2012 is relatively new in my mind. I refuse. I refuse. Seduce Me, I remember that. Michaela actually created the series. Wait. Which Michaela? Michaela Law? Michaela who swings by here? Michaela who is Latenna? Or a different Michaela? Wait, I'm so confused. Sweet Paw is sad because poor Yoji. No spoilers. No spoilers. I get it. There's something dark and sad there. Time is flying too fast. Yeah. Especially when you realize, like, I remember thinking, like, the year 2000 wasn't too long ago, and now you're like, Jesus Christ, that was almost a quarter of a century. We're all getting old. We're all getting old. It was Michaela Law. Oh my God. Oh shit, it was. And there was a sequel. Seduce Me the Otome, Seduce Me the Complete Story, Seduce Me 2 the Demon War. Yo. I only knew her as a voice actress and voice director. I didn't know she made games too. Well, shit. I mean, I guess that makes sense. She does, like, the writing for all these, like, ASMR streams and everything. She made a ton of VNs as well. Oh, my God. She didn't even talk to me about that. I've talked to her, like, a couple of times now. There's a second Seduce Me game? I didn't know. Well, now you do. Yeah, there's a Seduce Me 2. And apparently you can buy, like, the whole thing tied together as Seduce Me the whole collection. That's so cool. She's so talented. What the hell? Yeah. It reminds me, that other game we played, the really crazy one. God, I forget its name. The one where it was set underwater and there was like a bunch of fish and we were romancing boys. Oh, God. Anyway, that one, I remember like the creator of that one was both did the voice for one of the main characters and really fucking well, the cute little boy. And also made the game, wrote the game, and did the music for the game, I think, and is a VTuber. So yeah, there's a lot of people out there that are crazy multi-talented. From Madness with Love, thank you, yeah, From Madness with Love. They were the voice actor, the game creator, and they're a VTuber who actively does other shit as well. I guess they just got to the point where they were like, fine, I'm sick of waiting for other people to make fun games. I'll make the fun games myself, and I'll voice act. Remember Had a Full Boyfriend? Yeah, I wish we had permission to play that. I had a whole group of boys ready to play it. It was literally going to be all of the boys from Thingy Thing. Touch Starved. It was going to be the Touch Starved boys plus Vantar when it looked like we were going to get permission for that game, and then it fell through. It's so sad. It was going to be such a fun stream. Doing that whole game, that would have been like probably once a month, let's be honest. It's hard to get the boys together, but yeah, it would have been nice to just get everyone together and go through it. If Comfydants ever made a visual novel, that'd be interesting. We have got a few fan games. In fact, will it be next week? Let me check. Either next week or the week after, we're going to be playing a Confidant-made fan mod of a game called World of Horror. World of Horror is supposed to be really good, and Sisterly made a really beautiful mod of it that uses Noctix boys as the characters, so I'm interested in playing that one. There's a visual novel being made, but well, I don't know if you count it as a visual novel. It's like a RPG Maker kind of game being made by a Confidant that I'm really interested in. It's been going on for really a long time. It's called LIFE. I I forget what the LIFE stands for. But they've been working on that one forever. The writing looks really good. The comedy is great. The artwork is incredible. Everything looks impeccable. The storyline, the comedy, and they got the music being made by Anastasia as well, who did the intro anime to our streams. So yeah, I know that one's got like a really good group of hardworking people behind it. I think it's something in Fabulous something. I forget exactly what it's called, but it looks really interesting, and I hope they finish that well. I miss Touch Starved. Someday Touch Starved will actually come out. That'll be a fun time. We didn't know we needed, and now we can't have. Yeah, unfortunately. I'm sad that one fell through. It would have been nice, but it is what it is. Okay, let me grab any super chats we missed at the beginning, and I can do Streamlabs today before we head out. Iris Studios. I basically read this on stream, but just again, thank you so much for donating the food funds. I'm having fun here, thanks. No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed it. This is such a beautiful game. I'm glad I got a chance to play it on stream, even if it's just a demo for now, and I can't wait to play the full version. Thank you so much. And Reina Noi. Yuri Vampire. The flirting scene is actually written so well. Yeah. She plays with her food, which is fantastic. Fuchan's theory about Lena reminded me of Michelle pretending to be the curse witch to keep people away from his mansion. Yeah, I'm hoping that's what it is she's just playing into the whole, yes, I'm an evil vampire. See how I've done such evil things? And maybe part of that is just her punishing herself for whatever she's sad about when it comes to, like, the possible maid in her past or whatever she did to turn herself into a vampire and lose her family and everything else. It was such a tease, I can't, man. Yeah, no. Her wordplay was perfect. You can tell she's very intelligent. Oh my god. So yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for donating the food funds. And Reina Noi again. Otsufu. This is going to be my next sleep aid, so thank you, Fuchan. I was listening to A Date with Death and Dream Daddy a lot. I don't know if A Date with Death or Dream Daddy are as good to listen to as a sleep aid. This one's a bit more calm. You get a bit of fanboying. A Date with Death, I definitely like cracked a lot more jokes and was like audibly screaming and shit. Dream Daddy as well. It was just like so over the top and everything. So yeah, everything got a bit weird. Out of curiosity, have you heard of the anime film Docusei? It's a very sweet love story. Yeah, Docusei is actually my favorite BL movie. Well, no, my favorite anime BL movie. But yeah, no, it's definitely way up there. It's beautiful. The series, the story is apparently great. I like that one, and I like Twittering Birds Don't Fly, which are two very different things. But yeah, Docusei is just so cute, like coming of age romance. It's adorable. And then you've got Twittering Birds Don't Fly, which is just like full on crazy sexual shit with a little bit of like actual romance and connection. Imagine if anyone slept through Alien Isolation. Apparently a lot of people sleep through my horror streams. A lot of people think my horror streams are like really good to relax to and fall asleep to, so I don't know, maybe some people did. Sometimes your yelling and screaming is relaxing, which is funny to say. There you go. Will you be playing the full version on stream or by yourself? As long as I'm allowed to do the full version on stream, I will do it on stream. It just depends, because obviously some people, especially when it comes to visual novels, they don't like the idea. They either like ask people to not play their visual novels on stream for like a couple of months, or to like just only play up to a certain part so that it keeps the stories a little fresh. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm planning on playing it on stream if I'm allowed to. This game has been beautiful so far, and I want to see the full story. I see his goatee. Otsufu, I hope you're having a wonderful day, sir. Thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful day too. So far, it's been great. And I've got another stream later today. It won't be on my channel, though. We're heading over to Roy Kiato's channel. I'll basically be doing the same thing that I did the last time I did a baking stream with Sens, where we will be baking. He will be doing the actual baking in person, and I will just be supervising and trying not to make him burn down his kitchen. So we'll see how it goes. He's done this 2 other times with 2 other guys, and this time we're going to be making coffee cheesecake. So we shall see how that goes. Back to the game. I wonder what is Magdalena's life story for her to get so confident. She must work on herself a lot, especially during that era. I think it's more just because like it sounds like she was put down by her parents so much in the past, and then she eventually just got to the point of snapping back, hating her parents, realizing how bullshit it was, becoming an immortal vampire. And yeah, at that point, like, who's really going to tell you that you're less than a human when you've lived 100 years, able to rip people's heads off without thinking about it and drink their blood? Yeah, I just want to know what the tragedy is based on, yeah, because she's very sad about something that happened to her in her past, so I'm very interested in that. I like my theory about possibly a lost love maid, but it might not even be that. It may just be, like, in general, her family was shit, they were torturing people, they were horrible to their servants, and something happened. Afterlife story, they could go that direction as well. They could go into the whole, like, you remind me of her for some reason, and do a little, like, oh, maybe it's her reincarnated spirit coming back and they're together again. That's always beautiful in romances. But this one seems to be trying to stay away from cliches, so I don't know about that. It may go in a completely different direction. We're definitely going to be trying their other Ebi-hime's the Yuri cannibalism visual novel soon, though. Let me check the name of that for the love of God. Ebi-hime, Steam developer. There's Blackberry Honey, which is another Yuri visual novel, which is about two maids. Looks beautiful as well, but the one I'm interested in, there we go. It's called It Gets So Lonely Here. And here's a link to its Steam page. I got permissions for that already, and it's only... Apparently it takes like a normal person playing it like an hour to get through it, so it should only take like one stream for us to beat the full game. The artwork looks cute and adorable. And yeah, it describes itself as a yandere Yuri visual novel with a fairy tale theme. Can you escape from your mysterious pursuer? And yeah, often other than that, it just gets essentially described as the cannibal Yuri visual novel. One stream 8 hours? Maybe, because I had heard you can beat this one in about an hour, but now I'm reading this and it says features about 50k words of text, approximately 2 to 3 hours of reading, so that might turn into a 2-stream kind of situation for me. How slow I go through visual novels. That's the name of the creator, Ebi-hime. Yeah, Ebi-hime is the creator and the writer of those games. Snoozing to the calming sound of, no, go away, F you, no, pretty much. Dodging the food time estimate there, are you? I mean, I did my best. I did my best to make it longer and be maybe... I think on visual novels in general, it tends to take me triple as long as it takes like an average person reading them. So obviously, if you're just reading them in your head, it doesn't take long. If you voice act everything, so you've got the dramatic pauses and stuff, that adds time to it. And then even more so of that than when you start doing discussions and stuffs. This is free? I believe so. Yeah, they mostly release their games on itch.io. And then they port them over to Steam. Maybe they released them at the same time. But yeah, they hadn't like used 2.5 studios to produce any of them before. They'd been doing it all themselves. So yeah, this will be the first time doing it. Doing one of them's. And yeah, thank you, Kyrie. They have their games on Stream and itch.io. Might have missed the mention, but please, I need to know who the artist for this game is, because oh my effing god, the art. RockCR, you'll find them on Twitter. I'm not allowed to link Twitter link. Actually, no, I'll get it. Fuck it. It's the worst that could happen. Rock. I think it's _CR? It's just space CR. Oh, they are hard to find. If I go through Ebi-hime's posts, Ebi-hime mentions Rock and links them quite a bit. Let me check. Oh shit, Ebi-hime retweeted our stream. Maybe I'll just Google it. I'm not finding it right now. Frick. Might have been a while. Oh, it's RockCR_artist. Thank you. RockCR_artist. Yeah, perfect. Okay, because there's a couple pieces of art that I particularly wanted to share from them in general as well. So obviously they did everything from Cage of Roses, so they shared a lot of things like that. And in fact, if you want to see him, keep in mind if you don't want to be spoiled, do not worry about it. Do not look at this. But this is a link to what Gerdhart is going to look. They've uploaded to their Twitter what Gerdhart's full look is going to be like. That's why I was like, oh, it's this man. He's so sexy. Because I browsed through RockCR's pictures. But here you go. So don't look at that if you don't want to spoil for what their fiance in general is going to look like. He does look like a bit aggressive. He does look a bit angry, but my god, is he so fucking sexy. The fur collar, the huge lapels, the cape, the hair. Oh, fuck, he's hot. Yeah, he is. Oh, and this was the other piece of art I wanted to share. Because the whole way going through that game, I was like, yes, this woman is so sexy. And so is this. I'm not sure if they are a vampire, but they've got like the white hair, the very pale skin. This was another piece of art by them that I saw, and I was just like, oh my god, this artist is fucking incredible. That's so Castlevania. Oh, the black and white outfit, the big thick leather boots, the giant long cape. He's clearly just cut through like a tentacle monster. Shit's crazy. His eyes remind me of Edmund from New Kani. Edmund New Kani. I can vaguely see that. He looks like a grumpy Legatus character, actually. His eyes kind of remind... Oh, wait, no. That's a different... No. It's just when he looks angry, he looks like Legatus to me. When he has, like, the longer hair and the gentler look, he doesn't so much. It's a pretty character, though. Fulgur, you fallen in love again? I already did. I told you. This is why I've been so excited for this game. As soon as I heard about this game, as soon as I saw this game, I looked it up and I was like, who does the art for this? Because that artist does slightly remind me of like Moyotaro as well, who did Fata Morgana. It's not the same. It's just like a similar style where it's got like the highly detailed bits, but then also the anime style as well. So beautiful, beautiful fucking art. Everything they do is gorgeous, whether it's men or women. And you know how much I love like vampiric designs, and they're very good at vampiric designs. Oh, so is the guy single? Now if Micah ends up with Magdalena? I guess so. I mean, it depends. He must show up in the story later since he has like a full sprite. Unlike the parents. I really wanted to see what Micah's daddy looked like, but it's fine. It's fine. We have him. We have the grumpy man, and we'll see how that goes. But with that said... Oh, wait, no, I haven't dived into Streamlabs yet. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, that artist is gorgeous. Pistry. What's the date? It is the 8th. Okay. Oh, shit, we got a few donations today. And just a few yesterday. Oh, my God, Satoshi. Satoshi, thank you so freaking much for the huge donation yesterday. I'm sorry. There are certain games we're not allowed to like read Streamlabs on. So sorry. If the Streamlabs like link is ever not in the description of a video, just remember that I won't be able to read them during that stream, and I'll try to catch on to them later. But thank you for donating the food funds. The message simply says, food fund. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and we'll be back playing more Silent Hill 2 tomorrow, which I'm very excited for. The bit we're getting into is going to be interesting. And I'm thinking that will take 4 streams, because yeah, from what I remember, we're just over halfway through the game. So another 2 streams should wrap it up. It should be perfect. And then we're going to do like a watch along to the movie. But yeah, because of that, I've got like the perfect amount of thumbnails, because somehow Yukako had time to do a 3rd one, and somebody else did a really sexy one with 2 versions of Pyramid Head on it, which should be interesting to use as well. And you researched how to progress? I did. I had to look that up. I looked up somebody else's gameplay, and yeah, I'm just going to say it. There was another door in the building with the jukebox. I could have walked out, because that jukebox in the main world, in the non-otherworld version of Silent Hill, didn't have another door you could go through. It was always completely locked. You couldn't go through. But yeah, the room with the door box, which it draws you to, like with the save space and then like the jukebox making the noises, the breathing noises, you could have just gone straight out that building. But I found, you know, that other area where you had to like crawl through a wall, break through a wall to get to and stuff. Apparently that's just for collecting resources like bullets and stuff. Because yeah, the person whose playthrough I was watching didn't even go there. I was like, wait, where is this? And I like went back into the jukebox room and saw them go through a door, and I was just like full on facepalm of this century of like, God damn it, Fitch. I was so sure I was going the right way because there was so much like in that direction. I was like, there's no way they built all of this and it's just like a side thing. Oh my God. Will the watch along be streamed public or in membership? It'll probably be public, but it might become membership after. I'm also thinking about inviting other people because I'm not sure. I feel like Mumu might want to watch it. I'm not sure if she's watched the movie since she's such a big fan of the actual video game series. Some people who really like the video game series really do not like the movie because it mixes up like a bunch of the lore and does some of its own things, which, yeah, gets on people's nerves. I quite enjoyed the movie, but it's to each their own. But yeah, I might just invite like anyone who wants to join in Nijisanji EN and make it public, but we'll see. At least it's not bugged. That's so true. If it had just been bugged, I would just have to like either replay the game from the last hospital save slate I did, which was like hours and hours ago. It was definitely like long before Pyramid Head grabbing us, let alone the boss fight. I don't think we'd even gone to the other world at that point. So that would have been like me playing like another 3 hours offline just to catch up. Or yeah, just hoping that they actually fixed the bug at some point. Be so interesting to see the differences of the movie versus the game. Yeah, plus I genuinely like the movie. I like the story that they tell in the movie, even though it's not quite Silent Hill. But yeah, if you look up the reviews I think give it like a 50%, which, you know, not great. It's like a 5 out of 10, which is fine. Planning any games for Halloween? Yeah, we do a thing called Spoopy Month, so we've been doing pretty much nothing but Halloween games. Tomorrow we're going back to Silent Hill 2. We've got Outlast coming up and Outlast Trials. We've got a bunch of different like horror themed things that we're going to be playing throughout this entire month. We just split it up every now and then with a couple little collabs and other things with other people just to chill with. My schedule is on my Twitter, which is pinned. So yeah, it should be in the description of this video. And I also share it on the community tab on YouTube when I don't forget to. So you can look for it in those two places. If you want to, you can catch up on the Silent Hill playthrough so far. Haven't watched that movie before, so I'm excited. Yeah, I quite liked it. It also has Sean Bean in it, which I forgot about. When people were asking me, like, is it the one with Sean Bean? I was like, is it? I don't know. But yeah, no, he's in it. He's just not like a main character. He just kind of exists in it. Movies can be entertaining even if they aren't good, so to say. Yeah. There are a lot of movies where it's just like, this isn't exactly art, but it was an entertaining ride kind of thing. Does he die? We won't spoil that. Don't worry about it. Try Princess from yesterday. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. And from today again on Streamlabs as well. Thank you for all the donations. I hope you're having a lovely day and please rest well and take it easy. And MJ and Lim yesterday. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well and thank you so much. Oh. Okay. Thank you for that message. I'll talk about this message in a minute. I'll talk about that at the end of the stream. But I'll come back to that. I got a message that says done to read out loud. Slingblade, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Oh my god, that was a huge donation. What the heck? Thank you so much. Beautiful voice. Thank you. I enjoyed the stream and feel relaxed. I hope you have a nice day too. Thank you so much, Slingblade. That's so sweet of you. And thank you for the huge Aka Super donation. I hope you have a lovely day too. Thank you so much for being here. Please rest well. Take it easy. I'm just glad you enjoyed the visual novel. Like I said, I've been waiting for this one forever, and I always love it when there's something I just really want to share and people just show up and have fun with it. So that's so good. Thank you for being here. I'll hide from those then. I have a living fear of horror. Yeah, don't worry about it, Ellen. It's all good. Hopefully you'll be able to join more of the streams like after October, so don't worry about it. Movie is more like Silent Hill 1 than 2, if I remember correctly. They kind of blended them, which is what people off a lot. Why am I stopping swearing? It was what pissed people off quite a bit. Yeah, it kind of blends the two a little bit, mixes them together, but it is more 1 than 2. But yeah, so it wouldn't be like complete spoilers for 1 either, and it won't like ruin what happened in 2, but yeah, you'll see like some bits of each kind of thing. Bad movies are just alternative enjoyment. Cherish that poorly performed dialect or badly edited effect. Yeah, and some that are just like really freaking stupid, but you have fun with them anyway, like action movies. Like I really love Bullet Train that came out like a year ago, a Netflix movie. Action movies, comedy movies, sometimes freaking superhero movies. They've had a really rough time recently. As Deadpool pointed out, they're at a low point right now. But there are some really good superhero movies that genuinely are incredible movies, and then there are some that are just like dumb fun, but it's still a fun dumb time. And yeah, and not every movie has to be a great artistic experience. Sometimes it's just bread and circus for the masses. It's a fun time. It's nice to find someone with a passion for visual novels. I love visual novels. I think it's just like a book, but then with things that elevate it. And so many people like use their visual novels to tell stories that possibly wouldn't be able to told in other ways. They use the medium like more in depth, like combining it with music, with sound effects, with different like gameplay styles to really elevate the story and tell it in a bigger way. I recently picked up a novel called House of Leaves, which I have given up on immediately. But if you don't know what House of Leaves is, it's a book that was written in a way that it makes it hard to read, where there's all kinds of crazy shit. Like there are some parts of the book where it's just like randomly in the middle of the rest of the text, they have like a solid square of text that you have to like hold a mirror against to read backwards. Some of it's written in like a code. It's all written like out of order. I was like, that sounds so cool. This is going to be so fun. And then I realized it's one of those things where you literally have to work your ass off to actually understand what the heck's going on. So I will never have time to read that. Like I gave that a go in between like reading a bunch of other things and then realized I barely have time to read full novels. I normally just read the first couple of chapters and then think, that was cool. I'll finish that someday and never get back to it. So yeah, that one I was like, I'm never going to finish this. Another one that I bought recently is called... Is it called The Book of Misfortunes or something like that? The Book of Misfortunes? Apparently not, because that's not coming up. But let me Google it. It was by somebody who like wrote it as a different person, and it looks very interesting. It's full of very interesting thoughts, which is just kind of very depressive and nihilistic. Oh, The Book of Disquiet. There we go. The Book of Disquiet. So it's just like a man who like is constantly talking about, and he's not talking as himself, even though it clearly is like autobiographical. He described it as an autobiography for two people that never existed. He wrote the book as two different people, as an autobiography for these two people that never actually existed. And it's just all these kinds of like philosophical kind of thoughts about how life is so pointless, but you need to try to find meaning within it, and how hard it is to connect with other people. It's very, very heavily like nihilistic and painful and pessimistic, and talks about like the problems of being born in the wrong kind of generation where people don't understand you, and he hopes that someday people will be able to understand him and stuff like that. Life, why do you have so many things to do? Exactly. There are so many things to see and enjoy and so little time to do them. Sounds interesting. It's definitely, it apparently is a book that messes with a lot of people's heads. So maybe don't read it if you're not in the right headspace. I've heard a lot of people who read it while depressed get even more depressed. It's just like one of those thinky ones. So yeah, it definitely reflects on mortality quite a bit. Read the Necronomicon. If it existed, I would. Same as The King in Yellow. I would try it. I would see what happened. If The King in Yellow was an actual play, I would watch The King in Yellow. If the Necronomicon was real, I would read it. Would my mind explode and my eyes bleed out of my head? Yes, probably. That's what they do. But I'd give it a go. I'd be interested. Oh my god. Uchan, do you have any sci-fi or fantasy recommendations? Nah, not right now. I mean, we just went through a bunch of recommendations. I can't really think of any more off the top of my head, and we do that like every other day recently. King in Yellow doesn't exist. And what did I read? If you actually read The King in Yellow, you should be insane. I mean, that's the whole point of it. There is a book called The King in Yellow, but is a bunch of short stories about people who saw the play called The King in Yellow and go insane and how it fucks with their brains. The actual play, The King in Yellow, doesn't exist. That's the whole point. It's a piece of media that apparently just warps your sense and perception of reality so much that you cannot go back to real reality. Which is also what I've heard like total ego death feels like, which is a sensation that people feel sometimes when they just meditate too deeply and think about like mortality, death, the afterlife, and all of that kind of spiritual stuff. And some people simulate by using like hallucinogenics and stuff. A lot of people end up feeling like completely disconnected from their body and from time. And The King in Yellow is supposed to do that kind of thing as well, where it's just like, makes you feel disconnected. It makes you feel like life isn't worth living anymore and you're not really quite in your body anymore. So yeah, a lot of stuff's like that. No, I know, I was just making a joke. Oh shit, my bad, Spoony. But I thought you were genuinely like, but I read a book called The King in Yellow. My bad. Okay. Natsumeko, thank you for donating the food funds, and thank you so much for the gorgeous art we got to use for the stream. As I said at the beginning of the stream, it was so freaking beautiful. It's funny the way you've added like the aggressive, like angry eyes, because yeah, I would snap back at Magdalena and she would snap my neck. She would get bored of me very quickly. She would not find me cute and adorable like she does with Micah. She would just be like, ew, goodbye, human. Got to come back to the VOD in the morning, but can't wait to hear about VODs for the, your thoughts about the demo. Thank you for using the thumbnail through. The Magdalena can be Ovidia, Magdalena, or perhaps Legatus in disguise. Legatus with long hair does basically look like a video, so yeah. We could have just switched it around. Can we actually just make the King of Yellow into reality? We have the capability to. We don't, though. Fiction can influence minds only so much as somebody chooses to embrace it and think about it. Other people's words, other people's like influence upon you is minimal as long as you have control over yourself. That's consciousness. That's autonomy. That's the whole point of the King in Yellow. The King in Yellow just like infects your mind. It takes over. It changes your perception of reality. So nobody has the power to do that. Unless you believe in like a higher power, in which case, yeah, that's the whole point of like a higher power that can be like omnipresent, omnipowerful, all of that stuff. But yeah, that's one of my big stances about like fiction is like it can't affect you unless you let it affect you. And really it should just make you like think and ponder rather than try to control your narrative, which is why media literacy is so important for people to learn, especially nowadays where everybody is constantly trying to get people's eyes on their content by lying or just dramatizing, going over the top, and just in general, like there's a whole bunch of misinformation and over the top big reactions online that are just really there to try and get you to pay attention to someone else. Yeah, media literacy is more important than ever. That wasn't even Natsumeko's comment, that was something else. Thank you for the beautiful artwork, Natsumeko, and I hope you enjoy the VOD when you get to watch it. Share Bear, oh my god, thank you so much for the huge donation. Fuchan, I hope you and the Comfydants have a lovely week. Oh, we will. We're doing so many streams this week. It should be so much fun. So much horror. So much like romance and flirty stuff. So yeah, it should be a wonderful week. And we finally get to collab with Noctix again after so long. I'm so happy about that. Thank you so much for the huge donation, Share Bear. And I hope you enjoy the week as well. I hope you have a wonderful time with us. Thank ya. Staying critical and aware is important. It enhances the experience, in my opinion. Yeah, and one of the things that I like the most about big artists, because not every artist agrees with this. Some artists think that like whatever they meant in their story is the only way that people should interpret their story. But the way that I take art is like, yes, the artist creates it and puts it out there, but the interpretation of it is part of what makes it so beautiful. It's part of what makes it so unique. Yes, the interpretations of the original author are important, and that is very important. That's what like makes it so strong. But I like when, yeah, you put something out into the world, somebody interprets it a different way, but they vibe with that. They like that version of the story. It connects with them on like a personal level, and they're able to like embrace it in a different way than the author necessarily intended. But yeah, it's a shared experience that way, and I think that's beautiful. In fact, talking about, because somebody, when we were playing Silent Hill 2, mentioned the fact that the original, the one who's currently the art designer and back then was like the creature designer for Pyramid Head, and worked heavily on the original Silent Hill 2. They put out a tweet basically saying that the first scene where you see Pyramid Head, he wasn't actually... I'm going to say the word. I know a lot of people are uncomfortable with the word, but yeah. Sorry for dark content coming up. The first time you see Pyramid Head, he's like slamming his body against one of those creatures that has 4 legs sticking out of it. It looks like he's raping the dead body of a monster. And that's how a lot of fans interpreted it forever. But that person who was then had said like that wasn't ever their actual intention for that scene. And that the fact that people interpreted the scene that way actually ended up hurting his social life a little bit, because people started to think he was a bit weird for that. Essentially, like he said, it kind of ruined his own love life and he has no experience because of that, which I think he was saying in like a joking kind of way. But yeah, basically he was saying that in his mind it was just him attacking it. It wasn't him doing anything grotesque like that to it, but everyone interpreted it that way. But I liked his statement because he finished it off like right at the end by doing a final tweet, and there's a long comment chain where he explains like some secrets that we don't want to spoil because it's some secrets about the actual story from Silent Hill 2 and the interpretations. But his final one was him talking about the fact that he's able to accept that now, even though it did disconvenience him quite a bit throughout his life, and he's fine with the fact that people can interpret things in their own way. And if they interpret that their own way, that's not a wrong thing to do. It's just not what his original intention was. And that's the way I see that when it comes to art. Like, you create art, you put it out into the world. If people interpret it a different way and still enjoy it, that's powerful. That's awesome. It's good that people can enjoy that. And obviously your own interpretation is always still important. That's what you created. That's what you wanted to send out into the world. But if you are like trying to create things like that, you want people to be able to interpret it and take it their own direction and change it in the way that suits their life and they can reflect in better. So yeah. Anyway. It's sad that it affected him in his life since it was still fiction and a horror game, but I'm glad he said something that profound. Yeah, no, it was really deep. And I can't go into the rest of it because it talks about like exactly what Pyramid Head is and comes up with spoilers from like the end of Silent Hill 2. But yeah, so don't read that Twitter thread if you don't want to be spoiled. But yeah, it's in the hashtag Fulgur Ovid here tag because Kristen Wynn Hakuku shared it on that as well, just so that we could find it later, them talking about it. So that was very fascinating. What was I doing? Oh, there was a comment I wanted to grab. It's very interesting how people can get depressed or insane through words in literature. See, I did want to say about that one. I think in that case, it's more of a case. I mean, this is my personal opinion. I am not a fucking psychologist or a psychiatrist or anything important, so do not worry about it. It's just from all the studies I've read and everything I've seen, it can only really do that if you're already like not dealing with your own mental state properly, from what I've seen. Like, I have watched and read some of the most depressing, grotesque, over-the-top things in the world. And sometimes they can genuinely put me into a bad headspace for a day or two. But they always, like, I always come back because I'm like, it was just fiction, though. That's that own person's interpretation on the world and the viewpoint. And yeah, it is a very dark one, and there are things about that that I can reflect on. Hell, the fucking one I just talked about, the Book of Disquiet, is one of those where it is constantly just a person explaining his viewpoint of the world and how fucked up and depressing it is. That Somu Desai's No Longer Human is a similar thing, where it's just an autobiographical novel, even though he wrote it as if it was a fictional novel, about his life and about how disconnected from humanity he felt and how he felt like a disgusting, grotesque creature that was just pretending to be human. And if people do connect with that and start to feel like, oh, yeah, you're right, I'm not human either, or oh, you're right, there's no point in living, or like the quotes we were talking about earlier from Rust in True Detective as well, where it's like, oh, we were never meant to be this way, consciousness was a mistake, like humanity is a glitch and we should all just walk forward into that sunset together, not have any children and go extinct, so humanity will just disappear and the world will go back to as it was. That kind of shit. It's like, I can listen to that interpretation and be like, I get where you get that from like a nihilistic, like human biological programmed creatures kind of thing. But fuck that. I love life. I love experiencing new things. I love the bits of hope. And yeah, there are a lot of dark parts in life. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of suffering. But that's the whole thing. There's a balance between one or the other. And it's always important to try and work and balance between them. So yeah, there are things that make me depressed. There are things that make me angry. There are things that make me very happy. That doesn't mean that all media has to just be continuously, like, happy. You just have to be able to read it, know your limits, know when, like, oh, this piece of media is affecting me in a negative fucking way. I need to stop this and maybe talk to a therapist or maybe just work through it on some self-evaluation kind of thing of why these thoughts are coming together. And that also does not belittle anyone who's going through serious depression, as I have in multiple times continuously. But yeah, you can't really feel like you get out of it when you do get into that headspace. I just watched Inside Out 2 recently. Well, no, I didn't watch Inside Out 2. I watched the therapist reacts to Inside 2 on Cinema Therapy. And they showed like how anxiety affects a teenager and really dramatically. And it was like, yeah, that is how a panic attack feels, where there's a character called Anxiety who's doing their best to try and make things better, but ends up making everything worse continuously. And it's like, yeah, no, that is exactly how a panic attack feels. It feels like you start to think, oh, this is bad. How do I fix it? How can I fix it? Am I not good enough to fix it? I can't do anything to fix it. And it feels like the things you're trying to do to help, trying to do to make it better, make it worse. And then that becomes a spiral that leads you in a bad direction. And yeah, it's important to try and like, if you need help with that, get help for that, whether it is like psychiatry, medication, anything else. Just finding mechanisms that you need to take care of yourself is a big, important thing, which is really what we should be teaching kids at school, rather than just teaching them to pass fucking exams. That's like one of the important things to learn about becoming a human. And it's one of the things that is just like thrown to the side because it's like, they'll figure it out. Or they won't. Or they won't. And that goes fucking horrible. Anyway. Sorry. We've talked about a lot of depressive stuff today. I'm sorry about that, guys. Share Bear, thank you for another donation to the Foo Funds after the huge one and another big one. So thank you so much. I forgot to put this in the first dono. I'm sorry. No, thank you so much for donating again. You're so sweet. But I think you'll really like Hashime of the Old Booktown. Oh, yeah. I'm not allowed to play that one, unfortunately. People suggested that one to me for a while. What I could do with that one is play the first chapter, but that would be it. So it's not hugely on my list right now because there are other things that I might want to do, like just like the first couple of chapters on just to embrace. But yeah, with that one, it's one of the ones where it's like, you can play this, but only a little bit of it kind of thing. But I've heard that's really good and really interesting. But thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Not sure if you're able to play it, but I think it's right up your alley. Okay, that's it. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Share Bear. That's so sweet of you. And I'm sorry. Yeah, that's unfortunately. It is one I looked into because that one has been recommended to me a lot over the last... I almost said 2 years, but man, it's coming up on 3 years. More than 2.5 years. It's been recommended quite a bit, but yeah, unfortunately, nah. Preach. Also, cinema therapy is great. Cinema therapy is amazing. They talk in the Inside Out 2 one about how the whole point of their thing is that media can be beautiful. It can help you work through things. It can help you interpret parts of your life. And one of the biggest things that I like about the Inside Out one is that one is already like focused on emotions and anxiety and all these things that psychiatrists and psychologists have to deal with. And the actual like trained psychologist is like, there are times when I cannot help people that are my clients that come down and sit to me and think that I'm going to be able to fix their problems. And that is so painful to know that you can't do anything. You have to step back and try to get them to seek out other professionals or find other ways to take care of themselves. And that's true. Even if you are fully qualified at things, you know all the definitions, you do everything you can, there are some things you just can't help with, and it's better with other people. And yeah, they point forward as well that media can help you work through things as long as you know how to interpret things and focus on them. So yeah, I think media literacy is just really important. Kai Kai X2X2. Hey, this is off topic, but I wanted to say you got me into reading Dan-mei and reading... you got me into Dan-meis and reading them. I finished what's available for Urha, and I've never been so giddy reading. I'm so glad to hear that. Urha is one of my favorites. And that's another one where it is very, very dark media. But it's also very beautiful in all the tragedy and the sadness and everything else going on. So I'm glad you enjoyed that one. There are a lot of really good Dan-mei stories. Thank you so much for being here, Kai Kai, and I hope you continue to enjoy your journey through more of them. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, even teachers still haven't figured that out yet. We are people too, and even though we don't realize a lot of things, but we try our best, and my hope is that we leave things a little better. That's basically my philosophy. Just try to leave the world a little bit better than you found it. Try to keep progressing forward rather than falling backwards. Which again, going back, this is the thing. I talk all the time about like random media that's come up within the last like month of my life where I'm like, this really affected me in a big way. That final line of True Detective where it's like, hey, if you ask me, the light is winning because there's more stars now than there were before anything existed. Nothing existed, nothing would ever happen. The fact that there is a chance for the light to shine through is good. It's nice to have the lights burning. So thank you. Sneku, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. As the day grows cold, so too does the darkness grow long. The night sky can be so scary without the small stars and the moon to guide it. That's how I see the sheep pile. An ocean of bright stars with the moon as the guiding light. I've been feeling sappy lately, so I wanted to say thank you, Comfydants, and thank you, Fu-chan. Anyway, Otsufu, the game was amazing. The outfits, the rest of the art, the dialogue, the writing. I cannot wait for the full game to come out now. Thank you so much, Sneku. I'm so glad to hear that. That was such a beautiful comment. So yeah, thank you for basically writing a love letter to the Comfydants and the community in general. It's so sweet, and I definitely feel the same way. It's one of the things that I try to like push home as much as I can, because obviously when I started at Nijisanji, I was very much like, hey, don't get attached to me. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, and like don't like use me as like any kind of like happiness in your life. And now I'm like, I mean, I get it. Like, parasocial relationships happened, and just in general, I rely on you guys rely on me. Some of you just drop in, have some entertainment, and drop out. For some of you, I'm like a big source of joy. The Comfydants are definitely a source of joy for me. So it is never anything more than just like, I enjoy being here and enjoy sharing these things with you, and it really has made me grow as a person. It's made me enjoy life more and want to embrace new things and try new things. And yeah, so I went from having like a we'll see how long this goes atmosphere to having like a, there are so many things I want to do, and hopefully we'll all get to like go along on that journey together. Sappy moment's over. We're done with that shit. But yeah, there were very many deep conversations throughout this stream today, so I'm glad we got to have some deep conversations throughout it. Thank you guys all for being here. Okay, we got through the Streamlabs. We just got a new super chat. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Fun Step. Bah. And thank you for all the beautiful artwork you do. When I was loading up Twitter to find Rock's Twitter, I also just saw the very dark, very interesting piece of art you did. I'll look at it properly later, but thank you so much for all the gorgeous art. I think that is more important, to appreciate the time we have than to avoid any attachment or moments at all. Yeah. If anything, yeah, I've realized nowadays that that was like a defense mechanism kind of thing. It was like, hey, this could all fall apart at any moment. Why get attached? Why not just stay completely distant, and then there will be less pain when it ends? And that is a defense mechanism rather than just embracing the good and enjoying it while we have it. Enjoying every moment that we have together and seeing how long it goes on for. Just, yeah, enjoy it while you can, essentially. So yeah, beautifully stated. What did I miss? Ah, we're good. Thank you for being here too. Ah, thank you guys. We're here till the end. It's all about the journey after all. Yep. I'm with you to the end of the line, as Bucky would say. Okay, we are going to head out for today. Let me see if we can raid anybody on the way out. Remember, we're going to be on Roy Kiato's channel tonight, but I know it's a very weird timeline for everyone. It's literally the opposite side of the day from my normal streams. So don't worry if you can't make it, and it's on Twitch. I will retweet their tweet about it. But then we'll be back tomorrow as well at 10 a.m. EDT, the normal time, for more Silent Hill 2. I'm really looking forward to that as well. We should be like towards, yeah, the end by the time we finish that stream. I have two choices. I shall send you guys to Zanny. He's playing Crime Scene Cleaner, which I think he's played before, actually. Thank you for the great stream and great therapy. This was definitely not therapy. I am not a therapist. But if you felt any kind of cathartic moment from this, I'm very happy. If you felt any joy, if you took away anything from anything I said, that's good. I'm more than anything just parrot smarter people than me who have helped me in my own life. So if it helped you, that's good. But definitely not therapy, and not a replacement for therapy or for anything else that you have to do to take care of yourself in your own life. But thank you so much for being here. Aki Luna, thank you so much for gifting 5 membership to the sheep pile. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you have a lovely evening. With that, wait, what? How many times did you drop? Huh? Did it glitch, or did you drop like 20 gifted membership? Okay, no, it glitched on my end. I was like, wait a second, there's 4 of those in a row. Okay, oh God, Luther. Bah. Thank you for donating the food funds, Luther. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you have a lovely evening. I hope you all rest well and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for being here. I'll send you guys over to Zanny. I'm gonna head out, and yeah, like I said, we've got many more streams coming out today, tomorrow. Oh, I will say the Poseidon Pokemon Spelling Bee has been cancelled. Unfortunately, there was a mix-up in the timing. And I will not be able to do it when she's actually doing it, which is 1 week later. I already have another collab plan for that, so I'm going to have to drop out from it, unfortunately. But I had been given the wrong time, put the wrong time down, and was ready for that, and it did not work out. But yeah, we're going to cancel that one, so no double stream that day. With that said, have a lovely evening, everybody. Oh, and Ash, welcome back to the membership. It's lovely to have you here. As always, do not be led astray, my confidants, and I will catch you guys next time.
Bye-bye.
All right. I was trying to figure out why this music didn't stop, and then I realized it wasn't my OST. Goodbye, Cage of Roses. There we go. Now you can hear my music. I was just like, wait. I always have it set up so the one song ends when the other one begins. Whoops. Let me fix you guys. You guys is invisible. There we go. As usual on the way out, I'd like to say a special thank you to everybody who joined the membership, including Ash, D-Cream, Aki Luna, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Maureen, a Spoony Bard. Oh wait, shit, no, sorry. Fuck. I forgot about the one thing I was supposed to talk about. Okay, so this is kind of serious. I'm gonna do it in this mode because it's fine. I'm here for the vampire, Yuri. Pew-chan, you just... Well, technically we finished it a while ago, but you would really like this game. You would like everything by 2.5 Studio. Definitely check this one out. Unfortunately, you missed it. Happy International Lesbian Day. I'm so sorry. But yeah, we played it for about 4 hours, and then we just chatted for another 1.5 hours. So sorry, Pio-chan, but thank you so much for being here. There is one thing I wanted to say before I went. Somebody reminded me on the Streamlabs. It's very sweet of people to be trying to help me when it comes to some of my projects essentially being shut down, being cancelled, and some of the things being denied. Please do not try to do that. It's fine. When I talk about them on stream, I am just telling you guys why they have stopped being done. And while it is like a very sad topic and a depressive topic, I do not say that hoping that people will like fight for my cause. Remember, it's one of my things where like, I don't need anybody else to fight for me. I don't need anybody else to like fight my battles. I work my best behind the scenes to make things work out. And when I was talking about that, it was more just about like, hey, I'm sorry guys, these things aren't gonna happen and this is why. So just, yeah, no worries. I worked as hard as I could to make them work out. It is what it is. It is the thing. So no worries whatsoever. Just take care of you guys yourself. I will keep working hard to make sure that other things in the future do work out and we find other ways for things to work. So just, yeah, look after yourselves. Thank you for being so sweet. But just, yeah, we don't want to cause any inconveniences with other people either. Do not worry about it. And yeah, I will deal with it on my own side. I'm a big boy. I can fight my own battles. It's very sweet of you, but yeah, please do not cause any problems for anyone else. We don't want to be that kind of community. But thank you guys so much for being so sweet. It's just, yeah, even when it comes like in that direction rather than when it comes to like harassment or abuse, even when it comes to just like things that kind of feel unfortunate, saddening. Do not worry about it. I am just doing my best. Aviator, Fulgur Ovid, thank you so much for the gifted membership. And Inez Wu, welcome back to the membership. Yuda, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Maureen, welcome back to the membership. Ukeisuke, Mecha, Happy Hi. Oh, and Mao Tian, thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. Otsufu Bayu, thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And please remember that I you too. Yanez is ready for Halloween. Thank you so much for donating the 5 gifted membership to the sheep pile. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and I hope you had enjoyed the stream. You're doing well, Fulgur. Take care. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing my best. We fight through it, however long we have to. Eva Jamfish, welcome back to the membership. And Val, and Coffeeholic, Juno, and T. Yume Haya, thank you so much for donating to the food funds. Thank you so much for the cute little Shiba Inu with the heart super sticker. Hope you have a wonderful day. Please rest well, and thank you so much for being here. And Glasses Kid, welcome back to the membership. And Kushami, thank you so much for donating to the food funds. We don't want our love to be a burden for you. And it never is. It's just, yeah, don't worry about fighting my battles. I will deal with them. And that's just, yeah, I'm glad somebody reminded me of that in the Streamlabs. I honestly hadn't seen that, but they just warned me that there was like some people that were trying to do something well-intentioned, but might become a problem for other people. And I don't want to inconvenience any other people. It is what it is, and I will deal with it myself. So thank you guys so much. And just make sure you take care of yourselves. Just like I try to always like look out for you guys and our community. Look out for you guys and the rest of your community as well. And we will do our best together.
Jellykens, welcome back to the membership. And May. And T. Juno. CHY, thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. There's so many. I hope you enjoyed the stream and I hope you have a lovely day. Hope Schmidt, thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. Please rest well and take it easy. And Blanc, oh my god, there were so many 10 gifted. Thank you so much for gifting so many membership to the sheep pile. Blanc, I hope you rest well. Have a lovely evening and thank you so much for being here. Natsumeko, thank you so much for the 5 gifted and the beautiful artwork. I hope you rest well and have a lovely evening. Juki, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Please take it easy and have a lovely day. Koen Roe, Clowny, and finally Cassie. Welcome back to the membership. It's lovely to have you all here and I hope you rest well and have a good evening. MJ Lim, thank you for donating the Fu funds. Bye, you Fu-chan. And I bye you too. Thank you so much for being here. Chat, did I miss a kiss? You didn't this time, Kaya. Hopefully in the full release. But in this time, there was just a whole bunch of flirtation. It was a beautiful game, but no kisses. It's very early on in their relationship. Aki Luna, thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. We appreciate your hard work and everything else that you do. Thank you and please take care. No problem. Thank you so much. And yeah, as I've said, I mean, let me just drive this home a little bit more because I don't want it to end on like a bad message. The good things we've been receiving have been huge. Like, we have been so blessed in this community, so do not worry about anything. I may have moments that like knock me back to earth that make me feel a bit depresso espresso for a while, but thanks to this community and everything that you guys always do, I always get back up on the horse, I always feel better, and I always just find new ways to work on things. And I will always try to find new ways to move forward, so do not worry. Bishy Lover, thank you so much for the gifted membership. And Sabrina Sebahagen, thank you so much for the Akasupa. Man, just imagine I said something nice and meaningful. I can't English today. Bye, you guys. Thank you so much. That was more than nice enough. Thank you so much, and thank you for being so sweet. Shimomi, did I misheard my Oshi seahorse kun saying bye-bye? Bye-bye, Fu-chan. Bye-bye. Technically, no.
Let's see if I can do that. Bye-bye.
That would be the seahorse saying bye-bye. Me saying bye-bye gets a bit like that just because the ba sound, but no, seahorse would go full on.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
God, it sounds horrifying. People may just want to do something because they like you so much. No, that's exactly it. That's why I'm not saying like, don't do that. You guys are horrible. How could you? I'm just saying like, yes, it was very sweet. I get where the direction was coming from, but I don't want to inconvenience anyone else. And the only reason I brought it up on stream was because it had to come out eventually. Like, I had to talk about why the projects just were not going to happen. So yeah, it wasn't me saying like, fight for me, do something. It was very sweet that people wanted to do that, but yes, just in general, please do not do that. I'm fine to fight my own battles and to work hard to try and get things to happen in the future. So very sweet of you guys. I do not blame anyone. Thank you for the intentions, but definitely, yeah, we do not want to like cause any troubles for anybody else or any other communities. Stan, welcome back to the membership. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, that is just the problem is like, at that point you have to say something because it's like, if I just let the idea of like Cindered Wolf hang there forever, you'd have like so many people doing fan art and like waiting for it to come out and like fan theorizing and stuff like that. And it's like, I had to tell people when I realized it wasn't going to happen. Yeah, stuff like that. You just have to tell people. And the other things that have been denied, it just is what it is. B Cream, thank you for donating the Fu funds. Thank you for everything, Fu-chan. I'm so happy to be a part of this community, and we're so proud of you. I'm so proud of you guys too. Thank you for making this community such a warm and welcoming place for everybody. I hope you all have a lovely evening. As always, do not be led astray, my confidants. I'm really sorry Pio-chan didn't get to catch the vampire Yuri visual novel, but I hope he's going to play it by himself. Sorry if you're still here, Pio-chan, and had to listen to some inconveniences. But congratulations on Nijiverses. I'm so glad it's finally out and people can see how hard you've been working and how much you've been cooking. And I hope you do enjoy this visual novel in your own time. You would definitely love it. As always, have a sweet dreams, everybody. Don't be led astray. And I will catch you guys next time. Cloudines, thank you for donating the Fu funds. Bye-bye, everybody.
Naya, welcome back to the membership. Stop trying to sneak those in after the stream happens. I love you guys. Have a lovely evening.